that we did an incredible press release for all of the speakers, and it is hitting many, many magazines. And one of the big press that we wanted to announce today was Miss Kathleen Carlson was and has been a partner of 262 for a while, but formally, as far as the price and the financial papers know, she is officially the 262 partner on this project. So thanks for hanging. Thanks for coming in. And I'm going to pass this over to you to say hello, and then let's get this party started.
Oh my gosh. Well, hello, everybody. And yes, get this party started and let this party continue. Yesterday was so amazing, so full. Thanks to everybody that was there. And like Deb said, we're not even sure who all was here. We had a great audience, but we also had these extra audiences or these further reach audiences. And we're glad you're here today too. Wow. 2.0. I have so many great feelings about 2.0. And the places will go, right? That's kind of the theme, right? Our book is going everywhere. Our summits are spreading. We are getting more and more people in. And then we're getting more people in the name of service. The women that were here yesterday, oh, just like so amazing. And I'm sure today will be no exception to that. And this is just going to continue. And we're going to sprinkle all throughout today all the amazingness, all the things that are available to you in this community. Even if you've been here in a while, we just keep adding. So listen up, play along with us today. We love you. We're so glad you are here with us. So let's get it moving.
Let's get it moving. All right. So we're going to play an incredible reel for you. And this is my new favorite song. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
International Women's Day for me personally is a chance to connect with all of my sisters worldwide. And it doesn't matter if I even know them, really. It's funny because you walk into a room and there's another woman there and we immediately have a connection because we understand each other. And so it's like a day to celebrate sisterhood to me.
International Women's Day means to me increasing the awareness globally of all there is about women, what there is to celebrate women, all we're capable of individually and collectively.
So for me, every day obviously should be Women's International Day, but this specific day is beautiful because the whole world gets to acknowledge, recognize, and accept and embrace the beauty of what a woman is.
You know what, I love International Women's Day mostly because it's global, like truly global, and empowering women of all stages and all phases in their lives to really be the best of themselves. I think that's really powerful.
Women's Day, International Women's Day actually started at the intersection of labor and women's rights movements. And so it not only honors the achievements and contributions of women, but it also reflects the challenges that women in the past and also today that what the challenges they struggle with.
Well, cheers.
Thank you so much for joining us and having a cheers, a glass of wine, a hello. Welcome to the 262 Women Project. Thank you so much. 262 women, entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs, creatives, and media, rock legacy and tell all book. This project started with a book. And then while I was sitting on my late night couch office one day, a movie got presented to me and I got very told to watch the movie, and I did. And it was the life story of one of the most incredible women that has dedicated her life to women's accessibility. And I got a very clear download, if you'd want to say, or message that we needed to incorporate more into this project. And their birthed 22 summits of women coming together from all over the world, a world global accessibility event where anyone in the world that was a woman or someone who supported women could come for free and just download their own inspiration and innovation from everyone that was sharing. It's incredible, and it's been incredible. And you know, thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of women's lives have been changed due to this. And we had to be the first project to ever release a what we call sip and summit, sip and read, sip and book, sip and join in. And we launched this incredible wine club for people like you to be able to enjoy and participate. You may not have been to anything that we've done, but by purchasing the wine, you have supported and contributed to that message of having an incredible day where women all over the world get to be united in solidarity, whether they're in each other's company or in each other's country or in each other's energy. So thank you so much. I want to cheers to you. If you are a woman who supports a woman, happy International Women's Day, and may that be every day. Treat yourself special every day with a little something.
Yay.
Yay! I'm so excited. That is amazing. Look, today is all about feeling abundant. So please feel free to just receive today. We're just going to pour into you. Before we start, as all good projects, there is more than myself and Kathleen sitting at the helm of this one, absolutely for sure. So I would like to give a shout out to Dorothea, who most people know, Dorothea Koros. She is here and she has been here, and she is very much in the back front. How about we're in the back front? She's backstage and front seat. How about that? And then you are going to hear from, and we are excited today that Emily Bassett and her whole team, there is multiple people that she orchestrates for her company, but also her company taking care of our company. So we get the pleasure of getting to meet them, chat with them, and even spend time on meetings with them. So thank you for everyone. I know that Caitlin is here today, so we appreciate that. Also, Chris De Jesus, who you do not really get a chance to meet because she's over in the Philippines and she's quite doing her thing over there, but she helps us out with market and research and getting the word out to you. Carmel Ecker is new to this 262 team, and she is handling all of the podcasts and the media from the podcast, of which many women of the 262 are sharing on. And we do group podcasts for everyone in the 262 and outside the 262, so everyone has a chance to meet. She's running that whole division, and if you'd like to be on our podcast, we'd love to have you. As well, the hosts of the events, we're going to talk about the hosts as we go on. We see that Joanne Callahan is here today. She is hosting Ireland, and we hope that you support that. That is happening not too far away. We're going to have a conversation about that, but all of the hosts of all of the locations that we're going to go, because we are touring. And Vancouver was June 6th, and August is Ireland. And then we are going to the Emmys in LA, which I think LA is hosting us. You know, if you don't know that we're going to be at the Emmys hand gifting this incredible book out at the poolside of Beverly Hills. I like to say that because people are like, oh, you're going in the swag bag? I'm like, no, we're standing at the poolside of the Beverly Hills Hotel. And we are so happy to represent all the women in this book and have that gifted out at that event in LA. And then we are going to Dallas in October, where you're going to see Kathy Holt and Pat Alvacracker and Linda Fisk are hosting that event. And then we're going to be in November. Hopefully we're looking to see around this New York thing. And then December we'll be in Mexico. So lots of places to come and play with us. And we'd like to do a shout out to all the hosts. We also like to do a shout out to our sponsors. You heard in the video about the wine. You see that in the background of Kathleen's. I used to have a wine on my table until that red wine broke on my white desk last year. And I keep it out of arm's length during summit time. That was fun. But we want to give thanks, and we have an incredible 262 wine. And not only is wine fun, but wine is also what we feel an incredible brand. It, you know, when you think of, I was saying this yesterday, when you think about having something represent your brand, 262, all these incredible women and hardcover book and this fine experience that people have with us, then we needed to pick a wine. And so we're super happy to have the 262 wine. When you purchase that wine, proceeds go back into, which allows us to offer this for free, and also not just free to people to attend that women need to attend, but also having nonprofits. We had an incredible nonprofit with us yesterday, and we're able to give them that stage space because of that. So it's incredible. And I'm just saying, if you've ever wanted to stomp grapes. If you buy a case of wine between now and September 2025, you too get a free, beautiful invitation to the wine stomping party in Napa Valley. So just wanted to thank Brett Hudson for that. Also, Ocean Baker, who has done the cover of the book, the cover of the wine. And for any speaker that decides to come onto our stage and be a featured speaker, that you will get a hand-signed koi, one of his, well, it just released a koi hand-signed print. And so we thank him for that. And so, and we want to do a special shout out and thank to all the sponsors that include the speakers. So if you don't know, the speakers are here. They have sponsored themselves to be here, to be able to share with you, but that allows this whole process to be as wonderful it is, as free as it needs to be, because we want to give thanks to Gloria Allred, whose movie I watched, and it was watching her movie and her life story that talked about women's accessibility. And when you create a project for accessibility, you have to be fully accessible, whether that woman has extra resources or not at that time. And that's why this whole project has been set up the way that it's set up. So I want to give thanks to all of who I just finished talking about. And Kathleen, I think you're going to share a little bit about some stuff that we got going on. I know our first speaker's in the room, but I think we've got a few minutes to do that while women are coming on to listen to Jen share in a few minutes here.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You talked about it, you touched on it, but really this whole project, if you've been around a while, you know, it all started with Deb's vision about this book and the 262 women that needed to be in this book. And I think by now we've all fallen in love with it. So there's so much I want to say about it. Like, we could brag on the book and what it means to us and what it meant to create it. But I want to talk a little bit about what it means to you and and if you're in the book, you know, if you're not in the book, what you should know is there's still a chance for you to get in there. Why do you want to get in there? Because, well, it makes you an author, an amazing author with a 2-page spread where you get to talk about yourself and your business and your pictures, and it's beautiful. And this book's going places. Deb talked about going to the Emmys and every other, you know, Ireland and Dallas and, you know, on and on and on, New York and all the places that we're going. And that's just 2024 and all the places we've already been. So where we go, you go. And so inside of the book also, you know, through the project, we had 22 summits that kind of kicked us off. And the other thing is, and we're continuing. So one of the things we kind of started doing in the summits prior to the book being published is we started putting women in history, and not because it was a place marker, but we recognized the fact that none of us got here alone. And we know the women that are in this are also continuing to take us along. So we have women in history in here, and it was genius because guess what? We knew after this book got going, and especially as big as it's gotten, there were going to be women like you that still want to get in it. And the good news is you still can. If you're interested, contact Deb or myself. We're pretty accessible. We'll let you know how you can get in on this and take you places. But the ladies that have it, Deb always talks about media, and today's that's not her topic, but you also need to know all the ways that this book benefits you. Literally less than 3% of the population can say they're authors. She'll talk about where it elevates you and how to use it. If you haven't been in a media class, this is probably your biggest marketing tool you could have. So let's learn together how to do that. Let's really push ourselves. Use this beautiful book to really create what you want in life. So I love this book. I could talk forever. I want you to love this book. I want you to get in on it with us. So Deb, thanks for having that vision and that dream and sometimes that nightmare, but we all appreciate it.
Yeah. What? Someone's like, oh, people would go, how many? Well, we had
Yeah.
440 speakers in the beginning summits and 262 with 50 of those women holding space and holding place and creating history just like we're doing here today. I also want to let you know, for those that want to ship something a little smaller or have a look at this, we actually, for even some of our authors don't know that you can go on and you now can get a soft cover. Isn't that cool? So the hardcover, soft cover, and we like to keep surprises until prizes have actualized. But by November, when you all come back for the November 7th and 8th, we will be making an announcement about another location that we'll be going to. And if you think the Emmys is exciting, hold friggin' on. So if you want to get into the book before then, you can. There are, we should say, only 50 women in history that are going to stay there. We're just going to add 50. And then the other thing is this book is soft cover, is hardcover, and possibly by November, we may be able to tell you where you too can go to a bookstore near you. So how exciting is that? I think that's the beautiful thing about this project, is that it's not just a summit, just a book, it's just a this. It actually has turned into a movement. And I said to Kathleen, even if we wanted to turn off the faucet, you know what I mean, on this, it's not possible because it was you pushing this forward. So we're very excited about that. We're very excited about that. Now, Jennifer, I know it's a few minutes early and I wanted to ask you, we have things to share, but if you're here and you're ready and you want to go and have a few more minutes of conversation, we're happy to start this party if you are.
Happy to start this party. I am here, I am ready, and I'm super excited.
Okay, awesome. Well, let's do that. Let me do, it's so interesting because we get to know people. Now, Jennifer's also in the book. And what we, when you get to know people, you're like, hey, but you know what? Let's have a conversation and let's introduce you properly. So, because I'd be like, hey, Jennifer, let's start. Okay, so this is Jennifer Bond. And don't you just love her background? You just love her background. Okay, she is a vision strategist for women. So important, right? Where are you going? To be able to paint that vision, where are you going? And as you can see, even with the movement, it changes and it evolves and it grows, right? And I know that Jennifer is the kind of woman that does that with people. Once that vision comes clear, and then you need more clarity. But you are an expert keynote speaker in reimagining your life. She is also an international best-selling author. So congratulations on that. Something that you may not know about Jennifer, and we get to play that game, something you may not know, is that her favorite sport is hiking, including trekking the Himalayas in Nepal. Now there's something. I think that should be in your hashtags or t-shirt or something somewhere. There's a book inside there somewhere. And the music that she is listening to is Ain't No Mountain High Enough by Diana Ross. What a great way. That could have kicked us off this morning. Absolutely, for sure. All right. And if you don't know how we do the prizes, which is, we know you love Ustream, you land, but if you come in here, you get a chance to have some prizes. Everybody gets a gift from every speaker. How fantastic is that? So no one goes home with an empty swag bag. And our swag is full of great things. But also, one person is going to listen to win. And what I mean by that is, we don't even know the question. We also have to listen to ask. So Jennifer's going to be talking. And as she does that, I'm going to be pulling a question from something she says. And then at the end, when it's gift giving time, you are going to put the answer in and with your email address. And the first person to do that is going to win the prize. And we are going to do this all day long. Now, if you think someone's given the right name, keep going, because sometimes it's the second, third, fourth person that wins, because one person wins a big prize just once a day. And that is going to be like, hello, who wants some bling for their outfits? A $500 custom curated box of incredible, beautiful Park Lane jewelry. So hello. Okay. And the topic, of course, being that professional international speaker on reimagining your life, is exactly that. So Jennifer, you're going to share with us today about us reimagining our life.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Deb. Okay, are you ready for me to go ahead and kick things off, Deb?
Absolutely, you kick it.
Wonderful. Well, I am thrilled and I am honored to be here with all of you beautiful ladies, those that are here and that I can see faces. And I know that there are incredible amounts of people that are also watching streaming. So first, let me just say good afternoon. I am actually in Fort Worth, Texas. Good afternoon. If you are joining me other places or joining us other places in the world, it might be good evening or it might be good morning for you. So I first just want to tell you, welcome. I am thrilled to be here as a part of this summit. And I really want to start out by telling each and every one of you congratulations. Congratulations for being here. One of the things that I love so much about this 262 movement and why I wanted to align myself with Deb and with Kathleen and with the movement is that it is incredibly powerful when women come together. And I absolutely love that you are showing up for yourself, that you are here. And I have a great deal of respect for your time. And I don't take that lightly. You know, we are busy women. And as the saying goes, busy women get things done. And so today, I want you to imagine for just a moment, if you were able to really uncover and learn a little bit more about a topic that could change the trajectory of your life. Now, before we hop in, I do want to get an idea of who is here so I know who is in the audience. So really quickly, and if you would use the chat, I love, I see people playing in the chat already, and Dorothea has been putting some really great links in there as well. Excited about that wine stomping party. That caught my attention. But real quick, put a 1 in the chat for me if you work full-time or you work part-time for someone else. Throw a 1 in the chat if you can for me. I want to get an idea of who's here. Okay, now throw a 2 in the chat for me if you are a solopreneur or you're an entrepreneur. I know there's a lot of women like that right now. Okay, I'm seeing the comments coming through. 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Oh, wow, they're really coming down. Okay, throw a 3 in the chat for me if you are a stay-at-home parent. Okay, now last one. Throw a 4 in the chat for me if you're an empty nester. Okay. We have, as you can see, an incredible group of women with some really diverse backgrounds and really diverse experiences. I'm still seeing 2, 3, 4, 1, very diverse. And that's what's going to make this conversation that we're going to have over the next couple of minutes incredibly important. So there's a couple of things that I want to accomplish with a little bit of time that I get to have with you. And that is the first thing is I want to create some more awareness for you. That's what a lot of this project is about, isn't it? It's about creating awareness for women globally. Now, the second thing I want to do is I want to get you to think a little bit differently. And the third thing that I promise you today is that I want to give you some really tangible tips to help you begin reimagining your life. So I'm curious, did you know that according to recent studies, it is estimated that as many as 80% of women between the ages of 40 to 60 years old are unfulfilled in their current roles and their current jobs? That means personally and professionally, they're unsatisfied, they're unfulfilled. I don't know about y'all, but that is a staggering number to me, 80%. There's actually several studies that have come out. One of them comes out of the Cleveland Clinic. Another one comes out of Johns Hopkins, 2 very, very well-respected organizations. And those studies have discovered that women often are experiencing unhappiness, a lack of satisfaction in this age demographic. They are discovering that because of a loss of social network, especially that empty nester category, or people who maybe have retired, they don't have that social network there. What's happening is they're getting disconnected. COVID did the same thing to so many of you as well. And so what happened is that women start having these feelings of loneliness and isolation, and that leads to depression. Now, many women like you reported feeling the need to rediscover themselves, to find new purpose and to find new roles that they could step into as they transitioned into maybe a new stage in their life. So for the next 20 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so, I want to invite you to just fire me as your speaker today. Don't think of me as your speaker. I want to invite you to think of me as your vision strategist. Now, at the beginning, when Deb introduced me, she said that I introduced me as a success coach and a vision strategist. And some of you may be wondering, what is a vision strategist, Jennifer? I'm not entirely sure what that is. What that is that is somebody who helps you to discover, to create a vision for your ideal life, and then gives you a proven strategy to help that vision come to life. That's to put it simply. Now, you also may be wondering, why me? What are my credentials? Why should I be talking about this? Well, for the past 20 plus years, I have worked as a success coach. I have worked with hundreds of women in the direct sales space, with entrepreneurs. I worked in the corporate America space with Fortune 500 companies, in the nonprofit space, and I've also worked in the personal development spaces as well. As Deb said, I'm a best-selling author, and I'm also a certified coach through my work with Jack Canfield. And what I have found that has been so extraordinary is that when women start to imagine and reimagine their life a little bit differently, when they start believing in the power of what I like to call living your and, that is not saying that you have to have an either or life. You don't have to do one thing or the other thing. Rather, instead, embracing the idea that you can live your and, you can do both and. When women start to do this and start to embrace their passions and their different roles in their life, and they start to reimagine things, what happens is miraculous. So it all sounds good, right? Does that sound good? Here's the problem though. There's a couple of things that happen. Very often you feel stuck. You feel stuck in roles and labels. Sometimes those are things that other people have assigned to you. And sometimes they're things, or labels, that you've assigned to yourself. You know, many of you might be wondering, is this all there is? Is it possible that you've actually achieved a lot, but you're wondering if there's something that's missing? Now, sometimes what can happen is you start to go through life and you just are going through the motions and you don't have a real sense of purpose. Now, the other problem that happens is that there's a fear of change. You're comfortable where you are. It feels, okay, it feels comfortable, even if it's not fulfilling for you. And the idea of stepping into something new can be really scary. It can be terrifying for some people. What if I fail? What if it's too late for me? Those are the things, the loops that you put in your head. Now, the other problem is self-doubt. Society, unfortunately, has conditioned us to believe that if we've hit a certain age, the best years are behind us. That's not true. Or maybe you're willing to make a change. You're willing to step out, but you just don't know where to start. You're not sure what to do. You're not sure where you should begin. Think of it like being blindfolded, plopped in the middle of the country, not given a map, not given a GPS, no navigation system, and being expected to reach a specific destination. Well, you see, that was me about 20 years ago. I felt all of those emotions: self-doubt, fear of change. You see, I was newly married and I was pregnant, and I also had a baby at home as well. I was almost toddler age. And at that time, I had left a professional career as a professional actress. I had studied for this my entire life. I had studied abroad. I went to college for this. And because of a terrible car accident that happened to me, where I had had multiple jaw surgeries, had chronic pain all the time, I was forced into making a decision to leave that career that I thought I was going to do for the rest of my life. And I moved halfway across the country. I moved from Florida to Texas, where I reside now. And even though I was very happily married, even though I loved being a mom, I was feeling so incredibly unsatisfied. I was feeling so incredibly unfulfilled. You see, I loved being a wife. I loved being a mom, but I wanted to also have something that was mine. I wanted to live my and. So let me ask you a question. Have you heard that quote before? In the end, you only regret the chances you didn't take. Have you heard that before? Drop a 1 in the chat if you've heard that quote before. Let me ask you this. Is it possible that there is actually some truth to this quote? Well, there's a really powerful book out there, and some of you may have read it, and it is a book called The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. It was written by the author, Bronnie Ware. And you see, Bronnie Ware actually worked in palliative care. She worked with people who were at the end of their life. They were at the end of their life and they were dying. And through her work with these patients, she found that there were 5 top regrets of the dying. You know what the #1 regret was? I wish I'd lived a life true to myself and not the opinions of others. So I'm curious, if that is true, then what is it costing you to stay where you are, to stay small, to stay stuck? And is it possible that there's a ripple effect for the decisions that you make? If there's only one thing in our time together today that you remember from me speaking here during the 262 Abundance 2.0 Summit, I hope that it is this one thing. And that is it possible that your unrealized dreams are having a negative ripple effect on not just you, but other people around you as well? What happens if you don't start that business? What happens if you don't write that blog? What happens if you don't start that nonprofit? Deb spoke about nonprofits and the importance. What happens if you don't start that and the ripple effect of the people that you could be positively impacting along the way? What if you don't write the book? What if you don't start the business? And are you curious at all, what is the ripple effect that it might have on your family? What's the ripple effect that it might have on your kids or your grandkids and those people around you? Let me ask you this. Would you agree that the impression or the ripple effect of your decisions impact a lot of people around you? Here's the thing. Whether you start your new business, whether you scale your new business, whether you start that blog, write that book that's been on your heart, whatever it is, it does have a ripple effect. I like to play this game sometimes. It's my just imagine game. So I want to play it with you. I want you to just imagine for just a moment that you've reached the end of your life. Your time here on earth is completed. And you are standing before your creator, whoever that is for you. And your creator is showing you your life. You reaching your full potential, you being exactly who you were designed to be. What you could have done, who you could have been. How closely will you resemble that person? And will you even recognize that person? Well, here's the good news. Regardless of where you are today, regardless of these dreams that you had on your heart, and maybe that you haven't spoken out loud, you might be thinking about something right now as we're sitting here, about an idea, a seed, something that your creator planted in your heart, in your soul, that you have always had, but you haven't spoken it out loud. Regardless of where you are, you can start reimagining your life. And you don't have to settle. You can start living your and. And here's the really, really cool thing about this, is that you can start stepping into creating a life that has more purpose, has more fulfillment, a life where you can reach your full potential. You can live up to being the person you were designed to be and living a regret-free life. Now, here is the thing. Living your and means that you have to acknowledge too that it is okay to be one role, but also step into doing something else. Imagine for just a second what it would look like for you to pursue that both and rather than being either or. And if you had some steps, some strategies to be able to step into that, wouldn't that be powerful? Wouldn't that be helpful? You know, it's like having a GPS system. It's like having a navigation system where you have a strategy so that you know exactly the directions, the steps to be able to step forward to start stepping into your and lifestyle. So I want to give you 3 powerful but simple tips for you to begin. So you're probably going to want to write down some of this. The first one is you got to start, okay? But you got to start where you are. Now, back to that GPS metaphor. When you decide that you are going to get into your car and you are going to drive from point A to point B, what is the very first thing that you have to do? Very first thing you have to do, and most people say it is that you have to put in the destination that you want to go. No, that's not it. You have to actually put in where you are starting from, okay? You have to put in where you're starting from. Same thing when you're talking about creating your ideal vision and you're talking about stepping into your and. You need to know where you're starting from. And so one of my gifts that I'm going to give today is going to be a free assessment tool for you. And so what it is, and some of you may have be familiar with this, but those of you who aren't, it's called a wheel of life. And it is a fantastic tool for you to begin to assess where you are in the 7 different key areas of your life. Again, you can't get to where you want to go if you don't know where you're starting from. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to download this free tool, and I'll throw it in the chat afterwards, and I'll also throw it into the groups as well. Download this free tool. You're going to be able to see exactly where you're starting from. This is such a fantastic tool because you're going to be able to get awareness to see how you feel about these 7 key areas. And that's going to give you clarity. And when you have clarity, when you get real aware and then you get real clear, then it allows you to make different choices. It makes me think of one of my favorite quotes that my coach, Scott DeMullen, says is awareness precedes understanding and understanding precedes change. Now, my second tip is for you to decide then, what does a 10 out of 10 look like for you in those different areas? So what would that look like? Start by your ands are, those passions, those roles, those things that, as I've been talking, that you've been thinking about in your head, that thing, that little seed, that little fire in your belly that you've had. Start by identifying those ands. And what I want to tell you is it is okay to have joy or success or fulfillment in one area and still want more. What's that little dream that's deep down in your heart? What's that burning desire? I mean, do you want to travel and write a blog about travel? Do you want to write that book? Do you want to start that small business or that nonprofit? Remember, you have to have a target, because if you don't have a target, you are sure to hit it every single time. And then my third tip is to get into the driver's seat. Begin taking some action. You know, there is one of those things, there's a very successful principle out there, and it is that you have to take action. Nothing happens until you take action. And Deb was talking at the top of this event, kicking off the event, about, you know, the universe and your creator and putting those intentions out and how important that is. And you know what? Nothing happens until you start action, and the universe does reward action. Now, it's really easy to look at the big picture and to get a little bit overwhelmed or to feel a little bit lost, or even feel a little frozen. And, you know, back to the research that I shared with you at the beginning, the research supports this. It's easy to stay stuck, but here's the thing is you don't have to stay stuck. The antidote to staying stuck is to take small actions, baby steps. And the key is to focus on your next step. What is your next right step? The next baby step that you need to take. Because every single one of those steps, when you link them together, it starts to build momentum and it starts to take you in the direction of fulfilling that dream that you might have. Remember Martin Luther King Jr.'s famous quote is what he says is faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase. You don't have to see the whole staircase. You just have to take that first step. And imagine if for just a second, you were to be not in that 80% of women that I told you that is dissatisfied and unfulfilled with their roles and their jobs, but instead, what if you were then that 20%? Let me share a story with you about somebody who is actually in that 20%. And that's a client of mine. Her name was Sasha. And she was very typical, like some of you might feel. You see, she was in her early 50s and she was an empty nester. And what had happened is that she started to feel really lost after her kids left home. She had actually sidelined her career so that she could stay home with her kids. She just set things to the side and she spent much of her married life pouring into her kids. And she felt so unfulfilled when her kids left the house. Well, through her curiosity and her commitment and her willingness to be coached, she actually was able to discover that she loved writing. And she was able to write her first book. Sasha reimagined what her ideal life could look like, her and could look like. And she found fulfillment that was nothing that she ever expected. And she embraced it. She embraced living her and. And I want to invite you to do that too. So I want to invite you to start stepping into living your and. I want to invite you to start thinking about what are those areas, those roles, those passions that you've had that maybe you've been neglecting. So in closing, I will tell you, I have 2 free gifts for you. As I mentioned, the first one is going to be that downloadable Wheel of Life. Download that Wheel of Life. I will throw it here in the chat here in just a moment and start thinking about what are those key areas. Start thinking about, as I said, thinking about what does a 10 out of 10 look like for you. And then the second free gift that I have for you is I also have a free downloadable workbook that's a reimagined workbook. This is a very powerful tool to help you start reimagining what your life could look like in the future. I'll leave you with a quote from the Bronnie Ware, who wrote that book that I mentioned, The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. She said, "Finding the courage to act or surrender will never be as painful as lying on a deathbed of regrets." Here's the thing. You are only one decision away from living the life of your dreams. To quote the great Oprah Winfrey, the biggest adventure that you can live that life of your dreams. Thank you so much.
Yay, hearts and bells and whistles. I was captivated. I was like, oh, thank you so much. That was really, what a beautiful way to start off. Very insightful. I mean, when you think about abundance and what a bold, what a bold book, first of all, like, what a bold book and what a bold idea around and. I love that. And, because it's applicable no matter where you are. And I really appreciate that you said, even when you have what you want, even though it's okay, because I'm sure you must come up against where people are like, wow, I finally arrived and it's really good. And you're like, and you can have more. And I'm sure that must be a mindset change. Like, that is it possible, or it works so hard to get here? Does it get easier to get there? Or what does more look like? What does more look like? So I really appreciate that. I have a question to do for the giveaway, which if you didn't hear earlier, the giveaway is $500 of beautiful curated jewelry. It's like going on a shopping spree. Look at that. Who wants those 6 boxes? But before we do that, Kathleen, I'm going to go to you for just some feedback. Like, how was it for you?
Oh my gosh, she is like totally singing to the choir. I mean, I saw all the 1s and 2s and 3s going in there, and everybody knows, hey, that's me. Hey, I should get in there. Hey, I hate Kim. Yeah, everybody knows, that that's them. But so you went so much further than just pointing it out, because who needs it pointed out, right? We know every day that we're feeling that unfulfilled, and we know when we're feeling that. You gave them that opportunity to get out of that. You gave them that space to know, hey, you're not alone. This is natural. This is happening because when we're suffering, women like to suffer alone, right? For gosh knows what reason. You opened up that whole box and you made it all sort of normal and, owning it. And I love that because I think the whole thing is about that invitation that gets the ball rolling. And I just love the way you come across, and I saw lots of heads nodding and they're getting it. So thank you for bringing that forward. It's really a super
Well,
important.
thank you. And I saw the head nods too. And, Kathleen, let me just reiterate too, you are not alone. So many of us have felt that way, where we've had those feelings of, is it just me? Is it too late? Am I worthy? Can I do this? Am I asking for too much? I've already been really successful in this one area, or I'm really blessed in this one area. And here's the thing is, I fully believe that each and every woman can have that and that they can step into that. And that not only can you have it, but we are actually called to do that.
I love that piece too. I'm glad you answered back with that, because yesterday we talked a lot about not just can you, but and should you or could you, but it's kind of you have a responsibility to, right? Women, and I'm going to say in this age bracket or whatever, but when you're getting to this place in your life where you're thinking, should I just quit? Who wants to see me? No. That's what this whole 262 project's about, is taking that knowledge, taking that wisdom, embracing it, and just reinventing yourself. If that's what you need, or stay on the course that you are and come and get the confidence you need to go forward. And you're lending right into that. So really, really a great thing.
Oh my goodness. So I get the pleasure of being able to announce the questions. If you know how this works, it's you got to listen to win. This is super fun. And someone is going to win that beautiful collection of. So Jennifer was talking earlier. I got to say though, before when you were like, write things down, like something that you haven't done that you want to do. I'm just going to put it out there. Mine was picking up my son Ocean in a 1963 Vet, because that is my favorite car. So I just thought I'd put it out there. So if someone's got an old Vet in their backyard and they're looking, okay, outside of that, someone's going to win this jewelry. And the question that I have for you, that you put your answer first and email back, email there, because we don't know your emails. We're super good, just not that good. Is that before Jennifer had a life change for herself, she was living somewhere before. She actually studied very hard. She was doing this as her full-time career. She was a professional what before she became this professional expert in vision and success coach. So if you can put that answer and your email address, then Dorothea will contact you in the next couple of days and let you know if you are the winner. But we have free gifts, and she has given us free gifts as well. So thank you. A round of applause. I know that you're all on mute, so you're gonna have to do jazz hands and hearts and bells and whistles and whatever icon that you want to use. So thank you so much, Jennifer. And thank you for being part of the 262. Miss Kathleen, I see that our next speaker is in the house, but a few minutes before we go chat with Grace a little bit, did you want to talk about something that we have going on?
I do, and it's hard to pick, right? Because we have so much. But I'm going to talk, obviously, if you're watching us live stream here, wherever you're at, 3 months from now on television, you're watching us, you're pretty aware you're watching the Speaking Summit, right? And we have so many beautiful, amazing speakers. Well, I want to talk to the speaking of itself and what kind of opportunities are still here for you. If you're in business for any length of time, then you probably know speaking is one of the fastest ways to grow your business. And if you haven't figured that out yet, I'll tell you, it's the fastest way to grow your business, right? Because you get that opportunity, especially on a platform like this, to reach so many people so fast. So I want to tell you what's coming up and how you can still get in. We've done 23 summits already. I don't really know. I don't think we've sat down and reverse engineered this piece yet. I'm not sure how many we're going to do, but we know what we've got coming up, and I want to share that with you. So here's some opportunity for any of you that are out there and saying, you know what, I want to have that kind of reach. So let me just tell you what we have coming up. We have 3 more 2-day summits. So you can call that 6 summits or 3 2 days, but we have another one coming up November 7th and 8th. The next one will be right behind that during March 7th and 8th, and that'll be a lot around International Women's Day. And then will be May 7th and 8th, and that's what we have scheduled right now, and that's going to frame around Mother's Day. What do you want to know about those things? Well, in the Show Up, Stand Up, Speak Up ESU speaking series, we've already had over 200 speakers. And that's exciting because if you're a speaker, you know that's a great place to be. But what you also want to know if you're a speaker and you're going to put your energy into this is we've had over 5,000 women come and join and learn and listen and purchase and take on the tools and the things that the speakers have had. So that's a pretty good audience. And if you're one of those people wandering around trying to find your people, drop in because they're all right here. So, and the other thing is Deb talked about us traveling around, you know, all the places we're going. We started in Vancouver, we're going to Ireland, we're going to be in Dallas, everywhere we're going. And who knows where all we're going, but stay tuned. You also, once you're in the group, the sisterhood, you have the opportunity to show up in any of those places as well. So where we go, you go for sure. So let's see, what else do I want to tell you? So why do you want to speak with us? Well, it is so much more than a speaking spot. It's a sisterhood. Our speakers and our authors get invited into what we call the Sustainable Sisterhood. What kind of things do you get out? Well, first of all, you're in the Sisterhood Club once that happens. So you'll never find a better group of women to hang around. I can promise you that. It's also sort of for those of you that are out there killing yourself every week networking. I can tell you, if you want it to be, it can be your last stop because there are so many opportunities inside of everything that we're doing. Once you become a full speaker, you get a Rolodex session with Deb and I. What's that look like if you've never had one? I call it that sort of secret knock, you know, when you come in and you need something, pretty good chance between Deb and I and all the contacts and all the life we've lived that we can probably point you in the right direction. And we don't just say, hey, here's a good idea. We're going to make that introduction. We're going to say, so-and-so, meet so-and-so, and here's why. We love you both. Do some great work together. So if you've ever had anybody do that for you, it's super powerful. Deb's going to, I know, talk about the media badges and all that comes with the media piece. The exclusive Ask Party, and I am saying ASK. We used to call it Girls Guide Summer Camp. And if you think about what that means, it's kind of an old term, the Girls Guide, and that is women supporting women, telling women how and where to go and what worked for them. It's kind of that shortcut, if you will. But we have those a couple times a month, different time zones. So we get everybody. You get to come in amongst your other speakers and authors and think about the one thing that you really need and want. The one thing, whether it's something personal, I need help with something my kids are going through, or whether it's business related. Hey, I have a book and I need a publisher. All of the women that are part of that are going to give you suggestions, what's worked for them, including Deb and I. And believe me, this community, I don't think we've been stumped yet. I don't think anybody's ever come to one of those parties and not left with multiple suggestions, solutions. So that is huge. That's really literally priceless. You're televised, you're going to have media exposure. What else do you get? Oh, all these places that we go, we give lovely, lovely swag bags. Just like today, you're getting all those prizes. Well, everywhere we go, if you're in as a speaker or an author, you get to put your swag in so you can send that all over the world. And that's free also. You have to pay for your swag, but that's free. If you've ever done speaking events or whatever, I've paid up to $500 just for the honor of putting my product in a bag that was going to go home with somebody. When you do that with the 262, you get to do that for free. Backstage passes to all the launches. What else? Oh, and how about the crew you get to speak with? We have celebrities. We have women of substance. I mean, literally every single one of our summits has these women on it. And if you're a speaker, Dorothea, our magic little Canva gal, makes the most beautiful flyers for you where you're highlighted, all about you, along with the celebrities. And that's a piece of media you get to use and say, gosh, look who I'm speaking next to. And I can tell you that was new for me because I didn't have the ability or the bandwidth or the thought to do that, but here they were delivered to me. And I started posting them. Well, some somebody posted it for me because I don't do that very well, but and then all of a sudden people are coming out of the woodwork and going, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, you're everywhere. So the thing I found getting in this group and the speaker thing was I didn't have to go out and farm anymore or fish. People were coming to me and saying, hey, can you come talk on mine? Can you come do this? Can you come? And that's just crazy. So when you get in with us as a speaker and author, you're doing so much more than coming in and writing a speech. You're opening up your whole business to success. And if you're not about getting out there and really doubling your income or whatever that looks like, and you're just on a mission to help people around the world, you couldn't be in a better place. So I know I get a little bit crazy. Deb says, you want to talk a little bit about this? And I'm like, oh yeah, and 6 weeks later, I could still be talking. So I'm going to hush. Well, I will say this, there's multiple ways to come in. You can come in as what we call shout out. And we have only really literally a handful of those each time. And you can come in as a full speaker as well. And those are shrinking down. So, and we are going places. So if you even have the inkling, this isn't a pitch because these spots fill, they just will. But if you're sitting there thinking, oh, I really want to do this, jump in, get a hold of us. We'll take care of you. And one last thing, I know Deb's like, is she ever going to? Jennifer said, start where you are. And that is such a powerful thing. So if you're sitting there going and you're thinking, I can't do this. I'm not a professional speaker. I don't have any training. We got you, girl. We got you. If you're a pro, great. Come on in. We'll have a couple conversations. Make sure the format fits in. You're going in. If you're starting new, we are not going to just let you go out there and flail. We're not. We've got media classes. We've got camera classes. We've got how to show up, how to write your speeches. We got you covered. We're going to, and not only are you going to get strength for what you want to do now, but you're going to carry that out through the rest of your business and your career. And once you're in, you're always in. We're not going to come back next year and say, okay, here's your invoice. You got to pay to be in the club. You're always in this club. And it's the most beautiful club I think you can be in. So I don't know. I'm a little passionate about it. Deb, you got anything you want to add to that?
I think you covered it. The only thing that I want to say, because I see Grace is there ready to go. So I'm going to let you introduce Grace, is that we do have an incredible event in Ireland that we did open up to online. And so it's a live event, which is kind of cool. You get to see live. Joanne Callahan has this in what I call a golf course castle. And the support number is $8 for a ticket. She's going to put the link in. I'm sure the link's going to be there. We just ask everyone support Joanne, who's been so supportive to us. And if you can't make it, you can let us know and we will pass that on to somebody else. So with no further ado, I know that Grace, one of our incredible 262 sisters, is ready to go. And so Kathleen, I will let you bring Grace to the stage.
All right. Hello, Grace. Well, let's get us up there. Grace, she was one of the very first women I met when I came in, because, it's sort of a word of mouth and pass along community. One thing I didn't say, it's not an interview, it's a conversation. It's a come in and you fit in. And Grace was one of the first people that reached out to me. First of all, I just loved her the first time I saw her speak. I'm like, oh, this is such a great person. But right away, we had a little time together and I was, totally sure I was in the right place. So Grace, thank you for that nice soft landing into this beautiful community. And let me tell you a little bit about Grace before she starts to talk. She is an international best-selling author in the 262 book. She's a communication expert and a woman's truth awakener for shy women, right? Who takes care of the shy women? Grace does. And what is she going to talk about today? She's going to talk about the do's and don'ts of how to be seen and heard as a shy woman. I didn't know there were separate rules, but I can imagine that you're going to enlighten us in a lot of ways. What do we not know about Grace that's super interesting? She's a keychain collector. As she travels around the world, all over different countries, she's got keychains from all those places. I think that's pretty cool. Her music she's listening to is none other than Carrie Underwood, The Champion. Nice. Such a great song. And she has prizes for us too. And Deb just explained how you win those. If you're just jumping on from anywhere, well, you need to be here to get the prize. But if you're jumping in just now, I'm going to listen real closely because I'm not even sure what the question's going to be. But when Grace is all done, I'll ask a question. You put your email in first the answer to that question. Dorothea will work her magic and see who wins what. And Grace is going to give you an understanding your communication through the human design. Very cool. So that's a private session worth $562, super generous. And for everybody, she's got the How to Be Seen quiz. And isn't that why we're all on here? So without further ado, welcome to the stage, Miss Grace. Can't wait to hear from you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for that wonderful introduction. So yes, so for the shy woman, I'm sure many shy, introverted, quiet women out there probably will be like, I don't want to speak. I don't want to say anything. It's not that they don't have anything to say. It's more like, I don't know if anybody wants to hear what I have to share. Or, there's just this judgment like, do people actually want to hear what I have to say? So before all of the speaking, before all of that, first thing, and I heard it yesterday during the presentation, during some of the speakers yesterday, and I heard from the speakers a lot of the times, smile. Right? So you have an abundance of beautiful smiles out there, and your smile is just as beautiful. So that's the one thing that we all can share and receive are just smiles. Because once when you smile, you just brighten up the room.
Yes, I agree. So why the shy person, Grace? Why are you specifically here to help the shy woman?
Because the shy woman, they might miss a lot of opportunities. They might miss out on some of the relationship opportunities. They might miss out on some of the opportunities to, ask for a raise from their bosses, or in networking, they want to network, but they might be afraid to, initiate that first comment and everything. And that's why, before you even think about speaking, the first thing you can initiate is just that wonderful, beautiful smile.
Yeah, it opens doors, right?
It opens doors. Yes.
Yes. So I know you have a heart for these shy women. What kind of impact does being shy really have? I mean, I'll be honest, I've questioned in my mind, are they shy or are they selective? And sometimes I'm not sure. And I've talked to some women that really talk about how hard it is to be that shy person, but what is the real impact is on their self-esteem, their health? You mentioned career or some other areas, but what don't we know? What is the really shy woman suffering with?
Right. So there's actually, when we say like introverted, there's like different types of introverted people. There's just introverted people that just want some quiet time alone. And then you have some introverted that are actually very shy, that, they don't know how to approach people, or they do want to approach people, but they're just kind of afraid to approach that person. And then you have what we call like more of the quiet type, that, they do share, but they tend to maybe be more quiet because they want to process more of what they're hearing from what the other person is sharing. So with the shy person that wants to initiate, they may feel kind of awkward, like they want to initiate that conversation with that person, but they don't know what to say, And so one of the tips that I have is, I bet you all of you like to talk about yourselves. How many of you love to talk about yourselves? Right? So for the shy person, right, here's my tip for you. Ask the person a question, and I'm not talking about like closed-ended question like, oh, how are you? Where, where did you, have for breakfast or something like that. I'm talking about more like, you can ask the person like, hey, what brought you here today to the event? Or, what tips do you have for somebody who might be a little bit shy and wanting to speak up?
Yeah.
So, you can just start off with just some questions about, what the other person's opinions or what they recommend or whatever it is, because you know what, that person is just gonna be able to share, and that person is going to love you because they get to share, because they get to talk about themselves. And like I said, who doesn't want to talk about themselves?
That's funny. So you're telling the shy person, getting into conversations not hard at all. It's just like, hey, Grace, tell me all about you. What do and let them do the talking and not. Is that what you're suggesting?
Right. And as they're sharing, you might be able to pull up some other information that you can ask for the next question. So what I would say is ask like open-ended questions, like who, what, where, why, when, and how type of questions. So as the person is like saying, like, if you say like, what brought you here? Oh, I wanted to be, a speaker at this event. Oh, well, where do you come from? And I come from, Texas or Ireland or someplace. And you're just like, oh, what do you love about, what are some things that I can, if I was to go there, where are some things I could visit? Then see how the conversation just starts to roll from there.
Okay. So if I'm a shy person and I'm talking to you, I'm working with you, and I'm thinking, look, I see opportunities passing me by. There's people in the office, at the meetings, whatever, and they talk up, they get all the attention, and I know that I'm just going to get passed by. And I have something to say. How do you help them? How do you, what can you do for me to help me get past that?
Yes. So one of the things is to embrace who you are. And so this is where I use the human design to show the person who they are, because everybody came into the world with a type of a design of who they are. And then using the human design, I show them like why they might communicate the way that they do, and perhaps when to communicate and when it's okay to be silent, because there is power in silence as well. We don't always have to necessarily share or speak up when it may be not in our favor to do so. Right. So it's like knowing your human design, embodying who you are, your value, your worth, and using that to show, why you communicate the way you do, when to communicate, and perhaps when it's okay to be silent.
I love that, because I think, first of all, just understanding yourself and knowing you're not the only one and there's nothing wrong with you, that's perfect. And then, sort of knowing how you're built is good. You said something really powerful, and that was, there's power in silence. And I can, think back a million times that person that doesn't talk a lot, when they do, it usually has a big impact, right?
Right, exactly. And then sometimes in conversation, somebody might throw something into your court. It's like playing tennis where you're like hitting the ball back and forth, right? And so sometimes something is said to you, and you may not be happy about the comment that was made, and you can certainly react and throw it back to the other person's court. And then but sometimes for a shy person, they don't feel comfortable, or they don't feel like they want to engage in that conflict. And I'm just to say, hey, if you don't want to engage in that conflict, you don't need to. You don't need to respond. You don't need to throw that ball back into that other person's court. If you wanted to let that comment slide, then let it slide, because you can say, it has nothing to do with me personally. It's not on me. It's on that person, and that person made that comment. But you know what? I don't agree with it, but I don't even have to even acknowledge or make a comment about it either. I'm okay with that because I don't want to have that conflict, and that's perfectly fine.
That's super, super good advice. And how about prep? You do know you need to get in and talk. Do you have any suggestions for the shy woman that does have to get out there and, today get these points across? Sometimes Well, I don't know. I guess I'll say especially a woman, maybe in a male dominated, sometimes it's hard for their voice to be heard. So what can I do ahead of time as that shy person to make sure that I don't get run over?
Right. So one of the things is have more of that positive self-talk. You know, give yourself a compliment. So if you want to get ready to give that speech and you're feeling, that, oh, I don't know if anybody wants to hear me, all this, get out of your head and just start to get into more of that positive self-talk, more of like, okay, what compliment am I going to give myself today? What gratitude am I going to give myself? What is this something that I am proud of? Because as you start to think about your accomplishments, as you start to think about all the wonderful things that you've done and the things that you feel about yourself, that's going to help you to boost a bit of that confidence to be able to speak up. Because a lot of times the shy person, they're in too much because it's internal. So a lot of the times they're in their mind and they tend to like overthink and overanalyze and just be more self-critical of themselves when they don't need to. And know that when you talk to people, they're actually cheering you on. Like being here on the 262 Woman, how many women speakers here have felt that they were being cheered on by everybody?
100%. I love that.
So
Yeah.
when you're speaking, whoever you're speaking to or presenting as a shy woman, know that everybody is always going to be cheering you on.
Nice. So I hear you, and I know through the human design, you're connecting them with who they really are. And I hear you say they need to get the value of themselves, through that talk and that you're the greatest and those compliments and all that. But I think you said in real slight, and I don't want to just let it pass, get out of your head. That's a good thing to say, but also what that made me think about immediately is the focus really isn't you, right?
Right.
It's
Yes.
about the other person. So what would you tell them about that? I mean, to me, that would be a powerful piece.
Yeah, I would say focus more on your passion. Focus on more the information, the value that you're going to give the person, rather than focusing on you, like, how am I going to sound? What am I, all this other stuff. Focus more on the passion and the value that you're giving to the other person, because that's what they want. They want to hear what message, what information is going to help them. That's what they're there for. So if you focus on just wanting to give them the information and giving them the value, they're gonna love you.
They are. And again, when you have that person that's normally pretty darn quiet, and all of a sudden they stand up and they put it out there, you can hear a pin drop. There is so much power in that, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. And women, in general, and maybe this is an overgeneralization, we like to be courted, right? We like to be, so how does that shy woman sort of learn to court herself or to recognize that value that she is bringing? And is that all tied into the human design?
So there's part of that. And also, like, think of I want to say your body over your mind. So like if you, sit up or stand up with confidence and you have that smile on your face and, you just project yourself in a certain way, you're going to start to feel some of that confidence. So, for a shy woman, again, one of the other tips I would say is look at your posture. Because, shy women, they tend to maybe want to like shrink and be part of the background. Well, in some situations you have to stand out, right? Because if you're like wanting to be an entrepreneur and you want people to buy from you or buy your product or service, you're going to have to show up. You're going to have to stand up. You're going to have to speak up, like, right? That's what Deb's thing here is, and absolutely, right? So it's about, yes, you have to show up, you have to speak up, you have to stand up. So, one of the ways is your posture. Put your, best posture forward, right? Standing up straight. And then as far as your voice, okay, so if your voice starts to quiver and all those other stuff, that's okay. But just focus more on the message, because as you start to focus on your message and your passion and everything, your voice naturally is going to start to sound stronger, because now you're out of your mind of what you're, how you're sounding and everything. Now you're more into the messaging, right? And then that smile on your face, all of that good stuff, you're just going to start to glow.
Yeah, I love it. It's all sort of built around that authenticity, right? And we've seen extremely polished people that deliver point by point. You kind of, I mean, not that they're not great at times, but somebody that comes in and just allows you to see who they are, there's real beauty in that. And I love that. So I think that's so strong. And you talk about positioning. I don't even remember where I got it, but the Superman position, and literally standing there and taking deep breaths in, deep breaths out. All of a sudden, I mean, physiologically, you just changed. And I think it's great, those little sneaky, whatever you got to do to make you feel where you need to be. And I know you're coaching them all through the design and who they are. And we are all meant to speak the way we speak. So
Right.
I think it's really great work that you're doing, taking that person that otherwise probably wouldn't see themselves as a speaker. But
Right.
hey, we all have a message. We all have life experiences. And just because you're a little afraid to speak up doesn't mean the world doesn't need what you have. So I love that. So we're about to wrap up, but what else do you have? Or is there any one extra thing that you would say to that shy woman that they really need to hear? I mean, just look right out at them, to that shy woman, and tell her what she needs to know.
So for the shy woman out there, be who you are. You're going to come across some human design, and you might hear some certain types, and you're going to say, oh, I wish I was that type. No, there are no good or bad types. It is who you are. Be proud of who you are. And I have the quiz of the communication styles, where I talk about different communication styles, because with those communication styles, you're going to hear some different words or phrases that certain people tend to use. Again, there are no good or bad personality or good or bad communication styles. It is who you are, and you can just work with it.
Love that. And there's an audience for every voice that's out there, right? So beautiful. Thank you so very much. Hey, let's give Grace some love here. That was awesome. That is so good. I don't think I've ever had anybody turn their attention to the shy woman. I mean, it's just so good. Deb, do you have anything you want to add, or?
Yeah, Grace, it's always a pleasure. I love the conversations we have here, and then the ones that we have offline. But here's something interesting that as you were talking, so before I met you, and Ocean decided to start his own business. For those of you that don't know Ocean, he was 19 at the time, 18, 19. And I said to him, okay, dude, you know what I mean? It's like, we need to get you on some podcasts. We need to get you on some shows. And he's like, heck no, with 2 L's. He's like, heck no. And it was probably the only place of contention that we had. And I'm like, well, you tell me how else we're going to get this out there. And so he was shy. People, that if they know Ocean, he's shy by nature. He never wanted to have more than 3 people at his birthday party. He was very shy outside, loud on the inside of the house if there was 3 people there. So anyways, he was very shy. And so I actually at the time started searching out for a speech coach, something like your communication. So I'm looking for a speech coach, and I found one that specialized with shy people. Right. And the cool thing and we had great success. If you know Ocean today, well, look at, he was on Brenda's podcast, and he was like, have at her. I tend to go on for support. I could have just sat there and had a manicure. So he was going for it. But that was after his about 15th, maybe 18th time. But I got to tell you, it was game changing. I mean, it was game changing because someone took the time to meet him where he was at. Instead of trying to say, hey, do this to be not shy, do this, do this, do this. And so she was like able to curate with him and role play with him and pull out of him enough. Like, he didn't like it. Honestly, for the first 6, 7, 8 times, he didn't like it. We went for his first TV ad. His hands were dripping full of water I was holding his hand, I'm like, okay. And I'd go on stage with him. But I have to say, every time he got another podcast, we made another session. And we just kept going back every time until he felt he could start to sail. And I know that's what you do. I can't tell you enough. I believe in coaches and experts anyways. I could talk all day about that. But it was a game changer for the success of his business, because now he has anxiety a little bit, like we all do. We're going to the Emmys, but this is a kid who literally, he'd kill me if he heard me say this. So I'd give him the Zoom for the podcast, and he would be like, I'm not coming. And I would hang up the phone, go, see you there, bye. And I'd hang up, and I'd be like, oh God, I hope he shows up, because it's going to be crappy if he don't. And he showed up every time. And now he says to me, I've got anxiety about going to the Emmys. And I go, so do I.
Yeah.
And I think that's where you really come in, because the other thing that I see is that there's speakers that want to come speak here. And then they're like, I don't want to speak there. Kimberly Butler is speaking there. She's a celebrity, or this celebrity, or that celebrity. And they go through the same thing where they have to be walked through. And I know you do that as well, because sometimes we are great speakers and then we up our stage and then we are the shy speaker again, because we're nervous because of the place that we're putting ourselves. So I just absolutely love what you do. Because as you up, you become, we know we've all been on stages where we're like, oh, we got this. And then you go, ooh, I'm on this stage, and like, okay, okay, right? Breathe deep, like Kathleen was saying. So I just really appreciate and love what you do. So that's a long story, but I think it goes to show what you do, because when you have someone behind you, particularly if it just wants to make you want to throw up before you go out there, like literally, we had a woman yesterday who spoke for the first time. And I know what her morning was like. And I bet so do all of you. I bet so do all of you, right? And so anyways, thank you, Grace. And I will pass it back to you, Kathleen, because I think you got a prize to give away.
And
I
also
do
thank you,
have a-
Deb, for that story. That was wonderful. And I'm glad that Ocean is now feeling a bit of anxiety, but he's doing it.
Yeah.
Good for him. That's the best. That's the best.
Well, that's what you get with your clients, right? That's what you do. So
Yeah.
And I think it's such an important point you made too, Deb. Even people that have been on 100 stages, and you hear actresses and actors all the time talking about throwing up before they do this or that. And you think, gee, are you kidding me? You're out there in front of millions. You're not suffering any different. You're certainly not suffering alone, but I love the fact that you wrap it around the mission so much. So I do have a question for you. Again, put your email in and then go on to give the answer, and you're going to get that one-on-one time with Grace. And believe me, it's so worth it. So I'm going to make this easy because I kind of highlighted it after she said it. Even, as a shy person, you're pretty quiet. And she said, you know what, though? One thing you need to know, there is power in what? It was one word. So put your email in the answer. And Grace is going to be also putting in the chat her link for her gift for everyone. So you want to grab that. And that's the How to Be Seen quiz. So she'll put that in there. We'll connect you, the winner, with you. So Grace, thank you so very much for coming on today and gifting us all with your time and your story. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Kathleen, and thank you, Deb, and thank you everyone here at 262 Women's Summit 2.0. I love all of you. You guys are all awesome. So I look forward to hearing more of you guys speaking and just loving it. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome.
Cool.
And look, if you want to connect with these speakers, I say this, look at, if you're on the stream, all their information is in their show notes. Say hello. Say what you got from what they were talking about sharing. If you are here and you are not in the public Facebook group, you will find all these incredible speakers there. Please go, cheer them on, ask, inquire. That's what they're here for. If you're in the chat, make a private time, connect with them, grab their socials, connect. So it's all there for you. But we do have a public Facebook group where you can talk. And I know that the gifts that they're giving today, the free gifts, will be posted there as well.
Yes,
All right.
All right.
Well, I see Miss Kimberly Butler in the room. She, you know what? We had to have a talk yesterday. She's so shy. But let me do a professional introduction, because again, when you become such good friends with somebody, sometimes you tend to just like dive in. But let me give this woman credit where credit is due. Hello, my friend. Okay. So this is Kimberly Butler, and she is a celebrity photographer, and she is presently in NYC, New York, and she's amazing. Now look at Kimberly Butler has photographed hundreds of celebrities. when I first started introducing her, I was like, I started to list people, Taylor Swift, you know, Sarah Jessica Parker, and I'm going down the list. I'm like, it's easier for me to tell you who she hasn't photographed. I don't know. I don't know, because the list is too long. So hundreds of photographs and just a lot of really cool people doing a lot of really cool things. And if you follow her Instagram, you will see all the interviews. Oh my gosh. Okay. She has also photographed world leaders, including 5 US presidents. Her credits include covers of the New York Times, best-selling, the gallery shoots for major broadcast networks. She's going to talk a little bit about this. She was a regular contributor to People magazine for more than a decade, right? Kim has also, it says Butler, I'm going to say Kim. She was also a photojournalist, and she did some really beautiful documentary work, filmmaker in Jordan. She is just an avid believer in reading. She just is so, like, she does the READ program, photographing celebrities that believe in the READ program. You have a photographic memoir, critically acclaimed, The Art of Fear. Okay. She lives in New York, and I'm telling you, we picked the perfect title. So Kim's going to talk about the journey as a woman who came from the Bronx on how she became an accomplished photographer. She's listening to Santana these days.
Oh yeah.
Loving Santana. What people don't know about her is she always wanted to be a rock and roll star and fill the Madison Square Gardens. So, you know, like Jennifer was talking earlier this morning about Anne, there's still time. Apparently I'm going to get a 1963 vet and I'm going to go to your concert. But honestly, we just so love and adore you. We thank you so much for gracing the 262. She is also in the book. And why don't you tell us a little bit of a story of how you became abundant? I mean, this is about Abundance 2.0. Here you are, this kid in the Bronx who decided, what, not to become a doctor.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, we're having a big storm here, so the computer went down, the Zoom went down, and of course I'm running around trying to figure it out, and there's nobody here. All my assistants are on vacation, so I'm a total loser with technology. But my story is unusual in that the fact that when I started up, I had no contacts, I had nothing. I actually came from Queens, which is all right.
Oh,
the boroughs, don't worry.
Of course you did.
I'm a borough girl. When I was very young, I was in Florida, and I was born a wild child. Now, I ran and ran. I hit alligators on the top of the head. When I was 5, my father gave me my own machete because I needed it for my adventures, because I thought I was Huckleberry Finn, because they had read me the book. So I immediately became Huckleberry Finn. I looked like a little boy. So I was already pushing those boundaries. Like, the boys get to do all this fun stuff, and what? No. And I was already rebelling. I didn't want to wear my shoes in school. I was sent home. I look back and I'm like, you could see that already that person, and I think many of us are born like that, but then you want to fit into society. So as women, we would be, you know, hi, how are you? You know, that kind of thing. Wherever society you're in, you know, if you're in the South, you're one kind of person. You're in New York, you can be another kind of woman. It depends on where you are, who you're talking to, etc. So when I was 7, I was put into an orphanage. My father had a massive nervous breakdown from the war. He was in Japan, in Hiroshima. They were trying to organize people and get them together. So he was put away, and my mother started to drink to self-medicate. And I was just basically raising myself. So the priests where they got married actually put me in an orphanage. I was there for 2.5 years, and it was absolute hell, just hell. And I became, talking about what Grace was talking about, very inward. I was afraid to say things because I'd get beat up. I mean, they beat me up the first day and threw me off an embankment. It was like some kind of initiation thing. But I was a very kind person. Like, I would look back and then say, Like, why would you do that? But what ends up happening with me? I get out of there, I go to live with my parents a while until my father has another breakdown. I'm 16. I end up in an apartment at 16 by myself in Queens, still going to high school. My mother goes up and lives in the Catskills, where my family was originally from. So now I'm 16, I'm in the apartment by myself, but there's this drive that comes out of all this suffering and being put down and told you're nothing by your parents and their actions and by the society I was surrounded by. And there was just this intense drive to prove everybody wrong. So I went to criminology school for 2 years because I was going to be a lawyer and correct all the things wrong with the world. Okay. And then I realized I would never be able to pass law school because it turned out I was extremely dyslexic, extremely. And of course, I didn't pick this up in high school, particularly with numbers and anything technological and all this stuff. But I was in honor science, honor English, all these things, but nobody put it together in those days. So more suffering. So one day I was walking down 9th Avenue. And I said to myself, you're never going to be able to go to law school. Forget it. It's just not going to happen. And then I remember something my mother said, do what makes you happy. Because she had suffered so much working like in the phone company. Like women had 3 choices: nurse, teacher, phone company, and housewife and mother. So she did put that in me. So I'm walking down 9th Avenue and I said, what makes you happy? And I loved movies. I loved watching movies. So I went to film school. And I went to NYU Film School. That was just getting started. Right before me were Scorsese and Spike Lee. So they really put us on the map. And I really loved it. I really loved it. But I quickly realized that I didn't want to work with other people. I had always been a loner. I would isolate when I wasn't around people. Being around people took a lot of energy out of me. And I decided I worked in film for just one movie, and that was it. Too much politics, too much nonsense. And it was necessary for me to own my own business, to be on my own, to create my own reality. That was it. Grace talks about being shy. Basically, I was, because it took a lot of energy for me to bring that out. And I started my own photo business. And how I started that was first assisting. And very little photographers, they were all men. They were all men. When I was at NYU studying film, Gloria Simon was marching down Fifth Avenue exactly the same year. But I don't have any idea that women's rights are so squashed. I had no idea because I was so determined and I thought of myself as an equal. I didn't think that they were superior in any way. It didn't even occur to me, okay? So I start working for photographers. My first boss was really nice, very cool with me. Second boss, because I freelanced, so then I moved to somebody else. And then they always wanted to hire me full time, which is good. But I went to work for a very tough guy who was very sexist. The only reason I got in was because he was Scottish and my grandfather was Scottish. But I worked in the office for 6 months because according to him, women can't carry stuff. So for 6 months, I'm working in the office, I am filing, and then I start going out with him because he would come home from assignment and I'd go by, and he's really famous. I would go by like carrying a couch, something like that. So he would imagine that he was wrong. So I worked a lot of years assisting for people, and you're assisting and you start getting little jobs and it builds and it builds and it builds and it builds. And then one day I pick up the phone and somebody said something very funny before that I'm going to get to now. I call Time magazine. And I've been working for a lot of little magazines, Highlight for Children, you know, any job anybody would pay me, headshots, this is, I would go, driven to prove everybody wrong. And I loved it. And I was left alone, okay? I didn't want to be battered by anybody or caught up in politics. I didn't want any of that. So I called Time Magazine on the phone, and a woman picks up in the photo department by the name of Rose Kaiser, God bless her soul. And I said, hi, my name is Kimberly Butler. I was wondering if I could come by and show you my portfolio. And she said yes. And I went to see her. And years later, many people had told me I would call them with such excitement and such authenticity, but they didn't use that word, that they couldn't really say no, because I was like this little kid, you know, hi, you know, blah, 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 blah. So a week goes by and she calls with an assignment. I am so excited and I'm jumping up and down and I'm like so excited. So I hang up the phone. First thing I do, I call my mother, because that's what you do. Then I hang up the phone and then I throw up. Because there's a big difference between getting an assignment and then shooting an assignment. So I start off in Time, and that's when I take off. I'm shooting Time, Sports Illustrated, I'm doing both. I'm also working for the Women's Sports Foundation. People are hiring me to shoot their books, the women athletes, and women athletes are coming up and coming up. And then People grabs me, because I had that ability to bring out the person. You remember when People was really famous and people were jumping on their beds and doing crazy things and expressing who they really were? I could get you to do that. So I was there for a decade, but at the same time, I was exploring other areas. Commercial gallery work that paid tremendous money to do like television show ads. So you'd see Times Square, these gigantic ads, and these were mine, okay? But constantly moving and not taking no for an answer. And I had a lot of men that hired me and a lot of women who didn't like me. And what I noticed about that is that they were photo editors who were photographers, okay? So a lot of men were really dominant in my career in helping me. And they just love, you know, you have to produce. You've got to come in with that. You know, you got to bring back the job. I loved my years at Time Life. I loved it. And Radio City was across the street, and I became the house photographer there. So it seemed that every time somebody worked with me, I always like became the person that they wanted. I was #1 at ABC. Then I left them because they got a guy, heavy duty religious guy, was running the photo department. And all of a sudden I'm dropping down. I said, forget this. I go to NBC, they send me to the Olympics to shoot everything. So it's a matter, if you don't get what you want there, just switch trains, okay? Because there's always somebody that's going to give you a shot. But I think, so my career has been magnificent. All this editorial work, then I was doing the galleries for a lot of money. Then my friend from Radio City goes to United Jewish Appeal. She calls me on the phone one day. She says, look, the Russians have collapsed. We need to go in and bring people out. And we're doing these airlifts and everything. Would you like to shoot it? Because I told the people I'm working with, there's only one person that we can send. And that's because I can deal with terrorists. Because I was also Barbara Walters' photographer, sitting in the desert with Muammar Gaddafi after Reagan just bombed his house. Okay, so I'd always be in these very intense situations. And what I loved about my life is that the diversity of my life. I didn't want to be just a commercial photographer doing celebrities. I wanted to do real people and real suffering, and see how lucky I was that I wasn't in Russia freezing, walking a mile to get a bucket of water. I wanted to sit with these people in refugee camps and have coffee and talk about their struggle to get out of Syria and get to Jordan. And I've always just really been myself. I found that I always have been. And then I realized as I've gotten older that that's been my strongest quality. is just being me, not worrying about what impression you're making. You know, I'll walk into the biggest leader in the world. I'll walk into a royal house. I'll walk into a refugee camp. I'll walk into somebody who I'm doing a story on that's in a lot of trouble, poor, whatever. I mean, it goes the whole gamut. I treat everybody the same. Like, hello, Mr. President, how are you? Nice to meet you. I'm Kimberly. The same respect. Always respect. So I've had this amazing, fantastic career, but it's all rooted in that drive to not let any of those people be right. Because they all told me I couldn't do it. And I was like, oh yeah, watch this. And I'll take questions from the audience. I mean, that's it. I mean, yes, I've done a lot of read posters, and now I'm fighting banned books. So go on my site and look at some of my banned books. There's some nudity because people aren't paying attention. So I figured, let me write on a nude body, then you're going to pay attention. They loved me in the South. They're like, bye-bye.
Oh my gosh, let's give Kim some love. And every time I hear your story, and I know your story, and you know, being able to sit across from you and listen to the multiple stories and having us dig into history and all the beautiful things with the crest and all of that. But when I thought, what a perfect person to share about an abundant life. And I'm going to tell you the things that I took out of what you shared today, because this whole abundance 2.0 and listening to people, how they get to where they want to go, or how they've been able to get to where they want to go, or how they've been able to leave where they didn't want to be anymore. I think that's more when I think about your story, about how you're always in momentum. But I mean, what I heard things is, first of all, you called Time magazine before you were in Time, before you were this, before you were that. Like, you braved up and called, and they said yes. They could have said no, but I think listening to your story, I don't think it would have mattered. I think you would have called back. And I think, like, you know, taking charge of what it is that you wanted. The other one you said is constantly moving and not taking no for an answer. So just that exploratory idea that there's, I mean, that's the creative, right? The exploratory. I always say I'm either addicted to optimism or creativity. And I think the more you get into momentum of that, the more it shows. I love this, giving the advice to the audience. There's always someone that's willing to give you a shot.
Yes.
I mean, there's always someone willing to give you a shot, which means no just means not yet, right? No, like no is not yet.
No is it's the wrong person for you.
Right?
That wasn't meant
you
to
get on
be.
the phone and you give them the power. You're like, oh, I'd love to be there. You left NBC. No, you left ABC. Who leaves ABC? You get a job at ABC. Who's like, you're like, no, thank you. I'm going to go over to NBC. They're like, what are you doing? So the other one I loved is that you embraced, and I actually wouldn't even say embraced. I would say you embodied your diversity. You know, I'd say you embodied this diverse part of yourself.
Can I say a little something about that?
No.
Pro photo the light. Oh, stop. Let me say one thing quick about that.
Shocking. Okay.
No, just one quick thing. Recently, I went for an endorsement for Pro Photo, the lighting company that I've been using for years. I said, look, I've been using it for years. I want to do some ads. I want to do this. I want to be featured. And the guy came back to me and he said to me, you know, really, you know, and he was afraid to tell me why. So he goes, look, do you want me to tell you the truth? I said, by all means. You know, I can handle it, sweetheart. Go ahead. And he says to me, you're everywhere. You've never just done one thing. You're everywhere. And I said, hey, sweetheart, that's the point of a great, lived life. You don't get it. I'm not going to do one thing in photography and only that. I don't want to shoot music stars forever. Just shoot me. That was it.
No, that's great. Honestly. And she did, Aretha Franklin.
Yeah,
Okay, the other thing you said is treating everyone with respect. And I think that we can all
absolutely.
nod our head to that, and
Yes.
that's
Because
exceptional.
I know what it's like to be treated like shit, quite frankly. Sorry, anybody that offended. But I was really banged around, and it made me empathetic. I'm very empathetic, which is hard to be an empathetic person like I am. 9/11, terrible things happen, they just break my heart. So I have to live with that. And sometimes I have to shut that down to be able to go into serious places where people are suffering. But at the same time, I understand and I reach out to you and I sit in the sand with you and I drink a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And I love you and I understand you. And we're all connected. And people don't realize that.
Well, I think that you've put yourself in positions of everything. Like as a photographer, we probably see it one way and then you see it a whole different way. Like just to be able to photograph and capture that, right? And like you said, be able to be empathetic and be in that moment and then be able to go over here and then to be able to go over here. And you're telling multiple stories. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, it's brought me a lot of happiness and I got my self-esteem that they had all destroyed. I went and I got it back. And then it was so great to start out as this person who had nothing, who was totally rejected, and then get this amazing fame. I mean, over 1 billion people have seen my photographs, but I ended up in the middle with my ego.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that I'm better than anybody.
Yeah.
My most important thing to be is kind. And when I see a lack of kindness, then you'll really piss me off. And I'm Irish, so, you're taking your own life in your hands. I can't help you, So there's a couple of Kimbos,
Oh my goodness. Kathleen, I know we're kind of roughing up a little bit. Kathleen, I'm going to pass it over to you. I mean, what incredible.
Oh my goodness. We need like 3 days with just Kim. There's so many nuggets. There's so many things you said. I love that. Just be kind and empathetic, but I'll kill you. And aren't we all made up of all of that? Deb, you brought so many amazing points in. And I wrote down, it's kind of funny because we all hear different things, or maybe we're listening for different. I have to point this out. I love what Kim, when you said, I didn't know we were held back. Number one, that's a tribute to our mamas, right? Because I know my mom, and I'm guessing a lot of the others, they were out there taking it on the chin. They were out there, right? You mentioned the 3 places that they could pick to work, and I guess none of them are really glamorous. I experienced the same thing with my mom. She could be a waitress, work in the hospital. There were not, and only if you knew somebody in the hospital, not good choices. But you know what? She sucked it up. She never brought that and showed us what she was up against every day. And lots of those women have paved the way for us. So that's number one.
Yes, they have.
And we were lucky. And so I feel like I was very much like you. I grew up with a bunch of boys. I was used to being roughed around, and I just thought it was part of life. And that's a gift we got because, we just kept going. We were meant to take a hit,
Exactly.
right? So that's a big part of it. The second thing I want to say, and this is why I love this community. This is why, and it's not the community, it's the movement. It's the, what are we doing? You said, and I experienced this as well. And there may be other women out there that have other experiences. When it came to starting to climb, I spent 30 years corporate leadership, consider myself grateful. However, I was helped along by a few great gentlemen, right? They saw something in me. They enjoyed the gumption. They knew I was going to work harder for them than anybody else. Because guess what? I had to. The choice was nothing less. So there are a lot of great men, and we're not about being against men because we're a women's community. But here's the flip of that coin. Just like you, I had a lot of women biting my ankles, pulling me back like the crab in a cage that doesn't let the other crabs escape. Women that I looked to and thought, hey, I'm going to come out here and take the hits for us. Aren't you proud? Aren't you going to help me? And they're like, who are you? Who are you to jump up in front of everybody else? Who are you to not be home with your children? Who are you to, I didn't even know if I had children, frankly, but there was that judgment. And I am so proud of you for bringing that up and just going on no matter what and sharing the bumps and bruises. But I'm also so proud of you and every woman that's in this community saying, we got to do better, sister. We got to do better. And as soon as we see ourselves as powerful, as belonging, and we're willing to support each other, like you're supporting all of us here today, ladies, that's why we're doing what we're doing. That is 100% what this movement is about. And
Yes.
thank you, because what an icon you are. You're just so humble and fun, and we learn from you, and I just adore you. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And nobody asked me if I had a question or a present to give, so I'm going to say it. So I'm going to give a couple things. If anybody wants to talk to me, call me or text me.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody needs advice, same thing. Anybody needs a picture, as long as you're a member of our group, it is on me. I'm in New York, so you got to come to me, okay? Or if you're being photographed somewhere else and you want to know how to dress, how to be, how to do this, and then they take the pictures and you want to know how it should be retouched, reach out to me. I will guide you through the process so you will control it, not the photographer. Okay? Because when I'm the photographer, I control everything. I can teach you so that you can, not just say, they'll say, oh, you look fabulous, darling. Yes, you do. And you're like, I don't know. Let me ask Kim. You want someone that will capture the real you, so you want to interview a bunch of people. And I can help you with all of that. Whatever I can do for my sisters, just give me a call.
Oh my goodness, you're so generous. I gotta tell you, Kim taught us all how to use our cameras well. I think you all know that me and Ocean are heading down, and she's going to be doing a shoot in New York, and I better get them down there before you start to go to Guinness land too soon. But she's very generous. And I just pulled up your site because I just wanted to check and see what's going on. And you have fine art prints, and you have t-shirts, and you have posters, and you have all things on your site that people can go and purchase and play with. And I was going to ask you if you're still shooting. So she is still shooting, and I think it is.
Oh yeah,
it is exceptional. Like, it is exceptional what she does, and you'll see that on her site. So just being, we talk about media badges and putting yourself out there, and we were so over the top of the moon that Mission Accepted now has its own media badge. The last project we did hit 200 million media impressions, and yay us. But there's certain people say, why are you going to be at the Emmys? Why are you going to do this? Why are you going to get Kimberly Butler? Because when you get someone like Kimberly Butler to take your pictures, by the way, that is a media badge. That is a media badge. It's like, because, we know we're in our community, but I think you just had that conversation about the world knows her work. And I'm glad that you are still shooting, because if you have an opportunity to be behind her camera, I would take it. And I don't say that because you can just go look at the site and just know it's.
Yeah, I'm just for everybody else. And there's something I want to speak to you guys about another time. Is I'm now in a reinvention stage again. So I've got to get my neck done. I've got a couple of discs that give me a problem, and then I am off. And now, what is the next door? What is the next thing? And as you know, I've been doing a lot of video and talking about my work and showing my work, and the reception worldwide is amazing. I am an absolute natural on camera, which I didn't know. So now I want to start my own podcast.
Oh, wow. Look at you go. Look at you go. So if you go to her Instagram, you're going to see her talk about all of the interviews, from Aretha Franklin to, oh my gosh, De Niro to, I love that. I won't tell them the one with De Niro, but you can catch her on her Instagram, and we can reach you there. Kim, we could talk all day, but we have to love you, and I'll talk to you later. But hang on, yes, you can hang on. Can you put your information? I know your assistants are on vacation.
I can't. I know.
Okay, we will. We will.
Please. I'm on the phone.
KimberlyButler.com.
KBP studio manager
All
at
right,
Gmail.
all right.
Okay, that's
Okay.
my direct thing. I'll pick it up. Just put 262 in the subject line. I got you. And I'll be here. I'm just going to put the camera off because I'm on my phone.
Put the camera off. Put the camera off.
I
We
love
love
you guys.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Rock on.
Everybody, let's show some love for Kim. That was awesome. What an incredible story. Woo-hoo. All right. Woo-hoo.
Love you guys. Bye.
So Miss bye. Kathleen, I am going to pass this over to you.
Wow, that is an exceptional offer. Thank you, Kim. Holy moly, who doesn't want that? I'm just telling you, we have such an amazing group. And she talked about a lot of things, and I'm going to bring up a new friend here, and I'm looking for her out here. You know, Kim talked about diversity and diversity in her work and, you know, what she does. And I'm always blown away when I really start to get to meet the women in our group, and when we get somebody new coming in. Nobody does just one thing. I mean, right? We're multifaceted, amazing women. And I had the pleasure the other day, and we all sort of meet each other by meeting each other, which is just a beautiful thing. And I had the pleasure just the other day to meet someone who was brought in by a friend that I knew for a long time that loves our project. And I want to bring Miss Robin Lee up if I can. Robin, are you okay coming up? Hi, Robin.
Absolutely.
You are.
Hello. So excited to be here.
Hello. So exciting. You know, so it's kind of funny, and I'm always a little surprised at some of the things that we do, because they don't seem like they would go right hand in hand, right? Like, I'm going to surprise you, I think, a little bit with what Deb's going to talk about today, because we know her one way, and there's really all these other things that Deb does. Well, Robin fits right into that. So in the course of the conversation, well, first of all, she's a longevity coach. And I think everybody can sort of figure out what that means, but she's also an artist. So you think to yourself, you know, and if you're waiting for the punchline, I don't have one, but what does a longevity coach and an artist have in common? You know, I was kind of cracking myself up last night. I said, how am I going to marry these? Because, you know, how does that happen? Robin, how does this work? How do you tie in, and what does being a longevity coach have to do with your art? Share with us for a few minutes with that.
Well, it's really been a journey to even understand how they would go together. Most of the time, most of my adult life, I've looked pretty ADD because I was doing my art. I do hand painted tiles, as you can see on the background here. This is some of my work. But I would start to add all kinds of health things to my business. I didn't start out doing the health for my business. I started out wanting to protect my health because my mom became chemically sensitive right before I went to college. And I did not want to have to do what she had to do. She had to throw away all the plastics. She had to flip instantly to an all organic diet on a 4-day rotation diet. Horribly hard on the whole family. And so I wanted to start protecting myself. So everything that we would learn for her health, I would be implementing as much for mine as I could. And then my dad and a bunch of people in his family got liver cancer. Thankfully, he's still alive after more than 30 years, which is quite unusual. And so all of the health stuff I was learning for prevention, and I was doing my art. And then one day I was at an Alzheimer's conference, and 2 people in a row stood up and asked questions of the doctor who was presenting about, was there anything that they could do to prevent Alzheimer's? Because once they are dealing with it in their family, they're having to take care of somebody, they've lost somebody to Alzheimer's, they are petrified of it happening to them. And so the doctor said, well, we do know that there's, you know, whatever's good for the heart is good for the brain. The problem was he could not come up with even one solution that would help either the heart or the brain, because doctors are not taught about nutrition and lifestyle. And so I was sitting there like, I know lots of things that could help. Maybe I need to start sharing this. So I became a health coach separate from my art life.
Oh.
And, you know, which makes you just more and more ADD as far as the networking goes, right?
Yeah.
And so, but when I was actually doing my first speech in Toastmasters, and it was my life as an artist, and as I was writing it, I realized that everything that I want to help people with If I can help people have fun and enjoy the process of reducing their pain, being able to get down on the floor and play with their grandchildren or run around with them, I could consider that all as part of my art. And so I really started to create the idea that our life is our greatest work of art, whether it's physical art on your walls of your shower in your kitchen, or it's you loving your life, every aspect of it, so that you want to live longer. That's what I do.
Nice.
I want you to love your job. I want you to love what you eat. I want you to love your surroundings in your house so that all of it is feeding and nurturing you. Does that make sense?
It makes 100% sense when you say that. And I saw some of your art the other night as well, and it's beautiful. And it's just, we're all one whole package. Thank you for bringing that to us, Robin. If somebody, and Robin is now going to be in the community, she's already jumped in. So if anybody wants to connect with you, Robin, or find out more about what you do, just throw your stuff, throw your links into the chat. Everybody that's speaking today will be doing that. So make sure you connect and reach out. Robin, thank you so much for coming on. Yeah, thanks for being here today.
New in the community.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you.
Awesome. I love that. We're here about abundance and 2.0. And we've always said that this is the most important piece of real estate that you own, right? Liza's going to talk to us about another piece of real estate later, but this is our health and our wealth are two very, very important things in our life. So that was fantastic. Well, I have the grand honor of introducing two incredible people. And I want to say welcome, here we go, there they go, Stephanie Seek and Joe Anselm. And that's right, I said Joe. I'd like to welcome our first couple to the 262 Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up. And we have always said that this event, and we know we've had men come on as audience, but we haven't had someone share the stage. And I think it's fantastic. And so this event is for women and those that support women. And in my world and in your world, I'm pretty sure that means everybody. And so they're going to come up, and it is going to be incredible because there's such synergy. They're a couple, just so you know. There is such synergy in what they are going to be sharing about today. So let me tell you a little bit about them both. So Stephanie, you know her. She is an incredible woman. She's in the 262. You've seen her on these stages before, and she's on many stages. She is a multiple best-selling author, and the book To the Love Compass, which she shared with us in our last series. Joe is a singer-songwriter. He is the lead singer of the band Freedom Man. And I think that's amazing because the picture to our book is actually from Ocean's t-shirt called Freedom Woman. So I think there's some serious synergy going on there. And the topic that they are going to be sharing about is It's All Around You. It's all around you. There's some wonderful things that they are going to share. Now, Joy, I just called you Joy. I just called you Joy. Joy. I'm going to call you Joy. He is Joy. Can you tell us a little bit about this Green Frog Cafe? Do you want to share a little bit about yourself? And Stephanie, why don't you share a little bit about yourself too? And then let's get into having a conversation. And I see a piano in the background. That's probably a hint, people, that you might be enjoying some music from this couple.
Yeah. Well, Green Frog was it is a short film that I was lucky to be in, and now it's making its rounds through festivals, and it's doing pretty well. It's won some awards. There was a Paris Indie Film Award over there in Paris, France, and it did pretty well. It won Best Score, and I actually was honored to win the Best Actor of my series, of my round of short films. But yeah, it's a good, sweet story about a musician who's down on his luck, and there was times that wasn't much of a stretch for me, so I was able to fit into that role real easily. His mentor is terminally ill, and he's just coming to terms with that loss, and it's just it's kind of a farewell film between the two of them, and it's really nice. It's a good little story.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Well, you can put the link to that in the chat so that we can all tap into that and support that. And Stephanie, I believe you're going to be sharing with us about how love is all around you. Are you going to kind of kick us off that way?
I'm just going to jump right on into it. So, Deb, Kathleen, everyone, Grace, Kimberly, what amazing speakers we've had today. And it's always so uplifting to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm really happy to be here with Joe. We have a story to share about us, and that's the story I'm going to share about love being all around you. So as Deb said, I'm the author of The Love Compass, A Girl's Guide to Finding Authentic Love. I'm working on part 2. That was written for college women and women in their 20s. This next book will be for middle-aged women, those of us who've gone through love and loss. And I'm proud to be in your book, Deb. And I'm a private love and life coach for women who are thinking about dipping their toes back in the water and being brave and finding the courage to find love again. So it's great to be here with you all. And I'll let Joe just tell you a little bit more about himself.
Yeah, well, thank you for the introduction earlier, Deb. As you all know, my name is Joe Anselm, and I'm an actor, singer-songwriter, and I was in that award-winning short film recently. I'm also working on some solo music that will be coming out soon, and as soon as that drops, I will definitely put that out for Stephanie to share. And I'm in also other than Freedom Man, I'm also in a 90s rock cover band that's doing really well here in St. Louis called 0 to 90. So, and that band is also Freedom Man. So 2 bands in one, and we're very busy. And this is my beautiful girl.
Well, I will tell you, when I was in therapy post-divorce, I remember telling my therapist, I just want a freaking rock star. And look who walked into my life. So be careful the words you speak come true. So with the theme of our talk today being love is all around, it is all around. Love is abundance. And I love talking about the abundance of love we all have around us. And in fact, one of my current coaching clients who came out of a devastating divorce, very toxic relationship, it left her shattered, and she found me. And it has been 2 years since her divorce, but we started working together in April. And I'm happy to share that as of July, she has met an amazing man. And it took a lot of work for her to turn around her perceptions of being worthy of love. So I'm going to share 3 key coaching areas that I worked on with her, that I work on with my clients, that you can take away today. And many of you may already be in happy, romantic, fulfilling relationships. And if you are, woohoo, let's celebrate that. For you, I would encourage you to listen to this talk and take away 1 or 2 nuggets that you might be able to share with a friend, man or woman, who is on their search for love, because maybe that could help them. And if you are single, and if you are contemplating finding love again, would you please just put a heart in the chat so we can see who might be? Oh, thanks, Carrie, for the follow. But put some hearts in the chat if you're thinking about love again. That would be helpful. And as you do that, I would like to share a line from one of my favorite books. It's called The Alchemist. So many of you on this call are enlightened, so I'm sure you've read Paulo Coelho's amazing novel. If you haven't, pick up The Alchemist. And one of those most memorable lines is this: so I love you because the entire universe conspired to help me find you. That gets me every time. And as a couple now together for 3.5 years, it's one of our favorite lines because the universe absolutely conspired to help us find each other. That story is miraculous. We actually didn't meet until we were into our 40s. And in our very first conversation, we figured out we were in the same all-city youth choir in St. Louis in 1991. I was 14, you were
10 or 9, maybe
9 or 10. So he doesn't remember me at all, but I vaguely remembered him. We didn't have any kind of friendship during that time. And in that first year we were dating, for my birthday, Joe found a picture of us as kids in that choir and framed it and gave it to me for my birthday. And that is just evidence that when you open yourself up to love, the universe will work hard on your behalf to bring it to you. So we kind of marvel at that miracle all the time in the story of how we met. And I just want to share with you that I believe love transcends time and space. The universe can and does conspire to bring you anything that you want. I went through 2 painful divorces by the ripe old age of 44, and I never gave up on love. I just didn't. I knew someone was out there for me who would love me and for my heart and would see me fully. And in fact, it was holding on to that feeling of love that got me inspired and kept me going through those dark times.
Yeah, and I as well have had my my share of just not great relationships, and I've always felt like I deserved more, even when I was in, you know, the hell of what those relationships were. And you know, most people don't think that guys are out there searching for love or you know, actually love to experience love, but they really do. So you know, just gotta tell them not to give up if they are searching.
Yeah, because I was surprised when Joe shared his story about how much he really wanted to find love, and it's so encouraging to hear that from a guy. So with love, we sometimes have to believe it before we can see it. And that can feel really hard when you're discouraged, when you've come out of a breakup or painful divorce or separation. You feel like your life has been just the dreams that you had have gone completely off course. But that is the time at which we need to dig deep, not give up. And it was believing before I could see it that I think brought us to each other. So here are those 3 techniques I mentioned earlier that I was working with my client on that you can also use to cultivate your faith and love. And really, these are tips you can use no matter what the status of your love life is. So number 1, practice self-love actively in having faith in yourself. Practice self-love affirmations. A few good ones to use are, I am worthy of great love that is safe and kind and passionate and joyful. You could also use, I deserve to be loved simply because I am. So many times as women, we think that we have to do in order to be loved, even by our non-romantic lovers, right? Family members, parents, whatever, that you don't have to do. You can be loved because you are. And by the way, my free gift to all of you today is a beautiful printer-friendly 1-page self-love affirmations. And I encourage you to print it out, tape it to your mirror, and say those affirmations 3 times each every morning or before you're going to bed. Because when we speak it out loud and we start to feel what we're saying, that's when the universe really starts to conspire. And while you're looking in the mirror, tell yourself, I'm beautiful inside and out. Even if you don't quite believe it, just say it over and over. And before you know, you will step into that beauty. And another way you can love yourself is by taking yourself out on a date. I did this before I met Joe, and I actually did this last Thursday night when I was away from St. Louis. And taking yourself on a date is a really good self-love practice. You don't have to wait for a guy or a partner to go to that museum or that concert. And treat yourself to the nice things. Don't wait to wear your prettiest dress or your nicest piece of jewelry. Wear it now. Love yourself now by enjoying your own company. Number 2, stay open to receiving love. Especially as women, boy, do we shut ourselves off from receiving, just receiving in general. So are you practicing receiving the little things? When a girlfriend offers to buy you coffee, do you say, thank you, that would be really nice, and receive it? Or do you try to push that off? When a stranger even just tries to hold the door open for you, do you smile and say thank you and receive that generosity? If you don't practice receiving the love that comes from your neighbors, strangers, friends, then chances are you are cutting yourself off from also receiving romantic love. A good affirmation to use here is, my love is on his or her way to me, and I am here to receive him or her with an open heart. That's a good one to use. Tip number 3, see all of the ways in which you already have love now and appreciate those. Recognize that your love buckets are already full in so many ways. You have many love buckets in many different colors. Express appreciation to God, source, universe, for the abundant love you already have. And that abundant love can be the flowers growing in your garden, your children, your beloved cat or dog, a friendly neighbor who just shows you great affection. We have so much love, and romantic love is just another expression. Sometimes we make it so big, it's just another bucket. So don't act as if you don't have love. Instead, look for ways to appreciate the love you have, and then think about that bucket of romantic love. Put your favorite color on it. Maybe it's purple, pink, yellow, green, and keep that bucket open to just have that one filled as well. So to summarize, number one, practice self-love. Don't put yourself on the back burner. Don't wait for the husband or boyfriend or partner. Do the things now and have fun. Number two, practice receiving love. The opportunities to receive are everywhere. And once you really start looking at them and you receive the hug, the cup of coffee, the open door, more and more opportunities for you to receive love will appear. And then number three, recognize and appreciate all your love buckets. Color your love buckets and hold that special romantic love bucket open and just know that it's coming to you. That brings us to Joe's song, which I know you're much more excited to hear him than listen to me. So this song pretty much made me fall in love with him. We're not sure if you'll be able to hear the guitar. We've got it mic'd up. You'll hear him singing for sure. So babe, would you share the context and why you wrote this song?
Yeah. You know, it was a love song to no particular person, really. I just, it was like a fantasy of what maybe love could be, or how, you know, just images of love and you know, the hope that I still had for it, even when it wasn't around me. So that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I asked him, how did you write this? He's like, I don't know. It just flowed out of me one day.
Oh yeah.
So we'll let you enjoy that.
Sometimes songs do that, which is great.
And our creatives like Kimberly, she gets that, right? It just flows for him. So it's called The Only One.
Yes.
And he's going to turn on the mic here and I'll step out of the way.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stephanie. And we love you both. We love you both. So fun, hey? We're so blessed. The 262 is going to have its own bucket color.
All right, I hope you guys can hear me okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
At least you'll get my voice. I don't know if the guitar's going to pick up. I don't.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn it up and we're good.
So yes, as before, this is The Only One. I falling from the sky in each other's eyes. We could start a fire, let it burn all night. Kiss you when I ride, listen for your light, breathing in and out. It's all around, can't you feel the other side? Day I found somewhere I could hide. Let me crawl inside. So come lay me down. You're the only one. You're the only one. Come lay me down. You're the only one. You're the only one. Every trouble we'll find is just part of this charade. Leaving it behind. 'Cause you're the only one I want to see. Every morning it's all around you. Can't you feel the other side? Day I found you, I found somewhere I could hide. Let me crawl inside. Come lay me down. You're the only one. You're the only one. Come lay me down. You're the only one. You're the only one. So around you, can't you feel the outside? Hey, I found somewhere I could hide. Let me crawl inside. It's come lay me down. 'Cause you're the only one. You're the only one. It's come lay me down. 'Cause you're the only one. You're the only one. You're the only one. You're the only one. You're the only one.
Hey, oh my goodness. So good. I know that most people are on mute. We have most people on mute, but we can show love and hands and jazz hands and
Appreciate
that was
it.
amazing.
I got something to say. Hang on.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Deb. I also have another giveaway, which is a coaching session with me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do the prize. I'm gonna do the prize. Okay,
All
so
right. Well, we hope this was helpful. And Joe wants to show, he wants to show this was our picture when we were kids.
oh my goodness.
Stephanie right there with the heart.
Oh, right on.
Stephanie.
What a great gift. What a
There's
great
Stephanie.
gift.
Thanks, Deb.
No, honestly, I mean, what a great example of abundance, right? A lot of times people think of abundance and they think of one thing and they think they either don't have enough or they're on their way to that. And it's so great to see that we have abundance in many different ways. And 2.0 could mean so many different things for different people. It could be expanding on the love that you have, making the decision, right? Stephanie, a lot of times people come and they make the decision to add or try again or explore another area and bring something into what probably already is a full life, but may not be feeling full. So thank you for showing that in the ways that you did. And the song was absolutely gorgeous. And I know you have another gift to give. And so here's how this goes in case people are new that have just joined. To win are the prizes, the amazing prizes that the speakers give. You have to listen to win. That's kind of how we play this game. And so I do too. I had to listen to make a question. And you put the answer and your email address, and Dorothea, in the next couple of days, if you are the winner, she will let you know that you have won. And so if you were listening when Stephanie was first sharing, so you need to fill this answer in. She had just come out of 2 divorces and she was like, but she had decided not to give up on love or give up on life. And she did what I tell everyone to do, hire an expert. You know what I mean? You got something going on and you want to fast path it. So she, who is a love coach, went to a therapist and she was talking and she just said, you know what? I am just looking for and there was a word that she told us, which if you kind of been listening, you'll figure out. And so she was looking for to come into her life. And if you put that in, you are the person that is going to win a beautiful private life love coaching session with Stephanie Sieg. So thank you very much. Lots and lots and lots of love.
Thank you so
lots
much.
of love. Stay, hang out, and please, if you could put all of your information in the chat and the channels where we can follow you wherever both of you are, that would be great, as well as the 262. And for those of you that are streaming, we always inevitably have a lot more people that are listening to us by stream, but please, all of the names to all of the speakers and all of the links are all the show notes. So whether you're watching us on TV or you're listening to us through one of our streaming channels, please do the exact same thing. All right. Thank you so much, so much. Kathleen, I'm going to pass it over to you to say a few words.
Oh, geez. You know what? I'll be quick because I know we've got the next speaker in the house, but what a beautiful, beautiful chance to watch, right? And you talk about abundance, and you could just feel the energy and the love between the two of them. And I love what Stephanie said when she gave out her 3 tips to all of us. The thing that really stuck to me is date yourself. And I think it comes out in every sort of speaker's way, is that you got to take care of you first. You got to love you. And then, then you're open and ready for what comes next. But cheers to every woman who has enough guts to take themselves, enough comfort. I don't even know if it takes guts, but you not just to go, but to enjoy. Go to a nice restaurant and cheers yourself. Enjoy a beautiful movie, the symphony, whatever it is that you love, a football game. I don't care what it is, but just like, hell yeah, I belong because I'm here because I'm celebrating me. So Stephanie, thank you so much for that huge reminder. And Joe, you guys are just, I love his open heart. We have, I think sometimes guys get a bad rap, or can feel like they do. I love the openness. I'm lucky enough to have a man that knows he needs love. And I think any woman that has a man like that is just, and I see men being able to be a lot more vulnerable about that. So you're providing that super example too. So thanks to both of you, and many, many more happy love years to come. That was great.
All right. All right. Yay. Thank you so much. Well, we have Miss Brenda. Brenda, you have been with us since the morning. Thank you so much. Camera ready to go, sharing with us. And I thought, what an incredible woman to bring up and talk about, particularly on Abundance 2.0. We've already seen throughout the day that abundance can come in many different forms, whether it's career, whether it's achievement, whether it's love. Grace was talking about, about shy women and how to have them, be seen when they're not feeling they can walk into an office and say a few things, and just some communication skills for women, all that bring more, so that we can bring more. And we've had many conversations, and I appreciate that. And I just thought, what a great conversation to have around, we talk about how, there's a whole group of women and those that support women that are on passion, that can seem to get themselves out of things. Do you know what I mean? Things happen. But we talked about, sometimes it's hard to control our emotions. Sometimes we can get hijacked. We can be on purpose, and we can be, on point, and things hijack our life. And that seems to be your sweet spot, where you're able to help people in that sweet spot of, what do you do? So maybe you can share a little bit with that, because we're all on purpose, we're all on that. And then all of a sudden something can come along and throw us off what we call our emotional intelligence.
Absolutely. And, in this day and age, there's stuff coming along all over the place. The whole world is crumbling around us, preparing for a brilliant new world to come through. But people are just really discombobulated with that. So just understanding the emotional component of it and giving them some skills to help manage themselves through, but also to build community to help them, guide them through, is kind of where I focused for a long time. I came out of the C-suite, so I was like 2 decades as a CEO, CFO in corporate, and then I fell 3,000 feet down a mountain, which took me out of the workforce for about 5 years while I recovered. But 2 of those years were physical, 3 of them were emotional. It was my emotion. I did not have the skills to get myself through that trauma with any level of grace. And as I look around, I see so many other people falling down their own metaphorical mountains, whether it's job loss or health issues or children in crisis or financial crisis. Emotions are at the root of all of that stuff, and they're coming up in our face over and over and over again as the world shifts into this, as the world evolves into this really brilliant new existence. So
what could you, maybe you can just give us a little bit of, I don't know if you want to call it advice, but I know that you work with people, and this is kind of one of your areas of expertise. And I know we just have a few moments here to share, but when that happens, here you are, C-suite, capable, and all of a sudden you have something that makes you feel not capable of handling what's going on. What are some of the things that women can do to get through that or align with that? Like, what's some of the advice that you can give, or like what can we do?
I think that, and it's kind of the theme that I've heard so many of these beautiful women talking about, is that power lies within ourselves. We have the power to get ourselves through everything. And the problem is that nobody's ever taught us how to access that. And so I take people through a number of different things. Meditation is absolutely critical, whether it's 5 minutes a day, just sitting and going inside, lighting that fire within you, like bringing that light into the core of who you are. And I have people focus on the solar plex area, because that is really the seat of the soul, and just igniting that each and every day as we go through. Understanding the chakra system, to me, is absolutely critical. It is like the user manual for everything emotional in my life and in everybody's life. If you can understand where you've got pain or where you're feeling uncomfortable with something and then tap into that space, there will be an emotion at the base of that. And that gives you a really good idea what you need to deal with. When we're looking at emotions, we have to realize that our thoughts drive our emotions. In return, the emotions will drive different thoughts, but it always starts with a thought. So if you're feeling angry about something, look at what you're thinking. Really go behind the scenes of that emotion and look at what are you thinking. And, you know, we train the emotional intelligence with card games, physical card games. And the very first skill that we train is being able to use the whole brain, the right and left hemispheres, and saying, I feel angry because I think, or when I think, or if I think, not because you did something to me, but because I'm owning my own emotion. And excuse me, and I'm owning my thoughts that are driving those emotions. And if I can identify that relationship, then I just have to find a way to change that thought, and the emotion will automatically shift.
Ooh, that's cool. I know that we've talked a lot. I knew that you love the chakra system, but I also knew that you said for you, it's really important in your work to have people reclaim their power.
Yeah.
And I think that if you can tap into your thought process around something and you can change that, and then it shifts, it's like changing the paradigm or changing your perception of something, or
you can't, it sounds so simple, and it really isn't difficult to do it. It takes a little bit of time and effort, but the power behind it is exponentially greater than the effort that has to go into it. So, and it is life-changing. You think if you have any kind of crisis, whether it's a financial crisis, a relationship crisis, a health crisis, if you can go in and find the power behind that and what switch has been turned off and how to turn it on, you can restructure your entire life in a matter of moments.
so when you say that switch, because there's a coined phrase that goes around, and I'm not sure if you're talking about the same one, but I think women have come to start to recognize when they've been triggered. Is that what you mean by a switch?
No, I'm thinking of it more on, that's a really good point, that is that when that switch gets turned off. But so many of us get disempowered through what other people think of us, what we look at other people and what they have, what we don't have. We don't understand that we have everything that we came here to be, everything to be a phenomenal impact in the world. And it's not the same as, mine isn't the same as yours. And, yours isn't the same as Kathleen's. It's, everybody's different. So we turn those switches off because we compare ourselves to others in a way that we shouldn't. So we go in and we go, this skill that I have isn't of value. So I'm flipping the switch off on that. For me, I was intuitive since I was a child. I saw spirits, I knew things. I was so ostracized from my group of friends and family members. And, I was put on tranquilizers in grade 1. I think that was the trigger point for me that said, I'm broken. There's something wrong with me, and I better not let the world see it. And I learned to be a chameleon. Who do I have to be to fit in? Who do I have to be to fit in? But in that, I abandoned everything that all the gifts that I came in with. So when I say flip the switch, it's going in and understanding at what point did you turn that off and how do you go about turning it back on?
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a whole different kind of power.
Yeah.
It's almost like turning yourself back on, because situations that we may be in, or cultures, or like the experience that you had where you are in a place of high level misunderstanding. That's probably a good way to
Oh,
put it.
absolutely, yeah. And I think that the first place to start is to acknowledge, to really acknowledge authentically that we came in here with a purpose. We came in here with every gift that we need to accomplish that purpose. And if we don't think that that purpose is worth it, then we've undermined everything that we came in here to be. So understanding that clarity of who you are, who you want to be, what gifts came in to support that, and being able to carry that out into the world in a really powerful way. That's what the world needs right now as we move into this new existence, this new evolved instance of whatever's coming for us. We need everybody standing in their full authentic power and bringing those gifts that are absolutely incredible within each one of us to present them to the world and help us set up a new world.
Well, I love listening to you speak. One of the reasons why I love listening to you speak is I think that, this is my work. I get to talk to women that are stepping up, speaking up, and showing up. So, I get to see the world from those eyes, and I gotta say, it's pretty groovy. That's it's my favorite word. But I think we can recognize, and I think the word that has become common around it is authenticity.
Yeah.
And there's this allowance of letting people shine, and people are shining. And the more that the community, I'm talking about the world community, makes for allowance of, spiritual gifts, intuition, you're hearing a lot of that allowance, which is allowing people to not go, unfortunately, what your experience where shut down.
Yeah.
And then who is it safe to open up with? Who is it safe to tell this to?
Exactly.
Who's it safe to say that, I was raised in a family of, not me, I'm not talking about, someone who's like, I was raised in a family of lawyers, and the expectation was to be a lawyer, and I really wanted to just go make shoes, right? And there's this allowance of people being able to tap in. So I appreciate you. I appreciate your message. I appreciate what you do. And
Thank you.
yeah.
And I'll tell you, the groups like you're putting together, this Mission Accepted and the 262 Women, that it's communities like that will bring, because it's mostly been women that have been undermined. Men have been in a different way, but women are the ones that have had to hide. And having a community like this where that provides that safe landing for you to come out and really share who you are and be embraced with it it's next world. It's the next world experience that you're providing here.
Wow. Well, that's a beautiful way to put it. Next world.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for sharing. And like all speakers today, please put in your information so people can reach out and connect and have deeper conversation, because this is just, piquing the interest and piquing the conversations. And then it's in that deep conversation, which is why we love that we actually are a community, because people get to see each other, meet each other, talk, instead of just graze. So thank you for what you do. Many women are out there doing good work. Good work.
Very welcome.
you.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to be part of this group.
No, absolutely. Welcome to it, sister. It gets better. It's like wine.
Yeah.
It just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting
That's
better.
great.
Oh my gosh. Kathleen, do you have a few words before we continue on with our incredible summit today?
I do. There is just such a theme, right? We hear so many experiences everyone had. And what I picked up out of what Brenda said is we're not broken. We've just had experiences. And there's so many ways to get back on track wherever you are. So I love what you bring forward, Brenda. Thank you. Really. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I love it. That's what the whole community is for. And I can definitely see, what a value you are. So reach out to Brenda if she can help you. That's beautiful. Nice. Yeah. And with that, I'm going to say that our next speaker is truly in the house, and I'm going to get the pleasure of bringing her up and introducing you to her, and you're going to get the pleasure of hearing from her. So I'm going to say this, if you've been around 262 for any length of time, then you really have already had a pretty huge pleasure in dealing with this woman and hearing this woman. She's an entrepreneur deluxe. She's had success in so many areas. She's a high performance expert, and we've all benefited from that. A master of all things media. And she's a momager. She's First to her daughter, Chloe, and now to Ocean, who we've heard a little bit about today. But I think I'm going to share a piece of her expertise that you might not be aware of. Deb Drummond, our founder right here, has owned Metropolitan Relaxation, the first holistic clinic in Vancouver, Canada, for over 27 years. As a formulator, Deb created over 300, count them 300. She doesn't do anything small, if you noticed, natural products, and created the first aromatherapy theme party company. So, I mean, wow, right? So she's had the pleasure of teaching brain health at the same event as Joe Dispenza. So of course, yes, of all the other things she does, she's also a brain expert. Of course she is. So her topic today, tying it together as we talk about all the things we bring together, is how to treat your brain like $1 million CEO. We've heard all day about how important we are. And Deb's going to speak to how we take care of ourselves and our brain in order to do the big things we want to do. And like, she's no different. We want to share something that you don't know about her, and you, as if we haven't just now done that. Deb used to teach around the world meditation and chanting at all kind of retreats. And Deb would notice that when her young daughter needed some extra attention and needed to relax, we know they get a little out there, right? She would put her in this little red wagon, and they would stream around the neighborhood, and her daughter together would chant. And the neighbors kind of jokingly and lovingly called her Shirley MacLaine. I can see that. I can see that. That is so adorable. And I can also see this. Deb's listening to Moody Blues, Night in White Satin. Ooh, baby. And she's got a gift that's going to go along with this theme as well. She has a spot for that one-on-one person, and we'll see what gems she drops and I grab a hold of for a question. But so be listening up so you can win. She's going to give a free spot on a health and wellness group podcast, one of the podcasts that she's offering, and a private Zoom meeting where you can have tea with Deb. Again, she bases this at $450. You get any time with Deb, and I tell you, it's priceless. So I love this. And for everybody, you're going to get a free top performance brain workshop. We've all been waiting for that. So super good. So boom, I know I just told people a lot of things they don't know about you. And yep, if you didn't know, she has a big background in health. It's true. But I'm wondering, Deb, really, like 30,000 clients? You've actually helped 30,000 clients?
Yeah. Yeah, what do I say? Yes, next question. No. Yes, I have. No, I have. I think that what can I say? So for people that don't know, I had the health clinic for 27 years, just in case you think that I'm doing that as well. And that is really, I went from music to health. I kind of had an epiphany, like, you know, I get these kind of downloads, and I got into the world of holistic health prior to health being kind of on every corner. I don't even think we had anyone doing yoga. So I saw a pink flyer at this very cool vegetarian restaurant, which people in Vancouver will know as Greens and Gourmet. No, it was Woodlands. It was Woodlands. And this pink flyer, as I raced in to get a sugar-free muffin because I was pregnant and I wanted one, I just saw this flyer, and it introduced me to one of my first teachers, who continued to introduce me to my next teacher, my next teacher, next teacher. And as I was studying all things holistic, my teacher from India said to me, "You don't know it until you can teach it. So go teach." And that was her way of saying, go teach. And so I started to teach, and yes, we built a practice, and it was incredible. And it was such a blessing. I mean, I got to tell you, it's a pretty good day when you go to work. We had upwards of 18 staff, and we all would sit in circle, and we would meditate on each other and massage each other and intuitive each other and clear each other's chakras, as Brenda was just talking about. And it was pretty great. And I fell in love with two systems, predominantly lymphatic, and the other one was the brain. And how that happened is, well, I just always loved the brain. Clearly I like to think. And, but my daughter had a learning difference. And so for me, she came home, I think she was grade 3. She came home and she hit the pillow crying, and I was like, what's going on? and started to discover this learning difference. And then I started to really double down on the brain and its function and how to optimize it. And I got to tell you, my daughter's 31, so minus 3 years, right? 27 years ago, there was not a lot of information. And even when I could find someone that was really well established in neuronal integrity and those kind of things, they could give you the information of neuronal integrity, what was wrong, but there was not a whole lot of solutions. And so I had to really become an Inspector Gadget on trying to find some solutions on how to maneuver with this difference.
Yeah, another skill coming out of necessity, right? That's
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. Do you want me to tell you what I found?
Yeah, and how's that tying
Okay. So here's the reason why I wanted to talk about brain health today. I know most of you know I talk about that, but I wanted to talk about brain health today because I'm noticing something. I'm noticing in a lot of my conversations, people are saying things like, I'm tired. They're saying I'm having conversations with people and I see them gapping. Now, I'm not saying any of you, but I'm seeing this gap. And because I used to do this every day, all day, I notice in conversations when people gap and I see them look up, there's a charge that's probably not happening. So what I want to share with everybody, just from a brain standpoint, is that your brain starts to age at 21 years old. So if you can think of the brain damaging stuff you were doing at 21, like have at her, right? I always say, depending on your parent, you were there staying up late studying, which wasn't good for your brain, or you were in the clubs with us. So either one wasn't very good. But let me just explain something to you. You have this beautiful microtubular. Think of it as the charging cord to your phone. And so if you're struggling from a brain standpoint, or you have brain fog or what have you, I just want you to know that it's not always your fault. There is something that is naturally, organically going. And unfortunately, people don't talk about this. I don't know what it is. It's like people stop. They have conversations about everything and probably every other part of their body, but they don't talk about their brain because it's almost like if I say it, then it's true. So people forget where their keys are. They go into the garage and they're like, what the heck was I doing here? They're like, they make systems for themselves. I'm going to put my keys here. I'm going to use this purse. I'm going to put this, and they start to make systems to accommodate the fact of their brain. And they think that there's something wrong, but you forget that your brain is an organ. And your skin is an organ. You probably noticed a little bit of change, right? From the time that you were 21. And so your brain is just doing what it's normally organically supposed to do. And that is like, or aging as the body does. But it's an organ that, when your, parents gave you vitamins, they didn't say, hey, take your vitamins to take care of your brain. Nothing was ever correlated to taking care of your brain. So this is good for your body, eat apples, eat good food, but they never say why per se. And the brain's just never talked about because it's not seen, and you see this skull and the brain is actually like tofu. The inside of your skull has like these jagged edges. So not only do you have this brain, this microtubular that's unraveling at 21, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that is your microtubular is actually the charging cord to your neurons. So if you see this tube and it has neurons that shoot off, and we have this other microtubular with these neurons shooting off, your memory, concentration, focus, clarity, and brain stamina are transmitting. These don't ever touch. Okay. So have you ever had someone in the family? Have you ever said that guy's shooting on one cylinder? Have you ever someone said, hey, that guy's shooting on one cylinder, and you think they're talking about the car, right? But not really. These are like cylinders. And so you could have a really strong charge from this mitochondria and all this is transmitting, but this one has unraveled more and it's not connecting. Doesn't matter how hard this one is transmitting, this one is not picking up the transmission. So memory, concentration, focus, clarity, and brain stamina, what are they? Well, I think we all know about memory. Where's my keys? Where's my wallet? Where's my this? Where's my that? Ask someone a phone number. Just ask someone a phone number. And it's difficult, not only because we've gone digital, but even phone numbers that we used to know. So even digital, those ones that you used to call. So there's memory, and then there's concentration, the ability to focus for a long period of time, concentrate on something. Most people have to get into a room, they have to leave a room, they have to set the stage for concentration. Like I have to go over here, you'll hear it. I need to go over here so I can concentrate, which means that you're gapping after a certain point. Stamina, well, okay. stamina. I don't know, are you going to concerts now? Maybe not Joe and Stephanie, but are you going to concerts and you're like, it's 10 o'clock, are they going to finish already? Oh my gosh, there was a time where you were like, they should go for another hour. Yay, Paul McCartney, you just went, So are you starting to have those conversations? Is your body still wanting to go, but your brain's like, it's 7 o'clock, let's just stay in. Like, are those kind of things happening, right? So that is stamina, right? Focus, stamina, memory, concentration, all of those play a relationship. And so when one starts to drop, the other starts to drop. So that's aging itself. Then there's things like, you might have fallen off your bike when you were 8. You might have fallen off a trampoline. You might have been in sports where they really encouraged, we call it, handling, right? Like hockey and football and those kind of things where they were really, think of soccer. Think of soccer where they bounce the ball off your prefrontal cortex, the thing that makes all of your decisions, right? Ocean's teacher was really mad at me because he was really good at soccer. And then I'm like, nope, he's going over this direction, right? They're like, you're such a mean mom. I'm like, yeah, whatever, it's all good. And if you play sports, don't hate me, but there's, so as you're banging it on the inside, there's stories of kids, and they're not 5 stories. There's 500 stories of kids falling off a bike and their personality changed because the inside of your skull is not smooth. And you have tofu hitting jagged edges, put 2 and 2 together. So we need to do everything that we can to protect our brain. And some of the things that I'm going to share, because I know that we're a little tight to time. That's why I'm offering a free brain seminar and come to hear what you can do. But I really talk a lot about lifestyle. There's things that you can do from a lifestyle. And then if anyone knows, you'll see it on my desk every day, all day. I am a believer in supplements. You know what, we take supplements for every part of our body. We take in things so that our body is strong. We have to feed the brain as well. So I believe in supplementing the brain. So I can kind of tell you some things that you can do, things that you can do like just every day now. That's really important. I don't want to go into how important sleep is. If you listened to Joanne yesterday, you know how important sleep is. But let's just give you an example. Let's say that you've never done archery. I'm just going to pick something that probably none of you have ever done. And if you have, yahoo, put it in the chat. Okay. Put it in the chat. So archery, you've never done it before. You show up. Now, someone shows up that's got 5 hours sleep, someone who's got 7 hours sleep, and someone who's got 8 hours sleep. 8 hours sleep, 90% chance you're going to hit it. Not only hit it, but really like bullseye. 5 hours, 30% chance. 30% chance you're even going to hit the bullseye just due to sleep. So what can you do? Because when you sleep, little housekeepers come in, you don't have to pay them, and they literally clean all the toxins out of your brain. So I take something called Happy Banana. It's called Happy Banana. Okay, but anyways, I take something called Happy Banana that actually I just go right to sleep and crash out. I do not wake up tired. And my brain is super rested. It's awesome. So I can go through, different supplements that you can reach me and I can put you in touch with, because I'm a believer of that. But sleep. So when you go to a hotel and the curtains are dark, if you don't set up an alarm, I bet you sleep all the way through, because that's how tired your brain is. So you can get dark curtains, you can do, the masks and what have you. My son loves the masks, right? Like teenagers need to sleep more. I'm not sure about that, but anyways, it just is resting your brain. The other thing is, I hate to tell you that your brain will function 30% less if you are overweight, and that can be 20 to 25 pounds. If you are obese, it can drop to 55%. So just from a brain function being in not your body's optimized weight can really drop the function of your brain. So yes, food is very important. We all know food. I don't need to go through what food is good for you, but I'll tell you right now, I say to people, when it comes to brain health, people love me, they hate me, and then maybe you love me again. But honestly, sugar, it's non-negotiable. Like, it's just a non-negotiable. You don't eat sugar. And if you do eat sugar, just know what you're doing. It's not good for your brain. And when people go, oh my gosh, look, if you want to have a little bit of sugar, you do you. Like, you do you. I'm not here to say anything. But you can live sugar-free. And I raised 2 kids sugar-free. Like, absolutely non-negotiable, no sugar. And honey is 10 out of 10 on the glycemic, just as much as sugar is. Brown sugar is not better than white sugar. It's just white sugar rolled in molasses. So you can put that to rest. right? But if you want to go into something like agave nectar is 4 out of 10 on a glycemic index. So here you can look at, I was the mom that went to all of the houses in the neighborhood and switched out their candy so that when Ocean went there for Halloween, they gave him different stuff. So that might seem extreme to you, but it's not really. It's not really. So you can live a sugar-free life. I'm like queen of sugar-free desserts. I used to make my kids sugar-free desserts for breakfast because they were healthier than cereal. So there's a plethora. Just go to, you know, Inspector Gadget Google and you'll find lots of sugar-free desserts. But just note to self, even if you're having, I say to people, like you go and you're having a teriyaki dinner, just ask for half the sauce or put the sauce on the side. Even little active lifestyle things like that are really going to help your brain, right? Because the bottom line is we want to be fully functioning the whole game. I mean, you're talking to people that are doing the deal. You're out there, you're pushing it anyways. There's a certain amount of drive that goes on with being self-funded, whether it's a nonprofit or profit. Chances are you're already pushing your brain with ideas and expansion and marketing and media and classes, and you're already pushing it. So you want it in its optimum state. So the food for sure. Sports, here's the best sport for your brain. Ping pong. Ping pong. Any kind of racket sport is fantastic for your brain. What's not good is the sports that I mentioned earlier. Not good. Not good. You're hitting your head. This is not difficult to figure out. Second, third, fourth concussion problem. It's a problem. Like it's a real problem. Best overall sport for someone, swimming. It's the best overall sport for everything, for your body, not just your brain, but your body. But if you're really looking to optimize your brain, start picking up some racket sports. I used to go play squash by myself. You know what? Stephanie's like, go take yourself on a date. And I was like, well, I used to take myself on a date to a squash court and I used to run around like crazy and just play squash by myself. I always won. It was super fun. I used to bring my music in there, right? Go have some fun. But those are really, really, really good for your brain. Let's talk about alcohol. Alcohol, as we all know, should be, you know, as soon as you have 2 glasses of wine, your brain drops in function up to 70%. And if you don't believe me, have a couple glasses more and see how you feel the next day. So we know we're not fully functioning, but if you can imagine someone that's having a couple of glasses of wine every night, not the best decision, right? This is where some people love me, hate me when it comes to THC, right? So it denullifies the brain in all areas of the brain, which is what people are kind of going for. They're like, I'm stressed out. I'm going to do some, you know, do some THC because I need to chill out. Just know that you're, you know, with alcohol, people say alcohol and drugs are the same thing. They're not. In terms of the brain, anything else I'm not having that argument with, but in terms of you have brain drop with alcohol, a lot less you do with THC because there isn't a part of the brain that it doesn't damage while you're having your own little party. So those are some of the things from a brain health standpoint. Now, when it came to my daughter who was having a learning difference, one of the main things that I did is I went for obviously lifestyle in relationship to things like sleeping, making sure that her curtains were covering her window, making sure I took sugar out of our diet. So if I can stand like a whole family going, oh, you know what I mean? Like no sugar. Well, Ocean wasn't born yet, so he didn't have a choice. I did things like no microwave. You know what I mean? Like I came from the health field. So there was nothing, I mean, what, you can't put it in a toaster oven? Do you know what I mean? Like you can't really, like you can't stick it in, throw it in a pan, 2 minutes. Do you know what I mean? All sorts of things. So I really went after lifestyle with her, making sure like bed and sleeping and did things like aromatherapy and the right food. And honestly, love me, don't love me. This is at a toe. You got to think she's 31. So 31 years ago, well, I've been gluten-free since I was 27 years old. And that's, you know, a little while ago. So gluten, if you want to look it up, just go look up the brain grain. Again, go to Dr. Google, but anything that's an inflammagen, and that's what gluten is, it's really damaging to the brain. So I took gluten out of our diets. I took sugar out of our diets and really made a whole lot of difference. And it made a whole lot of difference. It made a whole lot of difference for her. And obviously the family became a lot healthier. And those are the things that I would do with people. Also, my clients came, I would do things like go through their cleaning cupboard, right? You can clean a whole house with aromatherapy. And there is a cleaning agent, I won't say which one it is, but blue, if anything's blue and you're cleaning your windows with it, not good for your brain. Just take those kind of things out. You can start to take a look at some of the things that you're cleaning your homes with. and take those out as well. If it smells caustic, it probably is. And there's reasons why people wear masks when they do industrial cleaning. So those are just some of the things that I wanted to talk about, and I want to go more in depth with it. I know we're tight for time today, which is why I have the free class where people can come ask sorts of questions and really break this down. Because the bottom line is, you know, once the statistics tell us now that over 50% of people that are 75 and older will be diagnosed with Alzheimer's. That's what we know our statistics are now. Here's the scary thing. The Alzheimer's is in by nature, is already active with that person 25 to 30 years before first diagnosis. And so I'm like a preventative person. So if you can do things for your brain now and counter that, all the better. And, you know, the argument of genetics or not genetics, but I just say go for it, you know. So start to just kind of wean your lifestyle and make different choices, or you can cold turkey it like my poor family had to. There you go. So
Wow.
anyways, yes, I talked a lot about the brain today, and I think it's important. I think your health and wealth is important. And I spent many, many years teaching like the Royal Bank, the Health and Wealth series. And most people don't know that, but that's why they call me a professional hippie, because my kids were raised to think that microwaves were like, you know, if you couldn't take them out of the wall, we went to the breaker in the house and flipped it off. Yeah.
Nobody's using that, baby.
Little soapboxing, little soapboxing today.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So
Okay, I know. I'm like,
a
here, let me
little
tell
bit
you some
about
things.
that. You know what? It's so much. First of all, thank you, because it is an area we don't talk about. And several years ago, I saw Dr. Amen talk. And if you know who Dr. Amen is, he's a psychologist.
Of course.
Yeah, of course, right? And I studied a little bit under him. And the thing that was so fascinating and sad at the same time was, you know, we treat our brain as if it's some big mystery. Well, I know your class is going to demystify that for us, and you've just done that. And I know as soon as we implement these things, you're going to see a difference in literally days, right? And then over time, it's just going to get better and better. So there's hope for those of us that have done all the wrong things, right? But Dr. Amen said, you know, he was like the first person that when people said, I'm forgetting things, he started doing MRIs and X-raying. You know, we look, if we go in and we say, my arm's hanging out and I think I broke it, we're going to right away take a look at it. But for whatever reason in our society, we've decided it's not really that worthwhile looking at the brain. How crazy is that?
Well, it's pretty complex, and I know that we're tight for time, so I'm going to just wrap this
Sure.
up, and I'm going to say that there's things that I do. So, and if you want information on it, please do. So there's something that I take. When I was talking about that, the mitochondria that unravels at 21, there's one thing I found that actually stops the unraveling and rebuilds the damage that you've had so far, and that's eicosanoyl 5-hydroxytryptamide 5. What the short form is EHT. And if you want information on it, I personally take 2 to 3 a day. Then I take the happy banana to make sure that I sleep solid so that the toxins are being cleaned out. I also take pre and probiotics. And so again, if you want the brand that I take, obviously I'm pretty picky. I'm happy to share that. Pre and probiotics, people take probiotics, but they don't realize they need to feed them with prebiotics. They have to be taken together and they have to be taken at the same time. And the other thing is I take something for the mitochondria, because our mitochondria gets damaged through inflammation. And if you are doing those things, your body will thank you. But honestly, it's very much for brain, because people say to me a lot, how do you do what you do? And because I've been taking care of my body for a long time, I mean, I might be a little cray-cray on top of it, but but how my brain is able to handle multiple things is because I take care of it like the way a bodybuilder does their muscles. So if anyone wants to reach out, I'm happy to tell you what to do. It's not an expensive routine, and even if it was, it's worth it, but it's not.
Phenomenal. Thank you, Deb. Are you going to put that in the chat, or we need to reach out to you to get your,
Yeah, I'm not in the chat much today because I'm keeping my face here, but I'm Deb at debdrummond.com, and you can reach out to me and we'll take it from there.
Perfect. Well, let's give your gift away.
Let's give my gift away. What was the question?
Gift away. Yeah.
Who's gonna hang out with me?
Yeah, it's going to be a really easy question. You're going to have 5 things to choose from. Any one of them will do. Deb talked about all the areas that in your brain that it affects, and there's 5 of them. So give me just any one of them. She said them many times. She counted them with her fingers. She brought them together. So just give me any one of those. Put your email in and give me any one of those, and we'll see who wins that. Deb, thank you. Gosh, that was amazing. That was amazing, fast, and until I have to give it all up, very, very painless.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah, so our next speaker is in the house,
Well,
and go ahead.
I was going to introduce her, and Keith, are you talking about Emily?
No, Emily's going to join us a little bit later.
No, Emily's joining us right now.
We switched that around to catch up. So Emily's going to come in just a little bit later, and
okay.
Yeah. So
Okay,
we're right,
good.
we're right where we need to be. So yeah, so we right now, our schedule says Trish Springsteen, and Trish is going to come right up, and I'm going to introduce Trish. Trish has been in the project, the movement, the groove with us right from the get-go. She's always here supporting us. She's one of our amazing Down Under friends, and she's also a multi-international award-winning mentor, and you're going to hear why in just a few minutes. Of course, she's a best-selling author over and over. She's a confidence coach, a get known, be seen specialist. Yes, and that's something for everybody here, and a remarkable personal branding specialist. And all this comes through her innovative, you might have guessed, Purple Unicorn Academy. So we love our purple friends. So yeah, so her topic today is having the confidence to say yes to abundance. And the odd thing, or the thing we don't know about her, holy moly, she is a advocate of reading like crazy. She likes to read paranormal and fantasy books, and she reads about 2 to 3 books a week. Holy moly, that's amazing. Music for her is Wind Beneath My Wings by Bette Midler. And she has a VIP gift for one lucky person, and that's time with her. So that's amazing. Listen up so you can get that. And then also her checklist for all of us is tips to overcome imposter syndrome. We hear a lot about that. I'm going to step aside. Trish, take over. It's all on you. We can't wait to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, and I am delighted to be here. I've just heard 3 speakers that I think are pretty awesome. So I'm going to take my step up of my confidence and just match you. That's what I'm going to do.
I love
Talk
it.
about abundance. Talk about, I just had that abundance that's just been flowing in. So I'm going to match that. I'm going to be extremely scientific and say, and probably been mentioned, the meaning of abundance, because I thought I need to go and have a look at this basic meaning if I'm going to talk about it, because it means so much to everybody. And when I looked at the basic meaning, it just means you have abundance is something to have more than you need. And I thought, well, that's a really simple definition. So why is it so complex? If it's such a simple definition, why do we have so much trouble with it? And I thought, well, it's about recognizing the wealth of opportunities available to us and feeling grateful to what we have. And the next thing I saw was all areas of life. And I don't know about you, but the last, probably 20 years, 30 years before I really got into what I was doing, if anybody mentioned abundance to me, it was always finance. It's the first thing that came to money was money. And to memory and money. And I'm going to have to go and take some brain food because I loved what Deb had to say. And my brain just disappears out the window half the time, which is why I wing a lot of what I do. However, that is my confidence. And my confidence brings in productivity. And then that productivity brings in abundance. So I've worked a lot on my confidence. And the side product has been that I've worked a lot on my abundance without even realizing it. The question I posed at the beginning was, why are so many of us afraid to step into abundance? And what stops us? If it's got that simple thing that all we want to do is have more than you need, and that doesn't have to be ginormous things more than we need. It just said more than we need. So that could be just a little bit. However, we don't push ourselves out for it. Why is it? It's fear. It's fear of success. It's fear of failure. It's fear of the unknown. What are we going to do if we get abundance? What are we going to do if we get abundance and love? Oh my God, please give me the love. What are we going to do if we get abundance in success? Scarcely, we're going to run away from it. Abundance in relationships, abundance in fun. Okay, I can do abundance in books because I have a lot of those, and I have been really, really getting that abundance in books working very well for me since I was 11 years old. But what are we going to do though? And tell you, the abundance in books actually gave me a problem because then I had to store them. So I was absolutely delighted when Kindles came out. I didn't have to store them physically as much. So those are fears that stop us from reaching for abundance. Then it's our thoughts. Now, I'm sure all the great speakers yesterday and those up today have been talking about our thoughts, our self-doubt, the imposter syndrome, the things that keep us playing. And what I love is the scarcity playground, because that playground is huge and there's a lot of people in that playground. So it's extremely comforting to stay in that scarcity playground. I love it. I can stay there and play. I can meet people. If I push myself out of that playground, if I tell my thoughts to say I don't want to be there and I want to welcome abundance into my life, that's a bit scary because there's not so many people, funnily enough, in that abundance playground. And so why would I want to go to the abundance playground? Where are all those great people that I was hanging out with? I go to the abundance playground and there aren't so many people. However, in the abundance playground, even if there are not so many people, there's an abundance of vibration. There's an abundance of people out there who are giving back to me and I give back to them. And we are creating an abundance in multiplicity. So, you know what? Even if there's a lot of people in the scarcity playground, I think I sort of like my confidence in stepping into that abundancy playground. I quite like being in an air of abundance, and I quite like being in an air of people who are like-minded people who want to be going and playing like I want to play. So, if you're worried about moving out of scarcity playground where there's lots of people and then maybe into abundance where there's not so many, why don't you share that abundance with everybody else and bring them with you? Why don't you share that abundance with everybody else and bring them with you if you're worried about being there by yourself? And this is where our thoughts and our self-doubt stop us, because we think, I've worked on myself, I've got my confidence, I'm going to step into that playground and I want to take some people with me. And then we hit a brick wall, because then I start to lose my confidence. Are they actually going to listen to what I have to say? Are they actually going to buy into what I've got to say? Maybe they're going to tell me that going to an abundancy playground is silly. So then I'm going to start self-doubting what I'm doing. If all these people back in scarcity are telling me that maybe being in abundance is not a good thing for me, I start to self-doubt what I'm saying. And then you start to slip backwards. And I'm saying to you, stop. You don't want to slip backwards. You want to keep that confidence. You want to keep that self-belief. You want to be there where you work so hard to get. And that means have that courage, have that confidence to say to people, come on, come with me. Abundance is just have a little bit more than you need. I have a little bit more than I need, and I'm happy to share that with everybody. So you come with me. I'm not going to listen to what your negativity is. I want you to listen to my positivity and come join me in my playground, because it's freakingly awesome there. It's freakingly awesome, and absolutely fantastic things happen when you're in that playground. Susie Orman. This is a quote that she said that stays in my mind, because I think it reflects that fear, that scarcity. When you undervalue who you are, the world will undervalue what you do, and vice versa. So when you start listening to that negativity and start to undervalue who you are, the world is going to do that. And you are going to be pulled into the playground that you don't want to be in. Switch it. how many of us actually value what we do? Now, be honest, because I can tell you, I never did. I didn't think I had a value. I didn't think I absolutely had a message. Bottom line, people, I didn't think I believed in myself. And when you don't believe in yourself, you are undervaluing everything you've done. I did a session a couple of weeks ago about expertise and credibility, because that to me was one of the leading factors of undervalue. And when you're undervaluing, the world undervalues, you're back in that scarcity. You're not living in abundance. And that's where you want to be. So I worked a lot on overcoming my negativity and my lack of belief in myself. And it took a lot of time. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not here to tell you, it's not easy living in abundance. It should be, but we sabotage ourselves and we let other people sabotage ourselves. But if you work on knowing who you are, warts and all, I'm quirky. I love purple. In case you didn't notice it, I actually have a lot of purple on today. And come to think of it, probably I have a lot of purple on most days. But I'm quite happy in that. And I'm happy in knowing that, hey, I'm absolutely awful when it comes to bookkeeping and numbers, anything like that. I don't know that. So that actually was one of my stumbling blocks for a long time about abundance, because I figured it was all to do with numbers. And because I'm no good at numbers, I thought I didn't deserve abundance. Isn't that a lovely way that we trick ourselves? Isn't that a lovely way that we find an excuse for not pushing into where we want to be? How stupid was I? I don't like numbers. I hate working with numbers. Therefore, I'm not entitled to abundance. Very interesting thought. How many of you are buying into some of your negative thoughts? How many of you are not owning your weaknesses and letting those weaknesses dictate where you go and what you're doing? Yes, we need to know what we're not strong in. When I accepted that I wasn't strong in that, but also accepted that really didn't impact on how strong I was in everything else, and that it was only just one little aspect of my life that I could work on. And I know I didn't become expert at numbers. I found a better way. I just got a good bookkeeper. I don't have to deal with numbers. The bookkeeper helped me. And that just took all that fear of numbers away and left me being able to work on what I am good at, which is being quirky, which is being able to talk with people and understanding that even though I'm an introvert, I could still connect with people. I could still be in abundance because, hey, that was my other little voice that was saying, oh, how could you be abundant? How could you go and play in that playground? You're an introvert. You don't want to talk to people. You don't want to try new things. And let me tell you, people, a comfort zone is a brilliant place to be for an introvert because you don't have to push yourself. You can just sit there and play and swim in your little pool, and it's nice and warm, and it doesn't stress you, and you don't get anywhere. You just don't frequently get anywhere. And I was going around in circles for many years because of all of those things. I'm an introvert, so I don't have to do anything. I don't like numbers. So, hey, obviously abundance is out of my stretch. I don't have to be pushing myself. I have no confidence and I don't believe in myself. Do you know what? I was a freaking mess. And I wasn't actually getting anywhere. I was getting nowhere very fast. What changed that? That was my belief. When you actually step back and own who you are, and I did that, I realized I don't have to be perfect for everybody. Perfection never comes. Wow, don't have to do that. I just have to be me. As simple and as complex and as hard as that. I just had to be me. Just had to be me. That gave me my belief. My belief in myself gave me that rock solid foundation. That rock solid foundation gave me the confidence and courage to say yes to opportunities. That allowed me to reach out And when I reached out for opportunities, I realized I was actually reaching out to abundance. Because opportunities in life, in friendship, in relationships, in money, in my business, in myself, allowed me to say, yes, I'm here. It allowed me to have productivity in all of those areas. The side product was it allowed me to invite abundance into my life. Am I rich? No, absolutely not. Not if you're going to count money. I don't have zillions of money. I don't care, because I am rich in so much else. I am rich in having so much fun in my life. I am rich in the friendships that come into my life. I am rich in being able to be quirky and own it. I am rich. And that's who I am. Abundantly rich. Because every time I step outside my comfort zone, every time I take a step forward, every time I do that, I'm doing what Wayne Dyer says. Doing what you love is the cornerstone of having abundance in your life. Boy, I wish it hadn't taken me 30 plus years to work that one out. But I know I can acknowledge and accept I'm a slow learner. And slow learning is okay, because slow learning meant I learned a lot of ways not to do something. So that when I actually was ready to move forward, I knew lots of things that I shouldn't do, so that I could try lots of things that gave me new ways of moving forward. I embraced the lessons in my life. And when I embraced the lessons in my life, I moved forward. When I moved forward, I was confident. I had the courage to reach out. I became productive in all areas of my life. And there's your side product, abundance. Yeah, no, I have pushed abundance a lot, because sometimes you have to hear that word. Sometimes you have to hear all the stories that I'm sure people have been sharing over the past day and this morning. No, morning, afternoon. It's morning for me, people. I'm abundance in time. You know what? That is something that I have absolutely loved with our digital age, because it's given me abundance and time. I can live in the future and go back and talk to people in the past. It's pretty brilliant. I mean, where can you do that other than here? When you stop to think, and this is what I'm challenging you to do, when you stop to think about your life and really acknowledge what's going on, and this brings me to being open to receiving and saying yes with gratitude. When you do all of that, you actually realize just how much abundance is flowing around you. And you realize, wow, I can actually move into that. It's already there. I just haven't realized it. I've already been encouraging it to come in. I just had to take that next step and say yes and welcome it and move into that playground. It took me a long while to say what I say is saying yes with gratitude. And that was a pivotal moment for me, was when I won the Inspirational Woman Award, because I didn't think I was inspirational. I thought I didn't have one little inspirational item and bone in my body or my brain. I just was me, until someone nominated from that award. And I thought, well, I was being extremely arrogant if I didn't accept that nomination and move forward, because who was I to tell someone that they didn't have a clue what they were doing? I'm not that arrogant to tell someone else like that. So I went ahead with it and was completely speechless when abundance moved into my life and let me realize that I was inspirational because I won that award. And that's when I had to realize, and I do and practice all the time now, I say yes with gratitude when someone says to me, you've helped me. I've enjoyed what you've said, even if it's 12 months later. And in fact, I've had people 2 years later say, oh, I heard a few words that you said in that speech way back. And I thought, my God, I didn't even remember the speech, but it helped me in my life. And I have to say, thank you. Thank you. I accept that with gratitude. Thank you for the abundance of people that have come to me. Thank you for my abundance of clients. Thank you for the friends, the relationships, and the knowledge and the confidence and the courage to be able to make mistakes if I want to, but still move forward. So my challenge to you, when you acknowledge progress, it reinforces your belief in yourself and your ability to achieve, and that leaves you open. I want you to take away from here, grab your confidence cloak. Whatever time you felt you were confident, grab that confidence cloak, step into that confidence, wrap yourself up in that confidence, take a deep breath, own who you are, accept yourself, what's and all, and say, you know what? I'm saying goodbye to imposter syndrome. I'm saying goodbye to fear. I'm saying goodbye to lack of opportunity and lack of productivity. I'm saying yes to moving into my abundance playground. And I'm taking every damn person I can find who will listen to me with me, because I'm going to enjoy where I am in that playground. Have an absolutely awesome life full of abundance. And I do have a free gift for you, which is how to say no to imposter syndrome.
Oh my gosh. And now you know why she's our unicorn. I mean, that is so much fun. Who could say that other than you? I wrote down like literally a page and a half here, and I've heard you speak. So it's like every time there's just so much more, but I love the way you phrase it. Oh my gosh, we make life pretty darn hard, don't we? I mean, we are looking at every step, looking for ways to trip ourselves up. And you pointed all of those out. Something you said that I am honestly I wrote it down. I'm going to frame it. I'm going to put it on my wall here somewhere. You said, when you undervalue who you are, the world undervalues what you do. That was a huge mic drop for me, an absolute huge mic drop. Deb, I know you want to get in here and say hi and say, you know, what you got out of that. And I'll come back and ask a question in just a minute.
Well, I too get to spend some glorious time with this woman. And what I heard, and I've heard you speak many times, and I think that's the great thing about hearing people speak over and over again. I also think it's really important to be a speaker that speaks over and over again. So for me, what I took was abundance playground. Absolutely. Like living in your life like it's a playground, and you get to not have to, and play in that abundance mindset. And it's crazy what shows up. It's crazy what shows up. I love that. Thank you so much. I wrote that one down. Abundance playground all day long, sister.
You took my question, but that's okay.
Oh, don't ask me to talk.
And I love the other side of the abundance playground is, you know, you meet friends on the playground, right? You're supposed to bring everybody with you. And I think that's so key too. Time to quit competing, time to do things together and make it all fun no matter what we're doing. So yeah, so she said, this will be your question. So first things first, put your email address in. Your email address in. And then a simple answer to this great question. She said it over and over. She talked about how she wasn't good with numbers. And so abundance was always around, you know, money. But she said, you know what I am abundant in? And this is the kind of abundance I have. And it's a 3-letter word and it begins with F. So she is the abundance of what? In her life every day. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. Thanks, Trish.
Show some love. Show some love. Very cool. Well, I think that's an incredible lead in. Thank you, Trish. We'll be seeing you when we head down under. Trish is also in the book, and it was you know what? It's an honor when someone who's got 19 books to the market. Now we know why she reads 2 or 3 of them, to come into your book and go, yeah, I'd like to make that my 19th or 20th or whatever we are for you. But we're so grateful. I think what a great lead in. So my dear friend, Liza Rogers, is here, and we met way back when we were talking about aromatherapy. Like, I knew her then. And we just listened to Trish talk about how bringing people together. Kathleen just said, you know, you bring people to the playground and then you live in abundance. So this is super funny. This is hilarious. You're going to think that this was divinely lined up, and I'm sure it was. So what Liza does is she brings people together. Her background is she's in the world, specifically in the world of investor, and where she is playing, where I see her playing a lot right now, is in the world of collaborative real estate, where women get together and they decide to be abundant together and on the same playground. It just happens to be homes or apartments or whatever, Mexico or here or whatever it is. So I think it would be, you know, insightful if you have a few minutes. I know our next speaker's there, but let's have a few minutes about what you do, why you do it, and what is that? I mean, that's a big question, but if we can tighten it up to like, what's going on? Why are women wanting to live together?
Yeah, great. It's so fun to be here. So first of all, I know I have a really limited amount of time, but I want to say, Deb and Kathleen, thanks for putting on such a terrific event. It's my first outing with the 262 mission officially, and I've been, you know, yesterday I was kind of off camera. I'm doing taxes at the moment. So while I was doing my painful taxes, I was being very inspired by all of the speakers. So great job, incredible opportunity, and great speakers. Just, yeah, it's been fantastic. So yes, the timing is quite funny because my Abundance Playground is a boutique hotel. So yesterday I posted something about, wouldn't it be great if we all got together and owned our own boutique hotel and supplemented our lovely time on Zoom by actually being together in person at our own boutique hotel that we have in Mexico or Thailand or, you know, wherever we choose to have that. So yes, I have been playing in the collaborative real estate space for a while. I'm really excited about the fact that, you know, we can take again, you know, one of the things that Trish mentioned, the numbers. I'm not a numbers person. A lot of people think, you know, you need money to buy a hotel or you need money to get into real estate, but you also need good transferable skills, you know, people to run the hotel, people to do the marketing, people to cook, people to do retreats and events. There's so much more that comes to it. So my big thing, a couple of things about me, as you get to know me, my driving core values are fun, freedom, and financial security. Core messages that I talk about are share the risk and reward by collaborating in your real estate purchases so you don't have to take on the burden yourselves. And then you get to share the R&R, which is the rest and the relaxation. So I'm super passionate about collaborating in the real estate space. I've bought apartment buildings. I'm sitting right now in an 8-unit apartment building across the street from the beach in Victoria. I bought it with a group of friends. We basically bought it so that we could own it now. We travel a lot. So if I'm away for 6 months of the year, then someone else can look after my unit for me and I can rent it out so that I've got money coming in. And then down the road, when we're ready to retire, we could literally turn this into a retirement home, or we could develop it, or we can do a number of different things with it. But the key is that you have collaboration, and the other things that you're going to learn about me as you get to know me. My key words are collaboration and community. And collaboration is something that we're all talking about these days because we know we can get so much further ahead when we work together. And we all need community. The loneliness topic came up a little while ago, right? That is a massive, massive situation that is affecting people of all ages. And one of the things that I talk about with the loneliness piece, women are living longer. We're living longer, so we actually need to take more responsibility for creating a better financial future. And creating a better financial future, if you're not mortgage poor, is actually easier. So doing that collaboratively, taking the responsibility and sharing it just makes so much more sense for our happiness, eliminating that loneliness factor, creating a more sustainable lifestyle, and surrounding yourself with people that you actually want to have dinner with at the end of the day.
Wow. Well, I think you answered that question. No, because look, I've seen you in your playground as you've seen me in mine. And one of the reasons why I really wanted you to come on, I mean, it's the perfect topic, is that we are seeing collaboration. You know, I see it in my son's industry of fashion, and then it's weaned over. And Trish alluded to it as well, is that she has these playgrounds, and no longer are we having what I call coming from that pantsuit era, where it was like we had to make our mark and we acted like people that were and we had to make our mark, and that was just making our way and making ourselves known. And it wasn't such from a collaborative standpoint, we just had to be seen, right? Whatever that took, whatever that looked like. And now we're stepping into collaboration. And I mean, I'm sure the first time I heard collaborative, you know, real estate, my head went off with 1,000 questions, but now we're starting to, right? It's like, well, who's doing the dishes? No, not me. So but how interesting what grows out of collaboration. And obviously there's but we don't think that way. I don't think that people thought about going into real estate purchases with anyone other than a partner, a spouse, or maybe a family member. And now we see that abundance can be collective, collaborative. There's, people invest in companies, right? People buy shares and stocks. I just think it is, I don't know if we want to say, I just think it's very much of the new era and this new conversation. And I think someone did talk about being lonely, and there's a lot of entrepreneurs and there's a lot of solopreneurs and there's a lot of people that are working in that way. And like you said, who's going to watch my place when I go? I just think the whole concept is really quite interesting. And I loved how you said, then you can convert it into whatever it is that you want to convert it. So there's lots of questions, obviously, but I do think it is a massive piece of look what people are doing now. Like, look what they're doing. It's, from in my day, it was timeshares. Timeshares was this form, but now you've got people that like each other and know each other.
Yeah. And one of the big differences with timeshares is you don't actually own the asset.
Right.
So when you get a group of people who are, you get 5 women together, for example, and you buy one boutique hotel in Mexico, then you get another 5 women together and you buy a little hotel in the south of France. Then you just have a partnership agreement that says, let's swap and leapfrog around, and then you can go do it again in Thailand. So again, you're creating that collaboration. You do everything with proper due diligence. And Deb, you said one thing there that was, it seems like a new concept. It's kind of getting back to the way we used to live, because we used to live in the village, right? We used to live in community with our extended family all around us, and we have gotten away from that. We're solopreneurs, we're solo moms, we're single women. We're doing so many things on our own, and it's not how we're meant to live. We are meant to live in community. And so when you get collaborative real estate, co-housing, co-living, co-ownership, co-ops, they've existed for a long time. They're just now becoming more fashionable again, because it's not sustainable for us to all own a 2,500 single family square foot home. It's not sustainable from a sustainability point of view, from a community point of view, from a loneliness point of view, from a building point of view, from a land use point of view. It's just not sustainable. It makes way more sense if we take economies of scale, we take that same lot size, or we take we take the existing apartment building, and instead of buying a one house for $1 million, we buy an apartment building for $2.5 million. Or you buy it in Mexico and you get 12 rooms for $2 million. Or in Thailand, you get 8 cottages for $1 million.
Right.
So
wow.
it is how we used to live, and we're getting back to that, and we're getting back to that with the modernity of it, which is remote living, location independence, borderless world. We can go anywhere we want, and let's do it together.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for, that was a fantastic, thank you for catching that. Thank you for catching that.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. I mean, put your things in the chat. That topic lends to a lot of conversation and obviously a lot of questions. So thank you. Always good to see you. Welcome to the
good to see you. I'll pop it in the chat, and I encourage people to listen to a good, inspiring song. Today I was reminded of Dido, Life for Rent. Because if you don't buy your life, you're just renting.
Nice close. Way to go. Way to go. Oh my gosh. And you're sitting right beside Miss Emily Bassett. So let's bring Emily. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Emily, look, we've been talking about abundance. I know that for those of you that don't know Emily, she is the CMO to this whole party, also to Natsukashi Inc. as well. And we talk about abundance in a very different way. And people hire you to talk about abundance in different ways. So, your specialty is marketing and all things marketing. And I'll let you talk about that. But many of us are entrepreneurs, solopreneurs. We just finished talking about that. And one of the things that they do is marketing in hope to yield, right? I mean, you want to hire yield. So I'd love to hear what you have to say a little bit about this topic, or just share, you've got lots of wealth and knowledge.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks so much. I mean, it's so glad to see everyone today, and so many of the other women, I did want to give myself a small plug here and just say that in the book, I am page 52, 53. So be sure to, if you do want to know a little bit more about my story in my company, then definitely check that out. But yeah, for today, I mean, definitely abundance is just such a full topic. And when it comes to your company, you have to take on so many different hats that sometimes it's almost like one bucket can be super full and the other bucket can be so empty. And it's so hard to just figure out, how you can almost like give yourself grace and be happy with it, but almost how you can balance it as well. So what I thought I could do for you guys today is just give a small little tip for marketing. I know there's never enough of those in the world. And it's just about really showing up where your target audience is. So I've spoke about target audience a lot. I'm really passionate about understanding who is your buyer, because if you do not understand that, you frankly don't have a marketing strategy at all. You can't speak to someone if you don't know who that someone is. And a really common thing I hear from people is that they think everybody does what they do. And I'll tell you right now, not everyone does what you do. You are in the wrong circles. So if everybody around you is a coach and everybody around you is exactly what you are, you're not showing up for your target audience. You are just showing up in the same space of where all your competitors are. Every single service that the women on here certainly have, and honestly, all of the people I talk to, there is a space for you. There's always a hole. You wouldn't have made your business if you didn't see some unique selling factor to yourself. So you need to go and you need to find where your target audience is. So an example of this, kind of an easy one that you can all do, is Facebook groups. They are not dead by any means, but it's not about joining. So for me as a marketer, I'm not looking up marketing businesses BC, or marketing tips BC or something like that. I'm not looking up anything like that. I'm looking up business owners BC. I'm looking up struggling business owners BC. I'm looking up new businesses, startups, who is my target audience and how can I show up where they are? So now when I sign into Facebook, all of my feed is filled with people looking for websites, looking for social media, looking for email marketing, looking for all of these solutions. So I know that I've taught my algorithm that I want to be in the space that my target audience is. So if you think that everybody's a coach or everybody's a speaker, everybody's an author, Kathleen threw a stat, I think it's 3% of people are authors. You have just put yourself in a pool with that 3% of people. So you need to get yourself out of that. And that is truly what's going to make a big difference for your business if you can show up where your target audience is, not where your competitors are. So I hope that kind of turned on a little light for you guys and can help you today and for the future.
Yeah, no, I do. I think it's very helpful because, I think there's a natural gravitation. There's a natural gravitation to hang out with. And I think there's a certain value that brings: camaraderie, conversations, supporting each other. What are you doing? How are you doing it? But you're right. If you're looking for people to utilize your services, I think there needs to be some kind of balance around that, being able to offer services and knowing that people are looking for it. And what I love what you said is that we can train our algorithms, right?
Yeah.
We do train our algorithms. We do train YouTube knows me very well. They know the music I like in the morning. And they know I like to listen to comedy at night because it's there like clockwork. I actually am almost choked if it's not there when I go to put on my evening comedy. But I think it's worth having a conversation. And I think that's where you step in without pumping you as a business. But honestly, that's the conversations that we have. It's like, what are you looking for? What kind of groups are, and having that balance. So you might have one or two different avatars. You might serve more than one or two different types of people. And are you showing up with them? And is that part of your marketing plan? Because sometimes I think people stick with their marketing plan and try to figure out what's wrong out here when it simply could be, who are they asking? Are they knocking on the right door?
For sure. And I mean, it's so common that as soon as you decide you're going to go down a route, you want to follow people that give you inspiration. So you automatically sort of are following all of your competitors. But now you've just started a business and taught your algorithm that all you want to see is other people doing that business. So, you know, have you really set yourself up for success there from a social media standpoint? Maybe not. So yeah, but you can definitely turn it around. You know, it's never too late and there's so much you can do. So yeah, little things to think about for sure. And
Well,
thanks
it's
so much.
true. It's true. And you're welcome. The last thing I'll say is when you have someone, so obviously Emily sees what I post because we work together, and you know, she hasn't been shy in telling me, stop. Don't do that. Don't put that there. You know what I mean? You know, so she has a momager, right? She's like, you ain't 20, sweetheart. So I think it's important, you know what I mean? It's always good to stay coachable, right? But I think it's important, and you can rescue yourself. But
oh yeah. You just have to know what you're doing wrong. Yeah. So I did drop my link in there. Honestly, I do offer a free consultation. I'm super happy to chat with everyone, even if it's just about picking my brain for some things. So yeah, check us out. And my website's there as well. So I'm very active in this community, not hard to miss. So I hope to speak with so many more of you and listen to so many beautiful stories. And it's honestly inspiring. Every one of these days just really does fill up that cup. It feels like it's going to be an exhausting day because it's so long, and then it's just like doesn't feel like that. So yeah, super happy to be here as always.
Thank you. I know after a summit, I always feel like I don't need to put, you know, I don't need to listen to those people in the morning that I've been listening to for a good couple of weeks. So thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Well, look, just like when we were sharing earlier about, you know who this woman is already. Our next speaker is not shy from being an expert in her area, that is for sure. And you may know Kathleen Carlson as the partner of 262, but you may not know, unless you were here yesterday and heard her incredible presentation on some of the other things that she is known for. So she clearly is an engaging speaker. She is a multi-time international best-selling author. She's the CEO and founder of Straight Up Executive Coaching. And I was saying yesterday how interesting that she would join a Show Up, Stand Up, Speak Up, because her company is called Straight Up. So I think it was meant to be. She loves working in the world of executive coaching. She's had over 30 years of executive leadership, Fortune 50 company, that whole division, what was it, $250 million they did annually. She clearly knows how to lead. And she is very passionate about mental fitness. She is very intuitive when she works with her female leaders, and she's incredible around strategic insights. And so what she's going to talk to us today is what is really under procrastination and how to move on. I think incredible. And I'm really looking forward to hearing that, because I haven't heard you talk about that yet. Something you don't know about her is she uses belly dancing to bring in inspiration. And no, I did not know about that. That was not ever mentioned in any of the staff meetings. And the music she's listening to these days is Cake by the Ocean by DNCE. And as well, if you get the answer correct, you get to spend some personal time with this incredible woman, mental fitness mentoring session, a whole personal power assessment. Again, she values that at $350. We know it's worth more. And everyone today is going to get a personal power assessment. So without any further ado, please, Miss Kathleen Carlson, do what you do best.
Thank you, Deborah. And thanks to everybody that came forward. And Emily's an absolute rock star. So if you need anything media, she is totally your gal. So I'm going to just jump right in here and really kind of just have a conversation. And I hope with everybody, you know, we talk about abundance. We've heard about it all day long, framed all different kind of ways. And as usual, I'm sort of always coming in a little bit to play the devil's advocate. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the kind of things that block our abundance, because I think we've heard over and over again how amazing all of us women are, and how, you know, Trish points out, I wish it didn't take me 30 years to figure this out. You know, Kim talked about all the things she went through before she just decided not to take it all so seriously, and so on and so forth. But there's a lot of things we're doing. I think, like anything, we look outside of us to see what's keeping us from it. And the fact is, most, if not all, when we get into radical responsibility and radical accountability, right, Carol? I see you up there. Push comes to shove, it's really us. It's really us and all the parts of us that keep us from it. So that's why I'm pretty heavy into the mental fitness, because I've seen it over and over. So I'm talking about procrastination today, along with some other things that do this, keep us down. So I'm just going to ask out there, where are my procrastinators in the group? Please put a 1 in the chapter, right? Or in the chat. Go. I know you're going to do it later, right? Oh, wait. That's not even right. Because that's how we think. Yeah. Give me a minute. So how much time do you spend? It really is a thing, right? So how much time do you spend going back and doing what you weren't going to do, you were going to do later? You could have done that. Just even as simple as taking something into the kitchen, but you don't go all the way into the dishwasher. So now you got to go back and clean the counter because you did, you know the drill. There's just a million of those kind of things that we do all day long. And there's actually a reason for it. I want to say that while I'm talking about procrastination, I'm just going to say it's a form of self-sabotage. Anybody resonate with the fact that you're sabotaging yourself like every day, all day? We're built to do that. I'm going to say that to you right out loud. So don't take on a whole lot of, fear around that or responsibility. But can I be like really honest, like hard honest here? I think I'm in a safe group, and I guess I don't know who's out there streaming with us and all the other people that are in all the other groups, but I'm going to take a chance and I'm just going to tell you right out loud that I'm a recovering perfectionist, and procrastination is really a subset of the perfectionist. And it's one of the many saboteurs that we have. And as a young person, even, I always loved the brain from a different perspective of what could I make myself do that I didn't want to do, or how can I understand why people do? I love people, and I love how people function and how they work. In my 30 plus year corporate America, I don't even know how many people that I worked with. I probably tens of thousands, honestly, supervised tens of thousands over time. And I watched quite often and saw something in people that they don't see in themselves. And that's in my consulting and my coaching and my mentoring and my guiding, whatever it is that I need to do for that person. My secret sauce is I always see in you what you probably don't see in you. And I have a sense of what you're not saying that you want in life, and I help you find that. And it's always been sort of a heartbreaker, and one of the big rules of leadership is never want something for somebody else more than they want it. But I also think you can also shine some light so they can understand what they want. And so I've studied that and worked with that. And, I've studied Dr. Amen and Joe Dispenza and you name it. And I talk to myself. Speaking of, can I tell you a secret? We all talk to ourselves, right? But I talk to my brain, and I did this for a very long time. I would recognize when I was being harsh on myself, cruel to myself, not getting where I wanted. And I'd say, wow, you were pretty quick to jump on me, right? Because, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about the brain and how that works and why that works. But what I also did is I found ways to fight that. And I think it kind of lends toward keeping it going. I had a teacher who was really actually a history teacher, and I think he wanted to be a psychology teacher. And so he taught us ways to compartmentalize things. And if you go to high performance coaches, like, I studied with Brendan Burchard and, and I could just go down the list, right? Because I was always looking for the best way because I'm a perfectionist, right? So I'm looking for the better way, the next way, right? And so they taught me ways, and I practiced them with gumption to block other parts of my life out so I could be that perfectionist. Now, so now I'm in recovery, because like anything that you're recovering from, it starts out where, it's pretty sexy, right? Whether it was, substance, food, shopping, it all starts out pretty exciting until it gets in the way of other parts of your life. And that's what perfectionism did for me. And so I knew it was different. And recently, within the last few years, I found a guy named Shiraj Shamim. And Deb says, I work on mental fitness, what can you change about yourself? And he'd come out with a whole big survey, studied hundreds of thousands of people, really, executives and their teams and performance athletes and all that. And at the end of the day, we all think we're super special and super different. And the fact is, when it comes to saboteurs, we are not. We all have exactly the same kind of saboteurs. And pretty much if we were to track it down and really start working, we would find very similar circumstances in our life that lent to those. So what made me a perfectionist? Well, I'm not going to share my whole childhood, so I got there. But I was, we had to do things right. And that was an okay thing. And that wasn't a bad thing until I had to do everything right. And you can't be perfect at everything. You got to bring in the 80-20 rule. And where does it make sense to push yourself? And where does it make no sense to push yourself? So we got all kind of saboteurs in us, the perfectionist, the controller, the hyper, we don't have time to go through those, but I want to really hone in on the perfectionist and why I grabbed onto that one so well, and how super related it is to, and that's my number one saboteur. When I, take the assessments and figure out, that's my number one. And right behind that's my avoider and my stickler. Well, the stickler fits in because if you're a perfectionist, what are your talents, right? This is why it was so sexy to me, because I want to be a leader. Well, a perfectionist has a keen eye for detail. They're on time. They're driven, all the things that you think when you think of a leader and what they need to be. Well, add a stickler to that, and you add that on steroids, and now you're not just a leader, but you're kind of a creepy leader. Now when you no longer can just say good is good enough and you're impacting other people, it might become a problem. Right. So that's something you got to look at. What else are you tied to? Well, the avoider, because what's the perfectionist want to be? This is where the procrastination comes in. The perfectionist wants to be perfect. Absolutely perfect. Right. So if you can't do it 100% right, what are you going to do? You're not going to do it at all. You're going to avoid it. You're going to put it behind. And, all of those things, we've seen it happen. So people that are having trouble with time management, overestimation of time, I will tell you, I fight this beast every day. That's why I call it an addiction. I'm not being cute or funny. It's something that I have to be aware of, and I really push myself all the time to, right? I can get more done. I'm this, I'm that, right? Somebody that's really struggling, this might be super impulsive. They have anxiety, they have rationalization. There's all kind of things that get blended with those good things, those good qualities. And that's when it's a saboteur. And most of the things we sabotage ourselves with all started out as being really good strengths for us, all started out as being something positive for us. And then what happened? We took them way too far. So what's under perfectionism? Fear of failure, not good enough, you're letting someone else down. So and we don't all have all of this to the same degree, but that's what I do, is I get in and figure out where's yours at and where's it showing up? Because that's like really where the rubber meets the road, right? You're thinking, well, there's worse things to be than a perfectionist. Well, maybe not if it makes you a procrastinator and you're letting your family down, right? Maybe being a perfectionist, and the other thing I'll say is you don't always recognize yourself in this, right? I'm always surprised when people take the assessment and they look and they go, I had no idea. And then we dig in and I say, not only where it comes from, because I'm not a psychiatrist, we're not worried about catching on the couch, but most of the things we believe about ourselves, we believe from a time that, stories we made up. But so where is it showing up? So your team, I already said, you might be that creepy boss because nothing's ever good enough. And I worked for a boss like that was just a total ogre. And finally somebody said to him, I'm out of perfect people. We're going to have to work with the ones we have. And that sent a message like riveting through, like you couldn't believe. I can't say he did a huge course correction, but it was a good day for the rest of us. And at any rate, and then family, I was working with a mom and I happened to be with her and her little girl came up, and hers came out as a perfectionist as well. And she said, I don't really agree with that. I don't think that, and we went through it, and she said, I don't think I'm like, I know I want to be right, but I don't think I'm hurting anybody else. Well, just then we were in her kitchen, and I'll never forget the look on this little girl's face. Her little girl came running up, Mommy, Mommy, I did my own hair. And, she was probably 7. And so, stuff was sticking out and, it was like, oh, that's just beautiful. And Mom said, yeah, it's so cute. And then she proceeded to take it apart and start to fix the little girl's hair and pulled it back so there weren't any little pieces that were hanging out. And she said, there you go. Now you're perfect. Wow. That was a bell ringer for me that day, because it was like, wow, what message did we just give that little child? Right? So, and then your health, right? The procrastination, I'm not worthy. Deb just talked about all the things in the health, and as brilliant as it all was, is there any one of us that knows don't know that we need to stop shoving sugar in our mouth? But because that underlying fear, stress, anxiety is taking over on us, these beautiful, amazing, smart adults, we don't have, I don't want to say enough sense, because it's not about sense, but we don't have what it needs in that moment to stop ourselves. And there's a reason for that, right? And now that I've drummed you through all these things, I'm also going to say point blank, this is not your fault. And I'm going to say on the second side, and now that you know that, it is 100% your responsibility. That's a tough pill to swallow, right? When you know better, you do better. Not always. Not always. And of course, we are adults and we get to decide where we do better. But being aware, because I'm always what's under the rug person, tell me why, and I will, if I can agree with it, I'm going to do anything to get there for you. But I need to understand, and Deb gave us understanding about the brain and why it won't do what you want it to do from a chemical, what you're putting in, how it's functioning. I want to talk a little bit about how the mind's functioning. So I think we're all pretty aware. We got two sides, subconscious and conscious, right? Do you know that I think and we accept it. Just like we know now that all the things that they put on TV that's, go ahead, I'll have all the sugar you want. Oh, get these earplugs and listen to this calming meditation. And Joanne tells us that's the worst thing you can do is have those earplugs in there all the time, right? So we're believing people when they tell us, right? So what we need to know is that everything that's coming into the subconscious brain, which by the way, controls us 95% of the time, 95% of the time, 100%, it is running us. We're built that way, right? It's what keeps us, we know what the subconscious does, right? We need it. I'm not knocking the brain. I'm not knocking the subconscious, but I'm telling you, there's a way to switch from that 95% of just operating automatically. That's why it's so hard to change your habits. That's why even if you say you want to be a size 6 and you can't stop the sugar because you're letting that 95% rule you. And the other side is where all the creativity, the decision making, all the things that we want to be all the time are there. So how do you move it over? So with it controlling us, it's really not surprising that we're sort of on autopilot, right? So it takes us, some things about it that you need to know is it takes us very literally. Very literally. So when Deb says, give up all the sugar, give up all the gluten, and you say, I don't want to give up sugar, your brain records that. So in that moment, those 10 minutes where you feel really strong and you go, I'm not going to have sugar today. Your brain says, oh, to hell. You told me you're not giving it up. You love sugar. Right away, when she said, give up sugar, how many people thought of their favorite dessert? And you're like, oh my gosh, no more of that, right? Because that's what your brain's built to do. She's asking you or suggesting or educating you that there's something else that'll work better for you. And your brain goes, no way, baby. We got here because we eat cookies. Now, it doesn't really talk to us that way, but that is what's being transmitted. And that's with everything. It takes you very literally. So when you ask your brain a question or you start to talk to yourself, right? We've heard some self-talk things. You say, I am so stupid. Your brain's a recorder for everything in your life that you've ever done that you felt stupid about. You can't, it took it in. It's like a little computer. Unless you know how to erase that, it's going to say, yep, you're right. You are stupid. Remember that one time when you did this and how stupid it was? Remember that time you went ahead and bought that thing and even though you knew you couldn't afford it and you didn't have it, right? Well, you're sitting here looking at your finances, babe. That's how that happened. Like really, like you really needed somebody to dog pal on you at that moment, right? And that's when I was young, and all the way through, I said, you know what? I don't need your help right now. I would literally say to my brain, you just sit in that corner. And unless you got something good to say to me, I don't want to hear it. You come back with a solution about how I can get out of this. And I know people think I'm nuts when I say that, but the truth is you don't have to talk to it just that way, but there is a way to bring the brain back to neutral, right? If you get at least to neutral, you have a chance to take charge again. And think about the subconscious mind, right? So where the left side of the brain is recording everything that's happened, and think of it like a record, right? The more emotion that's put into it, the more hurt, the more you drum it, the deeper the groove. That's, you see a little dog and they might get hit by a car, bumped by a car, and you think, oh my gosh. And that dog stands up and shakes it off. They release it, right? This is a good example. So we're on our way to work, or we're on our way to whatever, and somebody taps the back of our fender, and same thing, we're not really hurt. But oh my gosh, what do? We call 12 people. You should have seen how stupid this guy was driving. I could have been killed, and we just keep drumming it in, drumming it in, drumming it in. It doesn't even have to be true. If we say it, we believe it, and the brain takes it and uses it as what I consider ammunition against us. So how do you fight what's natural? How do you fight what the brain really does? You bring yourself to neutral. And there's a lot of ways to do that. When I say neutral and a beyond, right? If you come out of a spa, how do you feel? Oh my gosh, you've released everything, right? Whatever it is you do, maybe you're swimming, maybe you're out there, and it's hard to think about anything when you're really swimming. It's hard to think about anything when you're swinging a golf club. What you're doing is you're stopping your mind for just a minute, and you're saying, hey, I'm free. You come back from a vacation, we all feel so great. Guess why it doesn't last? Because immediately that subconscious mind takes back over. Well, this study that I'm talking about, and there's white papers to it, you can research it. I can send it to you. It shows you exactly the things you can do, and you have to do it all the time. That's why I'm saying recovery. You have to keep bringing it back to zero and moving it over, so that they've actually looked at people's brains before and after 6 weeks, 8 weeks of this kind of living, and they show the gray matter in the brain actually moves. We can actually do this, and science is behind us now. They know we can change our DNA. So I know that I'm really getting close to time here, but I want to say, whatever your saboteur is, and I went deep on the procrastination, and the perfectionism because they're married together, whichever is your sort of addiction of choice when it comes to holding yourself back, we can find out what that is, and we can take things that'll stop you. But I'll give you one thing right now. If you've ever found yourself out of control, I'll give you one statement that'll stop that crazy brain if you let it. So something's happening, your husband's late, your kids did something, whatever it is that's kind of like triggering you. Instead of allowing that rant, see, I knew he didn't care about me. This dinner was supposed to be, and you start looking for all the other times that this has happened. Stop, take a breath, and go, isn't that interesting? Because you know why? It's a completely neutral statement. The brain doesn't know what in the world to do with it. It stops, and it at least gives you those few seconds to say, do I want to go back into my rant, or do I want to actually consider that something else might be driving this? This stuff is so powerful, and of all the things I've done and all the things I have in my tool chest, I consider it to be the most powerful, because until you can do what you want to do, until you can be who you want to be and control your brain and let it work, you're always going to have limitations, and this is just an easy way around it. So I'm going to stop here, and I'm going to say, if you're interested, if you just even want to figure out who it is or what it is that might be holding you and getting in your way of abundance, I'm going to put a link down there, and it's free and you can have it. And yeah, I hope it helps.
Oh my goodness, there was so much in there to take in. There were so many gems and mic drops. And thank you for being transparent. I mean, I have to say that is consistent throughout all of these summits, is women show up and they're like, here it is. And this is where I'm at, or this is what I've done. Like Trish, right? Trish talking, and she's like, I'm talking about abundance. Well, let me tell you where I am abundant or I'm not. So thank you for your transparency. And I love that. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it nice to have something that's just going to neutralize the cray cray, I'm gonna call it the cray cray. But thank you so much. And look at, you have an incredible gift to give, and someone is going to be able to spend a good chunk of time with this woman. And of course, you know how this works. It's you put the answer and you put your email. And your conversation with us today was about procrastination and how not to. But early on, you said that you are recovering from what? What is she recovering from? Which is why she taught us about procrastination. Put that in your email address into the chat, and Dorothea will get to you in the next couple of days. We do need your email because we can't find you otherwise. So please put your answer in your email and we will take it from there. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Jazz hands, jazz hands. And I see Lainey is in the house. It is so nice to see you back. Welcome back to the 262 Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up stage. So great that you are here. And let me introduce you for those that do not know about Lainey. And you have heard her name because she does a lot for us. And we are really looking forward to coming to LA and having dinner with you and get all that all arranged. We will be in LA at the Emmys event on the 12th, and we will be having dinner on the 13th. So let me introduce Miss Lainey Strauss, and she is an award-winning TV and film producer. She is a strategist. She is an actor, and she's also a philanthropist. And I just like to read a couple of things because I could, when I know someone, I just kind of go right into it, but not everybody knows you the way I do. But Lainey has successfully led projects as a producer and strategist across TV, film, entertainment industry, also nonprofits and global leaders, including royals, presidents, and Congress. You have raised over $20 million, and that's probably 6 months ago number, so it's probably more than that, for all sorts of charitable causes, profits and nonprofits. You've done some great, incredible work around, really, your ability to produce is incredible, whether it's an event or this whole film and TV, and you have a vast, it's a page I have of things that you do. But I think a lot of people also know for the work that you did with Ellen DeGeneres, helping her raise millions and millions of dollars for her cause of those incredible gorillas. So welcome to the stage. We've been talking about abundance all day, not only about abundance, but abundance 2.0. And it's such an interesting conversation, and everyone's been having a really interesting, depending where people are come from, a really interesting perspective on it. So for you, we were talking about mindset and abundance, and you are in a world where people kind of, it has this glam to it, but there's so much work. And so it must be such an interesting experience because we think of it as some people really have and some really people don't. So maybe you can share your perspective on abundance.
Yeah, to me, I think abundance is you have to find that sweet spot for yourself. I think it means something different for everyone. And for me, it's been a really great way for me to say, okay, this is what will make me happy in my life, and finding my own definition of my own path. Because I think a lot of times whatever you're raised with, if your parents were very materialistic, like abundance means a fancy car, or it might mean a big house, or it might mean, but for you, you might find, being able to take a vacation is your idea of abundance. Like for some people, experiences are more important than things. So I think really identifying what matters to you in your life, and not what society tells us or status symbols tell us or the internet tells us, really about, the things that are bringing you joy. And ultimately, I always kind of use the end of my life test. Like if I'm on my deathbed, am I going to say, gee, I wish I would have done, if I would have worked more, gee, I wish I would have had a fancier car, I wish I had a bigger house. I kind of do this like little check with myself, like, how much does this really matter? Does it really matter if I have this brand of jeans or this car? Like, who really cares? It's finding those gems of what truly brings you joy in your life. Is it your family and friends? Even if some of your family are not your favorite and you don't get along with them, sometimes you have to limit your time with them. Really, you have to find more areas of joy, and it's harder, obviously, when it's family because, there's certain obligations you feel to do that. But I've just really discovered in life, finding those just simple moments of joy. And it could be those, might sound cheesy, but you know, taking time to look at a sunset or walking on a beach or reading a book for Trish, or, you know, whatever it is. Like, to me, that is a bit of luxury that is not quantifiable in the money side, because I've had every, you know, almost every amount of, I mean, I'm no Jeff Bezos, but I've had like literally nothing, and I've been comfortable. And obviously it's much nicer to be comfortable, but it's once you have your needs met, and I like that definition of abundance you used, where it was more than you need, because once you can get past, and you know, that we have our necessities, you can be grateful and feel those sense of abundance, because you have a roof over your head, because you have food to eat, because you know, you aren't struggling at the level that maybe you were before. So I find everybody needs to find their own sense of abundance. And I know a lot of people do refer to it as a monetary thing, but for me, I think it's really about joy. Finding those moments of joy, finding those things that really make you truly happy. And I know they always say scientifically, like, you buy something new, you enjoy it, it's like special for like a week or two, and then it's your new normal. So it's like, do we really need this thing or that thing? Or does it matter if it has this designer label? It's like, find things that make you feel good about yourself, that make you feel confident, whether it's your clothes, like just flatter your body. I don't care if you bought it for $10 in a thrift store or you spend $1,000 in a designer department store. It's really about, does it fit you? Does it look good on you? How do you feel when you wear it? If you feel confident in it, it really doesn't matter what anyone else has to say. I mean, ultimately, it really doesn't. Um, and that's really been something, I think, as I get older. It's funny, I'm so busy, it never even occurs to me to think about when anyone else is thinking about me. Like, and I just, you know, it's just like someone said to me, oh, like, I don't worry about anything. I'm like, I don't even have time to think about it. Like, and I love the saying too, where it's like, nobody's thinking about you as much as you think they are. Like, you're not, you know, like, everyone's thinking about their own stuff. Everyone's got their own issues, their own problems, their own life. Like, no one's sitting here mulling over about you all day. Like, it's just not that important. So I think it's like just really grounding yourself in, you know, what is of true value, genuine friendships, genuine love, genuine relationships, actual things that matter, and really getting rid of all the other junk. And I work in an industry that is very visual, very superficial in a lot of ways, but what has actually helped me stay really grounded is, and it actually helps me in work, is because when other people are losing their temper or flipping out about stuff, I am super calm, because I'm not focused on that emotion of it. I'm trying to solve the issue and solve the problem. And that's my role as a producer. A lot of people don't know what producers do, because it's not the forward facing, you know,
Yeah.
thing. And it's like, they win the Oscar, like, the producers walk up, and a lot of times they have the cast as well. But it's like, people are like, what do you actually do? Nobody actually knows. So it's a lot of the business stuff. It's a lot of the unglamorous stuff. And so I really stay grounded in, how do I solve a problem, identifying what the issue is. I'm really keen on looking at what the roots of things are, so that we can resolve what it is, because people tend to throw money at problems, whether it's in life or on a set, it's all the same. People say, okay, this problem, I'll just, you know, I'll just do this. But sometimes you really have to look at what's actually causing an issue so that you can resolve it. And sometimes it's somebody's ego, sometimes it's a mood thing, sometimes it is perfectionism, or um you know, people a lot of those ego-based things are geared in perfectionism, and are geared and have a foundation in feeling less than. Because a lot of people, when you're super secure, you don't attack others, you don't judge others in a negative light. You don't have to. You're not looking to bring anyone down. You're not looking to make yourself feel more superior to anyone else. When you're secure in yourself, you don't have to play any of those games. And so for me, it just really, it's a lesson I've learned. I mean, when I was younger, I talked myself out of so many things, because And I look back and I have so much kind of empathy for that younger version of me and that sympathy, because you would just walk in and for no reason, you would just decide someone else was going to get this part or that job or whatever. You would just look around at the other people and there's no evidence that that person should have or would have. But in your mind, it's that game you play with your mind that somehow you aren't it, it's someone else. And so it's been a journey of learning, you know, what has real value, what is important to, that's a huge part of the reason why I removed myself from doing a lot of the acting work, was because I really wanted more control over my life in a positive way. I didn't want to be judged based on what someone else thought they wanted or how they wanted to perceive me from that 2-second meeting with me. And I think if you live your life waiting for others' validation or basing your own feelings of self-worth based on others' opinions and validation of you, it's just a message for misery, personally. I mean, that's just something I've learned over a long time, because no matter how beautiful, no matter how thin, no matter how rich, no matter how amazing you are in every category, there's always something or someone and I've seen it firsthand. I've seen the richest people you could imagine, and a lot of them are miserable. A lot of them are miserable. And everybody thinks if I'm famous, everybody loves me and my life will be perfect. Or if I get all this money, my life will be perfect. If I just had this, my life would be perfect and I would be happy. But genuinely, it's about finding the happiness and joy first. And then that really, I believe, creates the abundance that everyone thinks and knows will come to them when you actually genuinely already feel gratitude and satisfaction with where you are and appreciate how far you've already come. I'm sure everybody on this call has a story to tell, has a life path, has things they've overcome, has had challenges and wins and losses. I mean, we all have. We've all had those things. And I think having those things, and we always look at other people and think their life is better or they're smarter or better or prettier or whatever. And like, when you really talk to people, and I talk to people all the time and they tell me their stories, I don't know what it is about me. Everybody makes fun, but I'll just like sit next to somebody and they just turn and start telling me their life story. And I listen, and I'm always fascinated because I love hearing about people and their stories. Just personally, I find it really fascinating. But everyone's like, why is that person telling everything? You don't even know them. I'm like, I don't know. I think it's because I look like I'll listen. I don't know. And I do. So they're right. But you know, that's kind of the Cliff Note version.
Oh, I mean, thank you so much for sharing, because you are in an industry where I think people put that claim quite often. I mean, I can see why people come to you, because you are very you're wise and you're empathetic, and you are that person, kind of like Kimberly Butler was talking about earlier, how she can sit in the sand with someone as a photojournalist across the country, and literally all that person has is that cup and that. And then, you know, she's photographing with Barbara Walters and De Niro and doing her thing. Yeah. And she doesn't really see a difference. And you have that energy where people can come to you because you just have this beautiful level playing field posture that's quite beautiful. And I think very rare in your industry. And people make that assumption. I'm so glad that you just put that on the table, because this assumption that if you have, you don't have, like you don't have these problems, and people relate it to money and or fame, because I mean, yes, I'm sure having financial resources allows you to be able to rescue things maybe quicker, but yeah, there's something about the inside that starts to show up, and making decisions based on that. Like, I think that's not talked enough about how, you know, again, Kim talked about how she left ABC. People are like, what do you mean? Like, you've hit it. What are you doing? And she's like, it wasn't working anymore. And she went over to NBC. But the idea was just, once you start to get to know yourself and what feels good. And I think that's a great definition of abundance, because really, like, it is the 3 minutes before you put your head on the pillow. Like, isn't it the 3 minutes before you put your head on the pillow where, you know, same as when you get up in the morning, when people, you know, I used to teach massage, and I cannot tell you how many people used to come to me actually that were in the film industry. I was a magnet for people in the film industry, and, you know, lots of movie widows and those kind of things. And they're like, I don't want to do these 20-hour days. The money is so good. And I just want to learn massage. And I remember many conversations around like that conversation. If you're not ready now, will become ready. Like you will wake up one day and you don't want to go to work, but it's not a choice anymore. You're like, I'm done. Like I'm done. And we have those places where at some point, I think we end up holding the quality of what the soul calling is, or those 3 minutes before bed, or when you get up in the morning, like, I just can't go to work one more day, that you start to find resolve in other areas that bring you joy.
Yeah.
That's what you first
Well,
start talking
it's
about.
fear-based because, you know, you don't always know what's on the other side of this decision. So it can be really challenging to look at something where you're at a crossroads. And I've had several of those in my life where it's like, okay, you know, there's some perk to this job or there's some benefit, but it is just soul sucking.
Mhm.
And you just have to say, okay, that's enough. Like my life has value. My joy has value. Who I am as a person has value. And I deserve to be happy. And a lot of times, and women tend to do this probably more than anyone else, but is, you know, because we have, if you have children or you have kids or, you know, with, or whatever your situation is, you know, a significant other, you're taking care of your parents, whatever the situation is, you have those moments of, oh, it's risky because I have people relying on me, and we put others in front of our own needs. And obviously we have to balance those things. I'm not suggesting, you know, everybody just quit their job with no backup and, you know, if you can't pay your bills, that's not going to be fun. But, you know, there can be a process where you intelligently move from one place to another. And whether it's paying off your credit cards or, you know, starting to put money away or just strategize around it. And that helps you get through that transition to, or if you have a strategy, or you can, you know, get a roommate or share something or move to a less expensive place, whatever it is, because ultimately in the long run, we believe that as Kathleen was saying, you know, so much of what you believe in your perception is what your reality is. So if you don't believe that you're worth being happy, if you don't genuinely own the moments you have on this earth, like we only have, you know, however many breaths left, however many minutes left, however many years left. And I was thinking about it because my dad passed of colon cancer and he was sick for so many years before he passed. And I'm like, if I pass at his age and I'm, you know, if I have, you know, 30 years left, or if I have 25 years left, or if I have, you know, how do I want to spend this time? I mean, nobody knows how long we have, obviously, but you know, just think about the value of each day in your life and how quickly, you know, I know hours can be long and years are short. It's like I mean, we're in August. I mean, how did that happen? I don't know if it's just me or like, I'm like, oh my God, this year is like 3/4 of the way. I can't wrap my head around it. So, but remember, these are moments that you have. Each one is a gift. And what do you want to do with this time? And, you know, yes, we can have those days where we're in pajamas watching Netflix and not eating sugar. But, I know, I'm like, "Mm."
Yeah.
No movie candy. But you know, we have those moments where we have to really think about, you know, am I spending this time wisely? Am I spending enough time with people I care about? Am I giving enough to my friends and my family and people I love? And am I giving to my partner? Am I spending time with my children? Because, you know, all of us who are entrepreneurs, or you're busy and you're working, it can be very challenging to juggle and balance everything. And I don't think it's about perfectly balancing it every morning, every moment, you know, everything always is a perfect balance. Some days might be more work focused, some days might be more family focused, but I think you have to give that time and attention and love to each part of you and each part of your life, and make sure that you have some things that you are spending time doing that are just for you. And whether it's, you know, getting a pedicure or walking on a beach, or, you know, I saw somebody saying something online, and I think it's really interesting what triggers people. And I think the stuff that triggers you is really something you need to look inward at. and I saw this woman posting about her fitness routine, and she was in fantastic shape. And this woman starts posting, well, of course you can be in shape. You have money for a gym membership, and you have this and you have that. And I just thought how interesting that was, because you can work out for free. I mean, you don't have to go to an expensive gym. There's free classes on YouTube of every kind of thing, whether it's Pilates or yoga or push-ups or going for a walk or running. I mean, there's so many ways, if you decide that you want to get in better shape, that you can do that without spending $1.
Yeah.
And I just found that so interesting, how so many people look at others and say, well, of course you can do that because of X, Y, and Z. And it's like, well, you can do it too, if you want to, if you make that a priority. And it's about consistency in your life and consistently doing these things. And it doesn't mean that you have to work out 4 hours a day and eat lettuce. It's, we don't have to do. So everybody goes to these extremes. It's like,
Yeah.
wake up every day and go for a 10-minute walk. You will feel 100 times better. Then go up to 20 minutes. Take a break at lunch and go get some fresh air for another 10 minutes. You can do that so simply. We waste so much time. I guarantee if everyone clocked how much time they are on social media or how much time they waste on, so many things, whatever it is, watching a television show that doesn't do, I guarantee you we all have time. We all do.
Yeah.
No matter how busy you are, if you really want to find, even 15 minutes makes a difference. 20 minutes makes a difference.
I was just gonna say, there's so many
Yeah.
things that you said about abundance without even having to use the word. I
Yeah.
mean, I think I wrote it down, like hours are long, years are short. And so everything that you're talking about, and I know we're coming tight to time, everything that you talk about has been around, for me, a quality experience. Like
Yeah.
Judge is like really creating and making time for that quality experience. And that's, I mean, when you think about abundance, I really think being
Yeah.
good with oneself.
And it's really shocking too. If you want to have more money to save, I guarantee if you go through where you're spending your money, I guarantee you, all of us can find pockets of money that we waste without even realizing it, whether it's a subscription to a channel we don't even watch, or whether it's too many Starbucks or snacks or whatever it is. I mean, I'm telling you, there is.
Yeah.
And we're all guilty of it. I'm guilty of it. I still sometimes, I'm like, oh God, I got to stop with the Amazon habit. It's like, oh, but it's like you just start ordering stuff. And I think it's just really important that you find whatever abundance really should be, a prescription for joy in your life. What are those things that really are really meaningful to you, whether it's having lunch with your girlfriends, time with your partner, time with your family, but really scheduling them in. Like, I've had to do that because my life gets absolutely insane. And I will literally, like, I'm going to this yoga class at this time, and I put it in like a meeting because I need that for my sanity, and I'm doing it and I'm making that time, and I'll schedule around it because it's in my calendar. If I don't put it in my calendar, I forget when I'm booking things, and I just run right through it.
Yeah.
So I've just been finding those bits of things that make me feel better. And again, they're not expensive. It's not about money.
Yeah.
And I do think you will draw in more abundance when you start finding more joy and being happier.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have lots going on, and if there is anything going on, or people reach out to you or whatever, please put your information in the chat. Those of you that are coming with us or visiting LA, you will have a chance to meet Lainey. She's also in the book. Fantastic. Actually, you're on the back of the book as well. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. Your world is very interesting, and I love how you just bring it. It's like you just neutralize it with your philosophy around what it is that you do. And
ultimately, they're people. I mean, ultimately, there are people. They have their flaws like everyone else. It's just funny how titles really throw people, it's like, and once I meet them and I sit with them and they're like, just talk to me, it's like somebody goes, oh, this is Prince so-and-so, or this is whatever. And I've met, you know, the presidents, multiple presidents. And it's just funny that how people kind of are impressed by the title of somebody, but when you hear their lives, they go through the same struggles. They've had actually more pressure and more eyeballs on them. And quite often, I mean, imagine making the worst mistake you've ever made and making it in front of the entire planet with everybody looking at you and judging you. So, I mean, just think about that, you know, the moments that we all have had where, I mean, you trip going up the stairs and somebody videotapes it, puts it everywhere and is mocking you and you become a meme. I mean, can you imagine if all of us who've had like one mistake here and you are in a public place when you trip or something happens? And so there's even more intensity of the eyeballs and the expectations than anyone else. And so they can be crueler. People can be crueler to them. So all the things that you see on social media are even more intensified for them. So I always say to people, like, be careful what you wish for. You know, people say, oh, I wish I was famous like that, or I wish I had this. I said, be conscious of even those pieces of what you want, because how do you want to be famous? Do you want to be, because even with actors, you'll see there's some actors who are quietly, they work, they get attention for their work, and then they live their life with their families. And then there's people who are tabloid fodder and all over the place, and everything they do is, you know, a news story. So even with those kind of things, you have to be very specific about what it is you want, be conscious of the choices you make, and know that there are consequences, even when, you know, those people who have a lot of wealth. Johnny Depp once said, he said, I spend all my money just trying to be left alone.
Oh,
Like
wow.
just on security, you know, he bought an island and he bought all, you know, it's like all his money that he's making, he makes $20 million here, $100 million, he's spending it all on privacy. And people don't recognize how much value autonomy and how much you can just roll out of bed and go to Target and not worry if your hair is not perfect, other than for that mom, you know. The rest of us will go out to Target like this and it's like no problem. And you know, nobody cares. But if you're, you know, if you're super famous, someone's going to take a picture of you when you've got no makeup on and you're in your pajamas running to the store. So
Yeah.
you know, enjoy those moments of anonymity where nobody's looking at you and nobody cares that you're out and about.
Well, there's another piece of abundance that we didn't think about, was just, you know, enjoying our autonomy and enjoying our, oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please put your information there, and
I put it in the chat and anyone can reach out to me if they would like.
that's awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Kathleen, I'm going to pass it over to you. I see that our next speaker's in the room. Lainey, thank you so much. It's always so incredible to get multiple perspectives, right? And that is, I mean, I feel full, right? I feel full. I feel educated. I'm good. I don't need any YouTube videos for at least 3 weeks. Kathleen.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, honey.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh my gosh, Lainey, thank you. That was beautiful. I heard 2 messages really loud and clear. We're talking about abundance. Abundance is in being authentic, making the right choices, and the opposites and excuses. We can all have what we want if it's what we really want and we do it. So I love that. I totally subscribe to that. So thank you so much for being here. And sharing so freely and so openly. I'm always blown away when we have amazing celebrities. And I don't know if you'd want to be called a celebrity, but in our world, you are. And I'm always so touched because the ones that come here for us are really here for us and to pour in and to take as well and to receive. And with such little ego, and I so appreciate. I know why people stop and talk to you. It's very clear. It's very clear why. Yeah, you're beautiful. Thank you. All right. Yeah. So should we bring Miss Roberta Sky up? Because Roberta,
Definitely bring Roberta.
Yeah.
Roberta Sky. You know what? And I love how on it says Roberta's Sky. And I'm like, that's right. You own it.
That's right. It is her Sky. That's right. Hello, hello. I adore this person. I can't even tell you how much. Just I don't even know, and I think Roberta knows a lot about abundance, and she's going to share that with us. And The time I've spent with her has been abundant in so many things, spiritual, energy, believing in herself, believing in whoever it is she's talking to. Just, yeah, I love her. So let me tell you a little bit about her now that you see her up there. She is a best-selling international author, recognized in media as a highly prized intuitive, right? Specializing in that energetic strategy. And she's also an interspecies communicator. Some of us might not even know what that feels like, but you're going to know by the time she's done. So what is she going to talk to us about? This is the most fascinating topic, the spirit of your business. Love that. Something we really might not know about her, but if you know her, you see, yep, that could be possible. She once rang in the new year with an all-night drumming circle in New Zealand. Perfect. She's listening to Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. We're in the Hot August Nights right now. And she's got gifts for us. So her one gift to the one person that listens closely and gets surprised, they get to have a strategic session on your business. Perfect. And intuitive strategic session. And also everybody's going to get a 15-minute session on one topic if you so choose. So she'll put all that in here. Roberta, welcome, welcome, welcome. You've been here all day gracing us. I love it. So I have to say, I've thought about my business a bunch of ways. I never thought about my business having a spirit of its own. What does that mean?
Okay, first I feel like I need a half hour of processing from all the information and the triggers and like, oh, gee, I didn't think about that. So I'm coming myself up into the realm, and I know the clock is different than when I was starting. So I'm going to ask for, interject if I'm going over or under, ask me something else. So I'll just ask for the support there. So first of all, we in our language are in a way covertly acknowledging that things have spirit, that there's spirit in everything. We'll talk about, hey, get into the spirit of the game, or wow, my cousin got a really spirited horse. I don't know how she's going to handle this animal. And there can also be the dispirited. I'm feeling dispirited now about something. So I've been doing this in our language for decades, just not bringing up conscious awareness of it. So now we're in a realm where we do understand energy's running the show, the different forms of energy. And if you, for example, think of chemistry, you have a beaker, you put in a liquid, you put in a powder, and all of a sudden something that wasn't seen foams up and bubbles and froths, and you had no idea that was in there. So looking into the spirit of your business is partly that. What alchemical process has happened with everything you put in? And what bigger third entity is emerging out of it? So if you imagine going to an event, I'm just trying to make sort of ordinary things that you can connect with here. And it's a gallery opening and people are dressed nicely. There's dynamite hors d'oeuvres and free wine and, lots of people and art and artifacts everywhere. But however, while you're walking in the middle of this, there's something flat. It just isn't high vibing. So that's one way to look at it. What's the vibe of this business? And what we want to get to with this is looking at the balance with everything that got put in and what is showing up. So the vibe, the spirit, the energy, the personality, these are all different ways just to frame it in your comfort zone. And it's not about the financial planning, the year-long program, the getting all the stock and everything ready. It's something else. And I would ask some of you who have been in business or are in business, have you ever felt like your business had a mind of its own?
Yes.
Hello. And maybe even got a bit cranky about that. Like, hey, like what is up? I did this, this, and this, and what are you doing for me? So the shift, we're doing a lot of shift through all of these talks, shifts in perspective. If we take the perspective that the whole of things is more than the sum of its parts, then the business that you create and all the parts that you put in is also going to have a wholeness that's bigger, different, wider, broader than just what you put in. And so step one is to kind of step back literally and go, okay, this is me. There's my business. If my business had a personality, what would that be? And if you want to go a little deeper in this kind of inquiry, then if you're studying things like quantum field, and there's all kinds of energy and information in the field, or if you've gone right out there with artificial intelligence, you could be asking, is there an intelligence in this thing that I created? Now, you don't have to be out there on the spectrum. We can go back to, is it high vibing? But just, you know, to tweak the inquiry, because I know there's been talk about energies and how things flow. So first, we're already a little bit cognizant of it. We already understand when we feel something has high spirit, or, you know, somebody exhorts us to get into the spirit of things. And then we can go way out, or we can keep it simple.
You know, what's funny is, I think we really sort of are in a shift. You know, you threw out those sayings and those words, and maybe they meant something, maybe they did. You know, we use words very nonchalantly, right? I feel like today, and I don't know if it's, I know it's not just me, I'm not going to suggest it. I know that we're coming into a time where we're feeling and not just talking. So when you say, you know, does your business have a spirit of its own, a mind of its own? There really is a paradigm shift, is there not? I mean, there really is something very real that's happening. Can you lend some insight to that? I know you can. What will you?
Well, number one is bring back the spirit of inquiry. A lot of this is acting as if. What if this was so? Because for most of us, the proof has to be in what we get reflected. So, okay, new paradigm. What does that mean? In general, a new level of inquiry, a new way of looking at things. Again, if you go deeper, another dimension. So it depends where you are on the spectrum of this inquiry. But to entertain the possibility that there's more going on that meets the eye. And this is showing up in everything. What we understand about how trees in a forest create water in their crowns, how they speak to each other under the ground and send chemicals. Like now, as you said earlier, Kathleen, science is backing up a lot of what's going on. And when you talked also about Joe Dispenza and people who photograph the brain after you've been meditating for 5 days, the structure changes. So this is new paradigm. This is looking at things now backed up with the technology that we have. I mean, this has been going on all the time. The behavior isn't new, but we can see it. So sometimes I like to use the phrase, you know, we look at things in a certain way, but we can shift how we choose to see it. And I personally like the phrase, use your shaman eyes. Now, shamans are notorious for interdimensional journeying and soul retrieval and all kinds of, you know, weird and wonderful things, but they see deeper and wider into things. So that was a bit of a ramble on paradigm shift, and a bit of how to access it, but
Yeah. So a lot of us know in our businesses that we want to see that shift, and that maybe what we're doing, or it maybe just isn't all turning out the way. So if I'm somebody and I want to see the shift in my business, I want to see this in my business, how do I tap into that?
Well, first thing, like I said, step back. Activate and animate this inquiring mind. and understand that we now do so much intellectually. It's so much in the mind. There's what I call the triple D effect. It's rogue abundance, a deluge of digital data. So we're in the sway of that a lot of the time, especially in business. We associate business with data, information, structures, plans, programs, etc. And what's happening, and there's been many things said today about, having cell phones on all the time. There's some debilitation happening from even sitting. I had to get up about 5 times during the course of the day to unravel my body so that things would flow. So to access something like the spirit of a business, first we have to divest ourselves of all this data and come down into the heart and the gut feeling. There's plenty of research now also on the heart, mind, heart, brain, it's being called, and there's recordings of how the brain is behind the heart when anticipating things. And not only does the heart anticipate what's coming, and this is like photographs randomly shown on a computer and people with electrodes all over them, the heart not only anticipates it, but the emotional response to it. So if that is part of our knowledge, our ability to read a situation, then choosing to go in there, that's how we access something like the spirit of a business. And again, we separate out, there's the business over there, and here I am over here, or you are looking at it as if. And then you let go of all the data around it and all the things that were accomplished and start looking at the energetic, the vibe. How does that show up? Does the way my business looks, feels, sounds match what I'm imagining I'm doing, being? And see line up. And sometimes they don't. And sometimes your business even has gone rogue, like it's going a bit crazy. And you're going, wait a minute, I'm not ready for that. I don't have the structures in place. Like, what? Who turned that switch? What the heck is going on? So the questioning process is really important. Liberated questioning. And don't worry too much about it making a lot of sense, because it doesn't. We don't have a lot of context for this, as particularly in the business world. We might look at this more in a personal relationship. Is that person matching my wish list? So maybe just shunt that ability to look that way and see, what is this business reflecting about me? And is there anything else going on there that I didn't expect? I don't think I even programmed it in. Like, what is that? So big shift, self-knowledge, really important. And then step back and look, how is this showing up?
There's so much there that you said and felt. Okay, so I love liberated questions, and the curiosity. You mentioned curiosity, and curiosity is also a big piece of what lives on the right side of the brain. And I think some of the discontent, some of the things that are going awry with ourselves are exactly the same things that are awry with our business. And we somehow are very willing, at least when we go through days like today, to really look at ourselves and go, okay, so how do I realign me? What do I, and we're happy to say, yeah, things are better when I care about myself. Things are better when I'm creative. Things are better. We know what it is for us. What you're suggesting, what you're saying, and what I believe is 100% true is that your business needs you to do that for it as well. So forget what you know, forget all the limitations, get out of the flight, fight, and freeze, and just let it go. Let's see what could come in, and be willing to ask the liberated questions. I absolutely love that. Yeah, choose to go in there and just see what you have. That's pretty powerful.
So I know my next question is, what do you stand to get from this? So I'm ready to segue.
You're right. You're right. I'm sitting here thinking, so tell me why I want to go down this rabbit hole with you.
Yeah, right. And
right?
so,
There's so many things to do. Why do I want to do this? Yeah.
well, this is the exciting part. Like I said, there is rogue abundance going on, and it's difficult to think our way through a lot of things because the mind produces a lot of story. But in my world, I've been doing like counseling and holistic therapy and intuitive readings. And what is clear is that we have incredible internal resources. And one of the things that's difficult in the outer world now is there are so many answers to everything. It's really difficult to say that is positive for me. That is positive right action. We end up analyzing it. So to go into something like the spirit of the business with an open mind and heart, we are going to approach that from within. And that part of us, our gut feeling, our heart knowing, that is positive wisdom that we can access, that we can know is true. It may not be true for everybody around us, but that's when we get to core truth. And when we look at the spirit of the business and we're thinking, okay, there looks like there's more on that board at the board meeting in there than I put in. So let's go in and see who, what is going on. And the path in can bring you to projections, personas that are running the show that you didn't realize had so much power or so much control over things. And you thought you had everything mapped out, but it's got its own agenda. And so one level is that we find personas. Another thing that is really exciting is we can find what's sometimes referred to as the golden shadow, aspects of ourselves that are creative and beautiful and powerful and wise that aren't getting to the front at all for whatever reasons. Lifetime history shutting down, thinking small. We've had lots of looks at what that is, but that may be aspects of yourself that is in there at the board table, ready to do some out of the box things if you'll just let it and acknowledge it and welcome it back. And this may require some processing or healing or, a little bit of looking at where did this come from and how can I shift it and get everything to work together. But this, again, if you want to go deeper, we can also look at, are there allies from these other realms, dimensions? Are there guides? I have a team of guides. I have a cat who helps me. What else can come through if we just open to that? And again, I feel this has all been going on all the time. We didn't know you could hang out with a tree for an hour and get it could be an energetic message or actual words or something. Or just the feeling. We do forest walks because of the feeling, but the trees actually exude essences that are different for who's walking past. Now, get a grip. So there's so much intelligence, but our definition of intelligent has been very narrow. So we may find intelligence within this spirit that has way more to offer to liberate the fullness of what we can do and to access our allies. Like there's so many discoveries, there may be blocks that aren't visible, but when I first looked into my own business, such as it is, I saw a couple of odd characters, and one of them was a Grinch, literally green Grinch, sitting there going, leave me alone. I'm perfectly fine. I got everything handled. Do not bother me. My mind is made up. Don't confuse me with the facts. I'm not into technology. I'm staying here where I'm comfortable and I'm ticking over and get out of my face. It was really like that. I thought, oh my goodness, that's a pretty dominant personality. And here I am working really hard to learn all these things, and I'm falling apart and, eyes glazing over trying to learn technology. Well, I got a piece of me that says, no way. I didn't know that. I thought in my mind, I'm earnestly committing to learning this stuff, but why do I fall apart? Why do I get halfway through something and give up and say, it's too hard, I can't stand it, I want to go outside? Well, guess who? A Grinch. So I have to do a little negotiating there. How can we do this together in a way that you're not going to, stomp your big long-toed green feet and get in the way? How can we do this? So some negotiation comes up.
Right.
And then I feel, and I experience, and with many clients, there are sometimes bizarre and wonderful things that come through. An ancestor may speak. I've had my mother years and years ago say to someone, tell her to watch her money. And my mother held out a muffin. And we always used to eat muffins. I think my sister's on here somewhere. And, that was, we used to eat muffins and tea with mom. So this opens to realms, paradigms, visionary activism in our own world that is really under-resourced if we only go by the status quo and the structures we've been given and learned. So I'm all about opening up to very different vistas, and it could be quite simple. Let's process a few blocks, or it can be let's work with the Grinch, or it can
right. I love that.
come in. That's here's what I
You
did.
don't have to go very far to find the people that are willing to look outside of what they think they know. And that's really what you're saying is, set aside for a minute and let's just not think of what you already think and let's look at possibility. And I know you're willing to go as far and as deep with those people as they're willing to take themselves. But when you think about some of whether we get to the moon or not, who thought of that? How did we get there? Elon Musk is a great example of just thinking of things that the rest of us don't. People that we look at and think are genius and creatives beyond what really the average person is. I've always had a belief they're getting help. They're bringing in, ancestral thoughts that, we know DNA goes on and on and on. So why can't everything else go on and on and on? And I think that's really what you're saying. And this is such a good topic. And I know you're going to offer this up for anybody that wants to connect with you and really take a deep dive into where they're at and what they can bring to their business. So, and it's not going to just come to your business, right?
No, it goes where it goes. Yeah.
Yep. I love that. I don't know. Deb, do you have some thoughts here? I know we're close to time and we're going to come back to the question, but anything you want to add in here? We can't hear you, Deb.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, I unmuted myself just to tone the noise. I was saying that I've known Roberta for a long time, and she has been an icon in this sector for many, many years. And I'm fortunate enough to live in the same part of the planet as she does over in Canada. I've had time with her. She's advised me. I have to say that one of the aha moments for me was years ago when I had someone actually put that forward to me to think about my business. So we were doing a treatment and they were like, would you like to talk to your business? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I am my business. And they're like, no, sweetheart, you're not. And it was the first time I had a realization. And you use the word liberated, Roberta, that's exactly how I felt. I felt liberated because alongside the successes that your business came to, I was really taking it on. Like the success of my business was all on me. This on my business was all on me. And somehow I couldn't separate it to actually have a conversation. And when I did have a conversation, I was just like what you were saying, Roberta. I'm like, okay, let's have a conversation here. Like, excuse me, I'm doing my part. Where are you? Right? It was years ago at a time where my business was being funky, right? And I think what it was very liberating to be able to have a realization that I run the business, I own the business, but I'm not the business. The business, I have an interpersonal relationship with the business. And the interesting thing is what you were talking about, what I perceived, and I think I'm on it, is that where we go, we follow. And so if it's your business, your stuff is in the business. And so it can show up in interesting ways, right? I love how you're like, I need technology. And all of a sudden you realize that, you know, it's not just all about your relationship to technology. You tapped into something that was maybe being a deterrent for you achieving your goals. So for me, I loved your definition, Roberta, of liberation. And I think as solopreneurs, sometimes we just get really, you know, it's all on me. And I like the feeling of having a relationship with my business instead of feeling like it's all on me. That was my, you know, experience. I love that definition.
Yeah. And Lord knows we have enough in running the business to deal with. And if we can let go of thinking it's all on me, that's the other beauty I wanted to say, is that we have help.
Yeah.
We're not alone, even if we're a solopreneur.
Right on.
There is so much help waiting to support us.
That's so beautiful.
We have to ask for that, and we have to allow.
Yeah.
And
no, I think
nobody does. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think someone's going to win a prize here.
Somebody is going to win a prize, and it's going to be so easy because you're going to want this time with Roberta. And so I'm going to make it easy. So what you're going to do is first put your email address in, like we've done all day long. And I think this is super easy. She talked about our brain and how we run everything with our brain, and, you know, business is supposed to be, you know, up here in your head, but she gave you an option to look into a different brain, work with a different brain. So we got our brain, and we got another brain. It's one word. So let's see if that was as easy as it was as easy as I thought. Because there we go. People are catching it right away. Roberta, thank you so much. She's a great, intuitive, great person to take you through and get to those rogue abundance. I like that term. Yeah.
And
runaway abundance. Thank
on
you.
call who would like a 15-minute one question, and it doesn't have to be about business, because I do intuitive readings. Your guides will talk to me. Stuff will happen. It's fun. One question. I'll put my email in, and a request. When you answer or send me an email, tell me what time zone you're in and the mode of connection. Like, I don't do Zooms for 15 minutes, but FaceTime, Messenger, FaceTime, WhatsApp. So then we don't go back and forth.
Perfect. Perfectly perfect. Thank you, Roberta, so much. Thanks.
Thank you for letting me go on about
Everybody, let's do some jazz hands, and let's all that good stuff. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ooh, let's take a deep breath. That was good information. It was just like, wow, refreshing, good information. Take a deep breath. I'm so excited. And Roberta is also, she tells an amazing share in here in the 262 book. I will let you read it for yourself, but when you see the picture, you'll know really, she has a relationship with all that is around her. That's all I'm going to say. You need to read it in the 262 book. And speaking about the book, we have incredible things about the book. If you would still like to be in the book, you're going to have to contact us about what that's about. But you have that opportunity. We know that many of us that are in the book, we knew that the time would come when this book went to market, and it has been incredible. That people be like, oh my gosh, I wish I was in. You have that opportunity to be able to do that. Also, we are going on a book tour, and soon enough, you can go to debdrummond.com and you get to follow everywhere that we're going. We are going to many different places. Our first stop is Ireland. And if you'd like to join in by online, on August 18th, we have an invitation for you. You are able to go online and watch us live in beautiful Kildare, Ireland, and support Joanne Callahan. Then we're heading to LA. Then we're going to Dallas. And then we're going to New York. And then we're going to Mexico. And so we are going on this journey. If you are part of the 262 and there's speaking opportunities, you can do that. Follow along with the book, invite your friends, become international. This is global, celebrating International Women's Day in all its fashion for women and those that support women, and talking about books and talking about our launch. The next speaker that is coming up, Sujata, is incredible. in both ways. And let me tell you how. So June 6th, it's Vancouver, June 6th, we're racing around. Me and Kathleen are doing the deal, going with the volunteers, coming back. I mean, it was an incredible event. And I just happened to look at my WhatsApp and this incredible goddess sends me a message. And Singapore, right? Singapore, that's where she's coming in from. And she's like, hi, I'm in Surrey, which is a part of Vancouver, for those of you that don't know that. And I'm like, well, hey, and we got put together by somebody who said, you know, contact me if you're coming to Canada. And I'm like, we're doing this event tonight. And by the way, Surrey is a 45-minute, you know, drive pretty well if it's trafficy. And I said, you know, so if you want to meet, because she was going to Calgary the next day, this is where I am. So she went online. She's like, she didn't know the area. She got the ticket. She came to the event. She came in.